Yo, what's up, everybody? Good morning. It's 9 a.m. in the morning, Monday, so I need a little time. So let's give everybody some time. And I'll finish getting ready. If you ain't got time to wait, you definitely could go elsewhere for a second. It's just 8 hours, so I'm gonna be right here. Um, got a couple more things to do in the bathroom. I'll be right back. Good morning. Good rising. Hopefully all is well. All right, cool. I'm right back. Give me just a second. All right, cool. Just a couple of things off rip. This is for mature audiences only. Mature audiences only. I ain't gonna say that too many other times. Mature audiences only. It's 8 hours of stuff. If you don't want to tag along, you can leave and come back. Whoever's watching, whoever's gonna watch, thank you for your time. Like I said, I'm still getting ready, which serves the point anyway. But mature audiences only. It's not set for kids, but it's not set for over 18. So if you can't handle where I'm going with this today and this week, you probably should log off. You should probably go watch somebody else. This ain't for you. It's not going to be for you. But what's going on in the world right now? Who's it really going for? That's what this is about. Who is that? I'm trying to figure that out. I left my tie in the other room. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know if you ever do that, you put the button on the wrong part of your shirt. You know what I mean? So gotta fix that real quick. But what we're gonna get into this morning, my name is Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. Yeah, it's my stomach. I'm human, I'm an animal, so I don't know what else to tell you on that. But again, Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. I am Leon the Pedal. Nice to meet you. Chats are open. Phone calls will open at 10 o'clock. Those will go until 12 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. And we'll have a little intermission. Then after that, we'll come back and I'll turn on phones again. It's just my phone line. Whoever calls in, you're going to be on speaker. So, don't call in if you don't want to be blasted. That's all I got to say. But we're going to talk about, if you look in the description, you're going to see what the schedule is. Right now is the introduction. We're going to give minutes for people to get up in here. Excuse me. But one thing already that I'll start talking about is just everybody wants something perfect. It's like, honestly, I tried to set this up for us on a better, platform. Right now we're using my Apple laptop, but I tried to have a video camera. I'll show you the setup once I get outside. But my resources are pretty much dry, so I didn't have enough money to get a video capture device so we can, put it to the media encoder and stream by the camera versus the laptop. But what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So, and I feel like most people don't utilize all their resources anyway. It's like, I think we all have a lot of tools we can utilize to really make a difference. And any minute, any second, and I'm not, exempt from it, any minute or second, we don't utilize those resources, we're doing a disservice to the people that wish they had them. You feel me? So that's what's up with that. I did not do my hair yet, as you can see, but here's the point. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a human getting ready, just like the rest of the world, man. Like I'm nothing, I'm special to myself, but I'm not gonna sit here in front to you like I'm just some different type of person that doesn't do anything anybody else does. And again, this is for mature audiences. A lot of people aren't gonna like where I'm gonna go today, and you're not supposed to. I'm gonna bring it to you real today. And this week, I've been bringing it real, but as a Black man, I've had to curve a lot of what I've said and how I've said it to, to appease to a lot of people, just because honestly, they can't handle what I'm going to say. You know what I'm saying? And this is coconut oil. I'm kind of doing reviews and testing a little early as Kirkland, but that's what I put in my hair. But yeah, man, a lot of people, and I'm going to say it again later, but I'm going to say it right now. A lot of Black men, you know what I'm saying? I respect my Black men and Black women, but a lot of Black men and women are dyeing their skin. They're bleaching their hair. You know what I mean? They're doing all these things to try to be someone else. You know what I'm saying? They're either trying to be white, they're trying to be, no disrespect to white people, no disrespect to Hispanic, Asian, Haitian, wherever you from, you know what I'm saying? But I can only speak, I'm a Black man. I can't speak for a Black woman. I can't speak for my Black queens. I'm a Black king. I can't speak for any other races, so this ain't gonna be on that. I'm straight, I'm solo polyamorous, so I can't speak for somebody that's gay. I can't speak for somebody that's in a marriage or into monogamy. That's, no disrespect if you are, you know what I'm saying? But day one's about me, you know what I'm saying? Day one's about me for Lay on the Pedal Radio, and that's about catching you up and telling you my experience. To the USPTO, you know what this is. My social security number is 521-959-9664. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people be like, well, why are you telling us your social security number? Let me put it to you like this. If I was going to go to jail, right? If I was, in jail or prison, they don't give you your name. You're not known as a name. You're known as a prisoner number. They give you a prisoner number, and that's what you are. You know what I'm saying? Every time you in jail, you the prisoner number. You're not, your name, right? And to me, to be honest, having a social security number, though, it is useful. I'm not saying our government's not useful at all. I'm not saying the things that we go through are not useful at all. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that, a lot of us are treated like prisoners. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get into that a little bit more later. But like I said, here's the introduction. I was born Denver, Colorado. Grew up in Aurora, Colorado, and Denver. You can pull up my website. It should be down there in the description, so you can follow along. If you got any questions, go ahead and type it. You know what I'm saying? My phone number is on the website, as well as, 720-251-6039. You want to call in at 10 o'clock, go ahead and do it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and do it. But I recommend pulling up my website so you can follow along with, if you to see who I am, what I'm saying here, I say everywhere else. I say in my music. If you go on my page and see my music, I say it, everywhere. So I'm not hiding from anybody or anything like that. If my name's changed, my mother changed my name when I grew up. I was born, let's pronounce it the American way, Deontay Leon Robinson. That's where I was born as. And my mother changed my name to Devontae Robinson. I had to change it back to Deontay Leon Robinson. And then when I got tired of people even mispronouncing that's the American way to pronounce my name, and people still butcher it. I got called Beyonce, Diani, you name it. They still messed it up. So I wanted to go with how it's actually pronounced, which is Deonte Leon Robinson. That's how you actually pronounce that. That's no longer who I am, but it's important I talk about that because that's where I came from. I appreciate your patience and flexibility with watching me despite me not, being ready to go. But does that make me any less credible if I had some shorts on versus some slacks for you? Does that make me any less credible? You know what I'm saying? If I had, instead of a dress shirt, if I had a black shirt on, does that make me any less credible talking to you right now? You know? If I had you on a video camera versus the webcam, life happens, right? Does that make me any less credible? And I say this, I talk to myself. My grandma always said, you can talk to yourself as long as you don't answer yourself. And honestly, I've answered myself too. I've been deemed crazy. You know what I'm saying? I was on ADD, I was on Ritalin and some other drugs. I don't even remember what drugs I was on. I don't even remember. I was in special education classes. I rode the short bus to school. I'm saying that's why Forrest Gump is one of my favorite movies, because I feel it. I really do. I really do. But I hope you're doing good. I know it's crazy times out here. I mean, it's been crazy times. But I mean, it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place. It's just people making it complicated, man. People making it crazy complicated. And it does not have to be this complicated. We shouldn't be hurting like this across the world. We shouldn't be feeling like that. We shouldn't be having to go through this. And it's a shame we do. It's a shame I even got to do this video, in a sense, like, to show that I do what I talk about. I'm not just, going online and saying I do something and I don't actually back it up, Look, you see me, I messed up my tie, You see my little picture on there for Lay on the Pedal. That tie, I mess it up a few times before I get it right, I'm not perfect. I've messed up in everything in my life before I've gotten it right. I mean, it's just what it is. Ain't that what we all do? You know what I'm saying? They don't talk about the 10,000 hours you need to be a master or something, right? They talk about that 1 hour you become an overnight success. And they want to say that you sold out or whatever. And we'll talk about things and companies and corporations that actually have sold out. There's a difference between working hard for it and landing a solid opportunity and selling out. There's a very big difference. Very big difference. And to my gang members, what's up? Just because I'm wearing a tie doesn't mean I'm a gang member. But a lot of people would associate me wearing a weird tie with me being a blood. It's happened. I've wore red and people thought I was a gang member because of that. I've wore blue and people thought I was a Crip. What's up to the Crips? People don't even know what the real we'll get into that soon too, but nobody really knows the real reason Bloods and Crips exist in the first place. But again, appreciate your patience. I'm nearly done getting ready. Clean off my glasses real quick. But again, I hope everybody's safe. Thank you for your time. Even if you don't watch until another 5 years later, I will say to Google, YouTube, to anybody else, if y'all take my video down, you know what it is. Like, I'm tired of being nice to people in the sense of y'all be silencing people. I know about y'all shadow banning people. I know about y'all taking down people's stuff that got something real to say, man. I don't know who y'all answer to, but if y'all take this down, man, I can't say I'm not gonna take you to court. I'm just being real, because y'all be doing some shiesty stuff, man. Y'all be doing some shiesty stuff. I mean, as well as y'all be doing good, I feel like, and that's in general, any tool medicine is even poison with enough of a dosage, right? Excuse me. You ask why I'm getting dressed up like this? It's for you. This is for you. This is for me, but this is for you. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you don't even have to keep looking at me. You could just throw me on, if you got YouTube Premium or even or whatnot, you could just throw me on and keep doing what you do. You don't even have to watch me. You could just listen. You know what I'm saying? This is game for everybody, free game for everybody. You know, so I'll be right back. I gotta get something real quick. Thanks for your patience. Just had to get the rollie. I'll talk to you about that too. I mean, I already put it in my videos. You know what I'm saying? But no disrespect to you, but I'll go over the story again. The reason why I'm doing these live sessions at Lay on the Pedal Radio is because I'm gonna do it one more time for people. I'm gonna do it one more time. You know, I got this last week. This is the only week I'm gonna go live every day for 8 hours. I ain't doing it again. And I didn't shave. You know, I'm tired of that business stuff that you have to shave. Like, I can't have long hair. I have to shave in order to look tight. Like, come on now. Come on now. All right, cool. My rest of my stuff's up in the living room, which is where we're gonna be most of the day. So let me get some stuff real quick. But I can't, you know, run the streets, you know what I'm saying, and canvas for business because of COVID. And because I'm black. I hate to say it, but it's the truth, man. People acting like it's sweet out here. It's not sweet here like that. Like, most people see this and get threatened because I'm wearing this stuff. It's the truth, man. I spent about $7,000 trying to refresh my wardrobe after, you know, my pops got COVID and I had to go all in on this business. Just Lay on the Pedal. I honestly wanted to wait several more years before, like, you know, before I was ready to go, but things happen like that. Things happen like that. All right. So here we go. Let me show you. Let me see. I don't even know if this pocket. I'll put this in there for you like that. You know what I'm saying? Again, apologies. I wasn't ready to go for you, you know, immediately, but you know what I'm saying? It's worth it, in my opinion. Let's get some water real quick. This is my crib. USPTO, they wanted to see. Let me show you my setup real quick. They wanted to see, you know, that I actually do, you know, have my own stuff and I'm not just calling myself a record label. So let me show you a couple of things real quick. Which, I mean, it's only so much I could do in an apartment anyway. I know you're getting a close up in my face. But here's the Kai MPC-1. I got that here for you. Turn you around here. Here's the Grace M101. That's the preamp. You know, there's a Focusrite. That's those are both for the microphone. Let me show you this microphone I got here. That's the Warm Audio 47 WA47 microphone. That's the stand for it right there. My plan, like I said, here's the video camera, so you know I wasn't lying to you on me trying to set this up for you. I got that on the stand right there. And here is the whiteboard. Eventually, I'm gonna just do videos with that setup. That's what I'm trying to do. And here's the stand that the whiteboard will go on. And I'm doing this on a MacBook Pro. So let's go ahead and get some water real quick. But here's who I am. You know, I'm here in the flesh. This is Lay on the Pedal again, man. Social Security, I'll say it again, 521-959-6664. That's worldwide. Anyone could look it up. You could check me out. I've been out here on my website. You could go to www.layonthepedal.com. You go to my life resume. I haven't updated every single thing on there yet, but you'll see, you have an idea of where I've worked at, what type of accolades I have, why I'm able to speak to you today like this, and why I'm so confident with what I'm doing, you know. And once I sit down, I can really get into the introduction some more, because what time we looking at right now? 9:19. And FYI, I'm not going to dress like this every day. I don't feel like a business owner should have to do that every day, but here you go. Let's get some water. I said that like 5 times, but you know. But the idea, excuse the squeakiness there. Oh God. I guess I didn't, I guess I'm doing club soda instead. I forgot I didn't really fill up my water. Here's the container I use over there. That's a Rubbermaid container. Not too impressed with where those have gone. I think everything, and that's why I'm a reviews and testing company, because and you are too. That's what I'm here for. Lay on the Pedals here for everybody right now. I'm not just here to take all the chips like everybody else is doing, man. I'm trying to put the people first. We the reason these companies exist anyway, right? And we'll get into more of the details, but you talking to somebody right now. I don't have any money in my bank accounts. They're all overdrafted. Camas Credit Union closed my business account because I couldn't pay them back. They weren't trying to give me any type of loans, grants, or anything like that. They gave me a small line of credit. My credit score was 794. The top is 850. I couldn't get even above $1,000 for a loan. I had to use the existing credit cards I had to get the materials I showed you, to try to run the business, to get closed so I could go out there and canvas. I live in Westminster, Colorado. You know what I mean? And I'll talk about the businesses I've been a part of, as well as my own, honestly. And this is to USPTO and everybody. As far as I'm concerned, Lay on the Pedal started when I was born, December 6, 1994, 11:01 a.m. To the government taxes, you could audit. We could go there. If you want to go to Supreme Court, you want to fight because you don't think that my whole life is Lay on the Pedal. That's not negotiable. As far as I'm concerned, y'all been robbing me on taxes. I've allowed you to rob me on taxes. Y'all be doing back taxes for several years if someone owes you taxes, and other different things. So I want mines too. You know what I'm saying? I want to let you know this is somebody. I got everything and nothing to lose at the same time. I got the rest of this month before rent's due next month, right? I don't got the money for it. So I ain't got no time to lie to you right now. I ain't got no time to lie to you or tell you something that ain't true. So all right. Again, appreciate your patience. Do not put a belt on. Like I said, I want to do this for you today, for all y'all today that are watching. Whatever day that is, I don't care if it's 2025. I want you to see what, somebody dressed to the 11s, bro. Someone dressed to the 11s looks like, what that looks like for you. You know what I'm saying? Sharp. That's what you deserve, right? You spending your time. I want you to understand that's what your time's worth. Don't treat your time anything less than that. And I mean, I could sit there and put it on everybody else, but at the end of the day, I didn't value myself enough to charge for my currency that I gave out to people. And I mean, I was a double agent, honestly. The real title of this video is World War III. I'm declaring and I'm starting it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not here to kill nobody, but I'm tired of people taking advantage of people for this, for money. Like, for what? I don't understand, player. I don't understand. I can't call it. I can't call it. I'm gonna put these shoes on. These were about like 170 bucks. You know, they fit pretty good. There's some Johnson and Murphy's. So the deal with the clothes is one could debate like these credit card companies are after me, right? American Express wants to shut my stuff down. Let me get my wallet too. Let me just show you what's up. All right, cool. Here's my wallet. I'm gonna do this one more time. You know what I'm saying? For everybody. That's why I'm here this week. Cause I ain't doing it after this week again. I'm not gonna keep I gotta keep telling people who I am. I gotta keep telling people what I do. Shout out Kernisha, S Lemon, I've been looking up to your stuff for a long time, and this ain't me jacking any of your stuff. I'm here to empower everybody. Doesn't matter what color, nationality you are, who you were attracted to, anything like that. You are who you are. You feel me? But here's my ID. If you can't see that, the number's 11-018-0135. Dr. Leon. They can't even put the italicized E on there. The acute E, excuse me. The acute E on my E for Leon. It's not Leon, it's Leon, And I know I've pronounced it wrong in the past, but that's because I didn't feel like fighting. But I've been fighting now. I'm still fighting for my identity. I know who I am, but nobody else is claiming my identity. I'm not letting the government do it. I'm not letting anybody across the world do it. You ain't stealing my stuff, homie. Like, sorry, like you're not doing it. So Colorado, there's the back right there. So I could show you what's up. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Canvas Credit Union, you close my stuff anyway. I got one more account with you, and I don't want that open either. But there's a time. It's coming. That time's coming. Here's my Instacart card. The number on that is 531-8602-6827-4670. There's that. Here's one Canvas Credit Union card. There's my name on there, as you can see. 5597-6709-8602-4956. Here's the American Express card, which we talked a few days ago, where they got about the. I think I have about 6 days until they close my account and send that to collections too. But yet they don't want to give me a loan either, or any type of help with that either. So let's read the number off for that. 3798-251-028-12008. Security code 4287. Who cares, bro? What, you're gonna put me in jail for releasing the own shit? There's nothing on it. It's maxed out. It's maxed. I have nothing on that. I really don't have any resources left. Like I mean, even if I did, why am I gonna hide that from you? Here's my old name, Deonte Leon Robinson. Got the L for Leon, and then as you can see, it's kind of hard to see. Forgive me on that, but Lay on the Pedal LLC. That's my business credit card. And I have 2 Amway Bank of America cards. Yes, I'm associated with Amway, and yes, they're getting gas too, because I got a lot to talk about on that too. Thanks for the other viewing showing up. You could always view this later. It's going to be a long time coming. I'm here until 5 o'clock today. So I'm gonna be talking about some real stuff. So if you don't, this is for mature audiences only. So if you don't want to be a part of that, you don't have to. But here we are right now. So here's one of the cards right here, 4400-6668-1240-5971, security code 233. So you can see the name on that, Dr. Leon. Dr. Leon 2. This one's 4400-6694-0509-0978. What time we looking at? We got about half an hour left for my introduction. I am a member at Costco, Gold Star. They couldn't put my whole stuff on there, so what they did, they put Dr. Leon, the pedal there. It's my picture there. I'm not doing a picture with the mask on, period. And I mean, even for government stuff, you think if you got to take a picture for the government, it's going to be of you like a good camera at least, right? So you could look good. Not at all, Chief. Not at all. Also, I used to bank with Chase, but the reason I left them is because there's been a lot of stuff. JP Morgan, let's be honest, that came in Rockefeller times, right? Where there's, slave ship going on. There's stuff going on with that. I haven't seen them publicly address that. It's not like they aren't extending. I mean, they're still charging me interest on this card. And as like they're deferring my permits, but they're still charging me interest. But this is the Freedom Unlimited card. I've had this for a few years. As you can see, it's my old name on there, Deontay Leon Robinson on there. Number is 4266-414-7186-4809. Security code 894. What else? We got 2 more canvas cards to get into. As you can see right here. Dr. Leon, number on that 5597-6707-0069-3789. Expires 7/23. Security code 984. The last one, which is my business one that they closed now. And by the way, I will be going to all your canvas locations in this state. I will be saying that you don't believe in Black Lives Matter because you wouldn't have closed my account. The reason I'm gonna talk about it again later, but it used to be called Public Service Credit Union. My card that you see on the website, her name is Julia. They gave me a loan. It was about 7 something percent, maybe 4.23. And it was about a $13K loan, and they did it on behalf. I guess they expected me to make more money off of me because I paid it back in like 2 years. But either way, I paid it back. I started building a relationship, which they didn't even do my title right in the first place. I had to go back when I changed my name to Dr. Leon. They had to go and actually, I had to get the title. They didn't do the title right. I had to go back to the location. They had to call up to like corporate for them to be able to actually do the title and give me what was mine in the first place. Despite me building that relationship with them, but despite me building my credit to 794, they couldn't give me anything above $1,000. They got a 500 credit line, and they wouldn't work with me on PPP loans or SBA. They rejected me. I talked to Loss Mitigations to try to create a relationship with them for between them as well as the, a portion that, rejected my work, right? Nothing. What else do I have here? I got one. Yeah, I think, did I say this already? I don't know if I said the number. 5597-1509-1536-0839. Valid 306-23. 360. It's the number on that. I just kind of, my purpose is to be right here with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like so many people can't relate. And I mean, here's the Valley Nissan card. I just try to talk to them for sponsorship for racing, right? No crickets on that. I'm a race car driver. You can see my training on my channel. But these places, if they don't want to give you play, they don't want you to make it. It's as simple as that. If you can't fit the bill, if you don't want to fit their narrative, they try to shut you out. They try to blackball you. Excuse me, I got some allergies. Get me on that. All right. So, please excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and put my cards back in my wallet. It doesn't really matter. The reason why I share that information, I just want to be transparent with not only you but everybody else. This is a gift card that doesn't even exist anymore. I've used all the money on that. So I think I had a change thing that my lady's family gave us because I've been pinching pennies. I know what it's like to pinch pennies. I know what it's like to pinch pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, you know what I'm saying, to make it. I know what it's like, you know. I've done that with both my mother and my father. Um, you know, you put $5 in the gas tank and you can't really go anywhere except where you need to go because that's all you can afford. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to be in debt and not know where the next, you know, source of income is coming from. I know what it's like to, you know, even when you go out looking like this, to get hated because of this skin color right here. You know, I'm 25 years old. And it's like the type of looks I've gotten for going out there trying to get business has been ridiculous. It has been ridiculous. And I'm just tired. I'm just tired across the board of being treated less than because of my skin color. And I haven't made any excuses. I haven't made any excuses. No disrespect to people of my same skin color, but a lot of people do make excuses, and even nowadays are using that as an excuse to be ratchet or to not try hard. This is an example of somebody. I'm not part of the narrative they want to push for Black Lives Matter that it's to divide us. I'm part of the narrative that we use this as fuel to keep going, to unify everyone. I'm tired of the division, period. And you're going to find most people that are decent, that are my skin color, are going for unity. And again, I can't speak for any other race right now. I only can speak for my gender and my experience, you know, and that's what I want to utilize my platform for, is eventually you see me as an example, living my life the way I'm supposed to. And through that, I want to help other people do the same thing. I don't understand what the problem is. I really don't. So I have not put on my shoes yet. I'm going to go ahead and put on my shoes for y'all real quick. Then I will get into some more actionable items for my introduction here, because I have some things I want to talk about. I have a lot to talk about, but tying my shoelaces here. And it's like, it's that thin line between, and some people ask, well, why don't you have any money? You know, why don't you just ask for that? Because no one, I'm telling you, people don't want to pay you. You got the closest people to you that want to judge you because you built a brand, right? You built a brand, you built something that is going to stand the test of time. They don't want to pay you. They'd rather pay someone they don't know. You know what I'm saying? They'd rather do that. So, you know, like I said, a lot of people won't listen to me or prefer me to be dressed lesser than. So here's a do-rag. Here's a bandana. Red, blue, Bloods, Crips. I recommend you watch Redemption. It's a movie with Jamie Foxx, and it surrounds Tookie Williams, and it talks about why the Crips and Bloods were founded in the first place, because there's not much family. You know, like when you grow up in those urban neighborhoods, a lot of people don't believe the hype about Colorado. I'm a Colorado native. They want to sit there and try to tell you and act like this stuff is sweet over here, that it's just some pretty haven. No, it's not. I was like, we have a gang. We have gang culture. If you heard about East Aurora, there's been people raped, killed, slaughtered over there. You have Montbello, which the high school was closed down because of how violent it was, you know. And, you know, Colorado, you have Columbine, which, I mean, my ex went to Columbine, so I was part of that culture. I got to see, you know, the memorial. I got to meet some of the people that were part of families that were affected by that. And even then, I still see, like, I still get why they shot up the school. And I get the other side, too, on why, you know, they're hurt because of it. And then also, you got the James Holmes situation. Elijah McClain, you know, they're both in Aurora, Colorado. These both happened in Aurora. James Holmes was left alive after what he did to the movie theater. And he had a whole bomb set up in his apartment complex and was left alive. And we're paying tax dollars right now, keeping him alive. But we have Elijah McClain, just an innocent little boy, you know what I'm saying? Younger boy, excuse me, that was slaughtered. And we barely could get any justice for that. And I only can speak on what I know. I can't speak on Compton. I can't speak on the Bronx. I can't speak on Chirac, which is Chicago. I can't speak on these places. You know, New Orleans, that's where a lot of my family's from, which I haven't met a lot of. But I can't speak on all these areas. I only can speak on Colorado from personal experience. That is not as pretty as you think it is. They legalized marijuana before the people that came over here to Colorado. They don't know how bad it was. If you heard of Colfax Avenue, to who joined, thank you. Again, it's going to be a long time, and there's going to be a lot of topics that we cover that you may or may not like. You're free to watch an hour later. Either way, thank you for your time. But a lot of people don't know that Colfax Avenue was so bad. I mean, it was filled with nothing but prostitution, murders. Cops stayed up and down the street. You know, our homeless people that are out there, they're still out there. We used to have somewhat of a program to take care of our homeless population, but that doesn't exist now. They blocked them out. They blocked them out from, there was an area off of Colfax and Broadway, and they blocked them out. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. Give me just a little second here. I'm just gotta pull up my notes because I know we still got a couple of hours left, but the next hour we'll talk about COVID-19. Got reviews and testing after that directly. The intermission. So we got sports after that, traffic education, record label talk, and then live doctor coaching. I am spiritual, I'm not religious, and I'll get into that too. All right. So back with the introduction, that's where I'm from. I'm from Colorado, and it's been hard for natives to survive. And I mean, this is across the world, but you know, you used to be able to, I used to know people in high school that had a job you could have a job and get your own place. You could have a job and get your own place and make it, you know, at least like, so you could build a sustainable life for yourself. I've never been able to live by myself. Right now, I live with my, my girl right now, which I think we should have our own place. Even not that I don't love her, you know what I'm saying? Just because I'm solo polyamorous doesn't mean I don't value my relationships. But I've lived with my pops. I live with my mother. I live with my pops. I live with my brother and my godmom and goddad. And I've lived with my best friend and his family. And I've lived with roommates that were no longer friends. And I've also lived in a car for a period of time, just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I basically did for how much I had to drive across the state when me and my ex-fiance broke up. So, I mean, in my 25 years of life, I could give you a lot of wisdom that not a lot of people could get. Not a lot of people have this opportunity to have this presentation. I could talk to you today about everything I'm talking to you about. Not people don't have that opportunity to do that. So, I mean, even if I get tired, if I'm, you know, tired of talking or whatever, I'm able to talk. People, I mean, just the simple blessings. Like we have dishes. A lot of people don't want to do dishes. I'm like, at least you have dishes to do. Or is it somebody else on the street? I've given people money on the street, you know what I'm saying? Even if I don't know if they're lying to me or not. But I mean, you know, Colorado has its problems. We got one area where it's like you have the rich, primarily white population, which is Cherry Hills, Cherry Creek, Highlands Ranch, certain parts of Arvada, you know, Loveland, Fort Collins. You got parts in the mountains that people don't even can't, that is secure. People don't even know is there. I've driven up in those places. I've been, excuse me, if you're in Colorado, if you take Wadsworth all the way down and you go to, there's a national state park over there, and you drive up a little bit, there's an area that's private that you can't go into. And, there's always been that divide. And I mean, Aurora, look for Aurora, for example. That's the town I rep, Aurora Borealis 777. You look at Aurora and South Aurora, they're far apart. And you wonder why that is. Why is it that South Aurora is so far away from the original Aurora? And it's between Centennial and Parker. Centennial, Parker, surround that area. Because they, want to bury what's going on. All the gentrification, all the murders, all the different experiences going on, they hide that. And I mean, it's just now that people have the voice to say something that it's not sweet over here. It's not sweet in Colorado. It's hard to survive. You need 2+ roommates to make it. The wages have not been kept up. And this is not just Colorado, but I could only speak directly personal experience in Colorado. It is tough to make it. And they have not given the natives here, the natives in the country, period. But I mean, let's stick to Colorado for now. They have not given the natives here the increase in wage that they need to keep up with the boom that's happened here. The culture of just Coloradans, us waving at each other, and it's still there, but I mean, it was really prominent before this happened. Us thanking each other on the road. I mean, it was real prominent, and now you can forget that. You're not going to see that too much. You got people from everywhere, and a lot of the natives are leaving. So the culture of Colorado is barely here. It's barely here. Most people either moved into the small towns or moved away. So I got this do-rag here, which I got to say, a lot of people don't even know what do-rags are for, but it's to hold the hair down. If you have shorter hair, it's so you can have waves, even if it's called wolfing. If you grow it out, but it's to lay your hair down for waves. A lot of people think it's just a tool for hood activity. It's literally to get waves. That's what you wear it for. This is a velvet do-rag. And on the inside here, it's soft. If you were to feel that, I don't know, you can kind of see the texture a little bit. But if I put this on, which I'm going to, does that make me any less adequate? Does that make me any less of a professional if I do this? No, I just did my hair, so it's going to kind of flatten a little bit. But I used to have people tell me when I was younger that, I grew up, my pops is light skinned. My pops his name's Herman Robinson. And that's who I'm going to be talking about primarily with COVID-19 and that situation. But he's Creole too. And he's fair skinned. If you see some Louisiana people, you'll see that not all of them are dark. I mean, you don't even have to be in Louisiana. There's a lot of people that are black that are light. Look at Logic. Word up Logic. But there's a lot of people that are black that have fair skin. And it's like what my pops went through was he was too white to be black and too black to be white. And I went through, though my skin's lighter, darker, sure, it is darker. But what a lot of people don't understand is somebody that likes anime, manga, that is educated. I can't even talk a certain way without being deemed I talk white, right? So I have that. Not to mention I enjoy manga and anime. I grew up in the Clips grinding days, 2002. That was popping everywhere. People were heel toeing, sea walking, which is crip walking. People were doing that. And I wasn't really doing it. I couldn't really do it like that. I was ostracized from the community when I was young. I was 7 years old, 8 years old. And I was taken from my community already. People weren't messing with me because I couldn't see walk. And you could forget black women. I mean, I went to karate and I used to talk to black women a lot. And, there's a certain stigma that you have to slang dope. You have to push that whip. You have to push them 24s. You got to push them 24s. You got to slang the dope. You got to carry the piece. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean the PEACE. I mean the actual piece, which I mean, here's another aspect, which, a lot of people deem, here we go. This is registered. Again, my social's 521-959-664. This is registered underneath my social security number. These bullets are registered to this gun. If you find something, it's coming back to me. But I have nothing to really hide. But does this mean because I want to protect myself? Does this mean I'm any lesser of a businessman? Which, I mean, I could review and test it right now. Here's the clip. Here's the gun. This is here's the brand right here. I believe it's Tanfoglio. That's how you pronounce it. It's the EAA. It's based off of the Russian counterpart. But, it's just interesting. It's just interesting that it seems like no matter what you do, you're deemed as hood, right? Because there's times, I've worked at McDonald's, and that's right by that's in Cherry Creek, and that's a divide too, because damn east, damn west, that's the older part of the neighborhood. I don't know if you could experience it, but there's a lot of times people won't even look me in the eye. Won't even look me in the eye. They can't look me in the eye. They just look down, and then we do our orders and stuff. Or when you play online, I've played online, I've been doing esports for a long time, and you get called nigger. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to just say the word, and it's from Negus. A lot of people don't know that the word is from Negus. That's Egyptian royalty. And that word got taken. It got stripped, and it got turned into nigger. And then that word got turned into nigga. And that's what the term of endearment that is used. And that's another split. You have the old generation that knows where that word is stemming from. And you have the young generation that is trying to bring back power to the word. And I see, I see this side. I see both sides where it's like people have died for that word. People have died for it. And on the other end too, if you don't say nigga, you're not hip. You're not part of the community. There's a lot of times I had to fight my own people because I was like, I don't want to say it, but I wasn't included in the community. And then you have the other end, and it's like, I don't want to kill you for saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we saying it still? But it's still out here. Like from I got called nigger so many times on Call of Duty. I just laughed at it. Or when they can't even look you in the face, you know what they're thinking. But, and I got this blue bandana, right? Now for this, in a lot of different cities, I'd be killed just for this, just for having these two colors, just these two colors in the same frame talking to you right now. I'd be killed for doing that. And I ask people, what are we doing? I mean, I have to start for what I know most in order to be a voice for the people, for no division across the board. But let me take this do-rag off, which is for hair, but it's been deemed as hood. So excuses my hair if my hair is wild, but I just had to give an example. So I'll take this do-rag here. I mean, not this do-rag, this bandana. And like I said, you know, in high school, I mean, I had to correct some people, some kids, because they thought I was a blood. And I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't carry around that notion. I honestly got pulled over by the police when I was wearing all red one day. And some people, actual bloods, I want to say, stole from a person's house, and they were wearing red, and the police thought I was associated. So I honestly thought my life was over. You know, I was like, well, my pops is going to kill me. You know, I'm 20. I was, I think 17, and I had a football game to go to that night. And I believe it was homecoming. I believe that was homecoming weekend. And I got pulled over. And I thought my life was over. I was like, if I get in the record, like, it's it. That's what happens for people. And you're talking, I'm not perfect. There's times I've stolen, like Walgreens, the one off of Iliff and Chambers. I stole Yu-Gi-Oh cards from you. What I did, I would open the packs, I'd open the pack and take the cards out. That way the little machine wouldn't see me. Overland, a lot of people are Overland. I'm not going to say who besides myself, but there's another Walgreens by Overland off of Iliff and Peoria. I stopped eventually because I just felt bad for doing it. But their system didn't even work to beat people. So, you know, people, you know, I personally would jack some Burt's Bees and things like that because, you know, I had to have my lips fresh and stuff. And I did that a few times until I just stopped. I was like, this ain't right. You know, I've jacked Rice Krispies when I went to County of Denver for court when I was with my mother. You know what I'm saying? And I got my ass whooped for that. So I spit off the balcony, you know, when I was real younger onto this dude's jewelry stand. I've done that. I've done a lot. So you're not talking to somebody that's perfect. You know, you're not talking to somebody that's goody-goody. I've done my fair share. I've gotten into hella fights. I put a cat into a hospital. I've, you know, abused the dog. I've abused people. I've punched people. I've socked people. I've tackled people. I've been tackled. I've been punched. I've been socked. I haven't caught no bodies. I wouldn't be able to change my name to what it is if I caught any bodies. You know what I'm saying? If I use this, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. That's for certain. But I mean, it's to anybody out there, you know, with what I'm doing. It's like, again, I don't have any resources right now. Like in terms of monetary value, again, rent's due here soon. You know what I'm saying? Let me show you something. So Lay on the Pedal's trademark. I mean, not just the unregistered, but I mean, it's in the application. It's filed. You know what I'm saying? I got people trying to reach out to me. Reproduction and trademark, you know, trying to reach out to me. So it's across the world. I just don't have the money to put it across the world. But at the same time, that's why I rebranded myself and I put my whole life as my brand. Because I'm not going to have somebody sit here and be like, well, you beat me. Okay, you beat me to the punch if filing, but that's not your property. That's not your intellectual property. So yes, I'm going to take you to court to get my property back because that's not your property. And I put on the living will on my website, which I mean, it's more wrapped in the book series now, but I'm basically saying it here too. All the resources that I get from the trademark eventually, or I get from my customers, it's going back to my family first to make sure they're taken care of, but it's going across the world. It's going to all the broken communities across the world. It's going to all the damaged homes across the world. I'm not keeping the money. And I've heard of situations like you got Prince, for example, his money just went back to the government. You know what I'm saying? My money's not going back to the same corrupt government that we're a part of right now. And as you can see for the trademark publication, classes 16, 35, 41, 42. And then for these national classes, you got all these national classes right here that once, you know, I'm able to file in that way, I'd be able to do, which solidifies my company because it's a reviews and testing company. It's a record label. It's a traffic education company. It's a sports company. It's a life doctor and coaching company. So you would think somebody with all this skill, all this, stuff, with me being everywhere and feeding all this information out and all this background, would be very profitable, right? You would think so. You would think so. No. As working so many jobs and being in so many places, I can tell you that that is not accurate, and that's not the truth. That is not the truth at all. So it's 9:59. Again, my life is lay on the pedal. So that's the introduction, of who I am. Like, that'll never end, I'll never stop. And I'll never run away from the stuff I've done and what I've done, what I've been through and what I've done to get here. And this bandana doesn't make me any less qualified. It's an accessory. This do-rag doesn't make me any less qualified. It's an accessory. This doesn't make me any more qualified. It's an accessory. This doesn't really, I'll get into that later. This doesn't make me any less qualified. My hair doesn't make me any less qualified to talk about what's going on in the world right now. So I'll get into this later, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, just a quick shout out. I don't want to use this, but it's like if somebody comes in the door trying to hurt me and my family, you know who the bullets is from. If I put two in the head of somebody that doesn't want to sit there and realize that I got to protect me and mine, then it is what it is. I'm not going to be treated like Elijah McClain. I'm not going to be treated like Eric Garner. I'm not going to be treated like Trayvon Martin. I'm not going to be treated like any of these individuals that didn't have a choice. If a storm of cops comes in with my clean record talking about, like Breonna Taylor shooting up stuff, it ain't without a fight. I'll tell you that much. It ain't without a fight. And I'm tired of that. Why does it have to come to that anyway? We all could be violent. We all could shoot stuff. It's not, I don't know why even no matter what race you are, it's not anything prideful to sit here going around saying I could beat people up and shoot people. We all could be violent. We're human. We're animals. I feel like people forget that all the time. But all right, let's get into COVID. So my father, Herman Charles Robinson, just turned 63 this past Friday. October 16th, 1957 is when he was born. I'm personally affected by COVID because he got it. He got it back in April, the week of April 20th. I believe, I want to say around April 23rd, but he was driving for Yellow Cab, which I had to help him out with when I was younger anyway. And honestly, I predicted it with, my songs Home Part 1, the demo. I actually did that before he got COVID because it's like he has high blood pressure. He has diabetes type 2. What else does he have? High blood pressure, diabetes type 2. There's another ailment he has. He was a smoker, so like he's healing up, but he went to the hospital for that too. Like he blew a blood vessel. This dude's been in the hospital as I've grown up. Let's just say that. I mean, he's been to the hospital where I almost thought he died like 6 times now. 6 times now. So he has all that, and nothing to downplay the man, but I mean, he grew up in such a time where alcohol and cigarettes, that was the cool thing to do. I mean, if you're older, that's understood. I feel like we all have been part of some type of community where you're removed from said community if you don't do what they do. So, after smoking all them years, it took him almost dying to do that. And then, I mean, after that, the next venture was he loves sugar. He loves sweets. So he gave himself diabetes type 2, and he almost died on that too. His blood sugar was like 580 to 600. And that was another time. And then COVID would be the time in April, and he just got out the hospital last week again. Not COVID related, but kind of COVID related. So I'll jump back and forth here. When he got COVID, apparently he got a stroke, a mini stroke. right here in his brain. So that messed up his mobility. And he went to Aurora Medical, and that's off of Potomac in Aurora. And he didn't tell me, because at this point we kind of went back and forth, because I've already cried to him numerous times to not treat himself a certain way, because how he treated himself growing up was that he had to beat himself up. Like, he wasn't able to work where he wanted to work, because I mean, he always blamed me for us not living a better lifestyle because I didn't speak up against my mother. So he always blamed me, and he kind of beat himself up that he wasn't where he was supposed to. He went to Cal Berkeley. He played football on a full ride scholarship. He got in a motorcycle accident, and his life was taken away from him in terms of, he wanted to go to the Packers or Raiders. So he had to come back here to take care of my grandpa Leon and my grandma Rose. And, he always blamed himself. So he would go drink and go around the wrong crowds. I mean, I even had to be his parent at times and tell him, like, you shouldn't be going and hanging around these people that don't want to see you do better than them. Because, I mean, at this point, he worked at Storage Tech before it got acquired by Sun Microsystems, and he lost his job back in 2009 because of the recession. And so he would go and drink, he would drink it out. And I would have to tell him, after a whole day of drinking, like, he'd come home just feeling bad. There's times it was mostly aggressive, but there was a few times he'd come back just feeling sorry for himself. And I was like, you can't go to these places where people are coming together because misery likes company. You can't go to these places and expect these people to not want the same thing that they're experiencing as well. But, that went from when I was a little kid, till late. Before I moved out. And so we weren't really talking, because I was like, you're drinking. Sure, you're not drinking a bottle of alcohol in the morning, like a whole fifth, right? But you're still drinking a couple, 2-3 shots a day. Dude would lie to me in the morning and say he's going to the post office and come back 4 hours later drunk. You know what I'm saying? I'd always have to go to the store back when he had the 2007 Jeep Cherokee. And when I was able to drive, I would have to go to the store to get some candy bars for dude, if not candy bars, some pie, some cake. So, it's no wonder he got diabetes type 2. So after that, he had a point where he had a doctor and told him, like, he could heal it up if he's really serious about, here, I got our cat kind of locked up because she was being loud earlier. So let me let her out real quick. Well, actually, let me feed her if you don't mind on that. Cut on the light here. Appreciate your patience on that. Just haven't fed her breakfast yet. Yeah, that's the cat. If you could see her, she's healthy. I put her in the hospital before, and you can see my review on there's an animal hospital off of 44th Kipling. And I left my review on there for Lay on the Pedal. You'll be able to see that, as well as a couple other places. Excuse me. But she's healthy and doing well. And that's like, if you see my finger here, that's why that's bigger versus this one. But essentially, that's when I was working at Twilio, and I was on chats that day. And I'm not excusing what I did, and I'm gonna get back to COVID, but I'm just talking about it real quick. Just kind of because, I'm technically her parent. So, I don't want it to sound like I don't understand my father, you know what I'm saying? Because I grew up, our ancestors came from slavery. And I grew up on discipline, like physical discipline is the way to raise anything. So, even the animal, I didn't feel like that was, far from that. I'm like, that's a kid, if a kid acts up, you whip it, you physically do what you got to do. You're talking to something. My pops used to tag me up all the time. There's times I couldn't go to school because I had a bloody nose or some marks on my face. And I hit him in the face. And a lot of people don't know what it's like to have to actually sleep with one eye open. because dude would try to creep on me, and I'd have to wake up, and like there's a little table in the middle of us, and we would just kind of be going like this, and he would kind of grasp for me. I mean, a lot of people don't know what that's like. So I mean, honestly, I only got my and Bandit's my other one, my ex-fiance and her family, and I'll get into that later. I'll preface that by no one's gonna dirty my name because I'm gonna do it first. And I mean, it's not even dirty. I'm just coming to you as a human. Like, I mean, I'm not perfect. But you know, I've had there's been times I've been with roommates with people and they had animals and I never touched them versus when I have my own. You know, Bandit was a dog and I whipped his ass a lot too. And you know, when he got frustrated and bit me, I got even more mad. And I had to control myself because I took anger management, and I'll get into that later too. But I mean, you put somebody that's so in this society, in this system, and this is tying back to my father. You put, especially black men, you put them in this system where you're squeezing them, which is ironic because I squeezed Hobby almost to death in habanero, and that's why she was in the hospital. But again, she's healthy now. But the point is, like, you squeeze somebody so much to where they finally pop and that anger goes somewhere, you know, like, and it's regardless of some people could call me an animal abuser. I've abused in general. I've abused myself. Like I've cut myself. Like I sawed my leg, you know, I've pointed a knife at my chest. Like I could take the gun and point it here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to pull the trigger, but I mean, just for, you know, effect, it's not even loaded anyway. But I mean, if I did this, that's what, you know, some people do that every day and nobody talks about it. People jump off of bridges. People don't have people to talk to. And that's why I'm a life doctor and coach. Like, that's why I'm trying to do that. And I've done it. There's people that have wanted to commit suicide that I had to prevent from committing suicide. I've done that numerous times. Did I get a thank you years later? No. Sometimes I don't even get a thank you at the moment, but their life to me is more valuable than that. But like I said, you know, you get squeezed so much to where that anger that has no type of character, it isn't going to discriminate. Anger doesn't care if it's a TV that you throw the remote into. It doesn't care that it's an animal. It doesn't care that it's another human. It doesn't care that it's yourself. If you have that anger that's not dealt with in the right way, it's going to go to whatever's there. And is that an excuse? No, but it's what happens. So I tied that into that because I don't want it to sound like I'm disrespecting my father. I wouldn't be where I am without a male role model like that. Regardless whether it was imperfect or not, I wouldn't be where I am. So I want to give him that respect there. In the same breath, I predicted he was going to be in the hospital. I didn't know it was going to be the COVID until like we started hearing more back in January and even like late December, early January about COVID coming around, especially January. And I told him he was driving a cab. He drives a cab for people with diabetics that he takes them to what are those places called? Dialysis. He takes people that can't walk and things of that nature. So he went. So I told me and my girl told him like, hey, you should be careful because you might get it. And me on top of already like where I was already with him and his existing health conditions, high blood pressure, diabetes, you know, all that. And it was just like, you know, I just had a funny feeling. And next thing you know, he has it. And from that point, I was working in Twilio and I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Because it's like at this point, he's in the hospital. He didn't tell. I had to find out through Tri-County State. They told me. My pops didn't tell me he had COVID. I found out through someone I didn't even know. Then I call, see where he's at, and I call them, and they tell me, yeah, he's in ICU. He's on 80% oxygen. Dude was near death. He was in ICU for 11 out of 17 days. And then the other 8 of those days, he was in the regular gym med. But that hospital, he went to Aurora Medical once, and that's when he blew his blood vessel because he was smoking for the first time. So it wasn't my first go around with Aurora Medical. But I'm not the only one to say it, but they treat people like garbage there. They treat people like garbage. And with that first wave of COVID, I don't think you need me to tell you, but they were labeling people as just dead from COVID without even seeing like, okay, maybe it caused something with the lungs to happen. Maybe it caused something with the heart to happen. So they told him, they had a body bag for him. And my eyes are going to kind of be, because I'm watching her. Sometimes she gets into stuff. But they told him they had a body bag waiting for him in the basement. They told him that. And like with him being diabetic, like his medicine, I'm not a master on diabetics, my ex, when I was in high school, had diabetes type 1. I know the difference between type 1 and type 2, and I kind of know what to do, if there's a kind of a lack of blood sugar attack. Excuse me. But in terms, metformin, I believe, is one of the drugs, and Lyprinus, I don't know how to pronounce it. Anywho, call-ins are accepted for anyone live anyway. Please don't call my number with some BS. If you want to talk live, I'll put you on speaker. Please feel free to use the chats if you just want to stay how you are. That's fine too. No disrespect on that. But yeah, they weren't giving him his medicine. I mean, I had to fight just to get an update. I feel like, and this goes to kind of everywhere in general, which is why I'm fighting for reviews and testing in general, is because we all have a right to review and test services. And it's just like, we all need to be where we want to be anyway. For example, a lot of people at Aurora Medical, they've hired outside of the country. They go to like Pima Medical, which nothing against Pima, but they get lesser educations. Concord, they go to Concord, they get lesser educations than if they were at a university, actual medical university that it has that hands-on. And even more than that, let's go deeper than that. If you don't truly want to help people, you shouldn't be in the field of serving people. Because I had to fight just to get an update. It's bad enough I couldn't see my father when he's up in there. And at this point, I was with Amway Worldwide Communicate. On top of working at Twilio, on top of trying to split halfway between me and my roommate, which is my girlfriend. And then beyond that, trying to build my brand at the same time. And then now he's in the hospital. Not to mention, like, Kabi just got out the hospital, which was my bad. And all this stuff was going on already. So when he went in there, it's like I had to start figuring stuff out. I had to call Xfinity, which was that's the internet I'm on too. I had to call Xfinity to get them to shut it off temporarily. I had to pay his rent for a while. Like I took care of that. I had to, I paid what utilities he had. I had to call T-Mobile so they could pause it. And that threw kind of a monkey wrench. Not only that, but seeing how people were treated across the world. And just like I was already struggling to make, the only reason I built my credit to 794 is because I was bridging that line of debt, and that line of debt credit, as well as barely sustaining. I made $40K, which is better than most, but in Denver, Colorado, where rent is average $1,500. On top of trying to, build your brand and do stuff. So, I mean, honestly, for me, I had no choice but to jump into lay on the pedal all the way. And fortunately, Twilio, I'll talk about the whole dispute there, but I already was experiencing some bad stuff with them. Not necessarily Twilio as a whole, but when they acquired SendGrid on the SendGrid side, there was a lot of stuff, and I'll get into that later, but I experienced racism, stereotyping, and different forms of segregation. I definitely experienced that, and I heard people talk about that. So me being accused of sexual harassment from giving hugs, which I mean, I feel like you should hold your own boundaries in the first place. And again, I couldn't change my name if I had that on my record. And which is why it took me also so long to admit I was solely polyamorous, because it's like there's so many false accusations out here. But you have that going on. I didn't feel safe going to work. So at this point, I'm working at home. Even before COVID got heavy, I was already working at home. So I already had that dynamic going for me. People already didn't trust me because I was trying to, do stuff that other people weren't doing, even, because I'm operating on behalf of my company, not on the behalf of my position, which was support, although they labeled it as associate support engineer. So I'm already feeling discriminated against. It took them 2 months to escalate my claim, and they still didn't find anything. The only thing they found was there was an actual legal problem with the divide between SendGrid and Twilio. So I wasn't being taken seriously with that or with my struggle. And I had a lead that honestly, I'm not going to say he's racist, but he didn't understand. He laughed at me. And when I talked about the problems that Black people go through, he laughed at, he didn't take that serious. So I already have that going on. I'm already fighting. I'm already putting my livelihood on the line to fight. And just to make sure everyone has a voice. Some people were getting paid more on the Twilio side. I was getting paid more. I was getting paid $40K, whereas some people were only getting paid $35K. And I never told them where I found out that information from, but I'm like, I'm not going to snitch directly on people, but I don't like that because I worked at Floor and Decor where I made what was that? I believe I was at 13 an hour, 13 or I might have been at 15. Let me see. Give me just a second. I apologize. I was 13 to 15. But either way, the person that came on the team, I believe I was 15. The person that came on the team was hired at 18. And that's me busting my butt for them. I was working in the pro department. And give me just a second. I was working at the pro department and I tried talking to my manager at the time to give me a raise. Just because I've been putting in work and I was hustling, and it happens to people. I've been on the other end of that where somebody just comes in and they're making more than me and I'm training them, and that happens to a lot of people. And I didn't want to be on the other side being at Twilio. I didn't want to make more than somebody that's been there for years. So I got beat up for that too. I noticed that our customers were hurting because there was a lot of language barriers, and we were short-staffed. You would think that a lot of these tech companies have a lot more people than they actually do. There's about maybe 15 of us holding it down for a whole company for support on the email side. I mean, a lot of us had to, if it weren't for Text Expander, if it weren't for PDF Pen, give me a second. If it weren't for these things, then what's up, girl? What you doing? If it wasn't for these things, we wouldn't have made it. Like, we wouldn't have been able to push out those tickets. And I actually fought for that because they wanted 500 tickets and you had to get a certain score of 24. That wasn't even fair. They just voted. It didn't matter if you weren't the problem as an agent or not. It didn't matter. If you got a negative score, and I told them there's racism going on in support too. If you see a support agent with a Black name, you don't think they get treated different than somebody with a white name? So I'm dealing with people trying to get me in trouble because I'm not performing right, customer satisfaction wise. But literally, I look at my answers compared to someone else's answers, and they're similar. I hear numerous black people that have left, and even other people that have left because you have the stereotypical kind of tech environment that's like, hey, if you're not part of the clique, you're already pushed out. So that's one facet. You have the racist facet, and then you have the stereotypical and segregation of being acquired. Just so you have all this intersectionality. So I'm working at home by myself, so I'm dealing with that. And then now my father just went to the hospital. So I got to worry about that on top of that. So they gave me 3 weeks, which is great. But it's like, I still can't afford stuff. You gave me 3 weeks off paid, but I can't afford to pay for my father. and do everything that I'm doing right now on top of worrying about the stress of y'all like trying to get me out of there because I messed up the culture, because I wanted to fight for people on a larger scale versus just doing it myself. I feel like a lot of people fail to understand that it's easy for me to kiss someone's ass. It's easy to do that. It's easy to fuck someone else over for a position. That's not hard for me to do. I don't feel like that's hard for anyone to do. To take credit for ideas that weren't yours. I presented a lot of ideas that got jacked from, and other people got the credit. I watched somebody that was Hispanic. He came up with, they made a new billing department. He was responsible for creating the skeleton in which they operated off of to create the billing department. And guess who didn't get hired when the billing department was started? And they still pointed at him to create more. This isn't just black and white. And I mean, this is across the world that we're being, and why I'm relating this to COVID is because it's not just COVID. There's something else going on. And we know what's going on. It's being used as control, but this has been going on since the beginning of time, where it's the elites versus the middle class versus the low class. And now it's, it's the elites. It's the elites versus everybody. And which is why I'm so serious about, sure, Black lives do matter. And I do operate on the true version. But like I said, and I will continue to stress, it is more about using that momentum to bring everyone together, because they want us divided right now. And it is working. They want us distracted. Some important documentaries I feel that people should watch are Out of the Shadows documentary and the Social Dilemma documentary, because that talks about that things aren't what they've been made to be. How my father was treated in that hospital, I wouldn't want, and it wasn't just mine. I'm incredibly blessed my father made it out of there. I'm incredibly blessed. He told me stories about people screaming and yelling just because they're being mistreated, on top of you can't even see anybody. The food is garbage there. Dude lost so much weight, and it's just, it hurts. It hurts. I really wanted to go after Aurora Medical, and honestly, if I wasn't a certain way, I would go after them in court. I was not happy. I mean, they made him walk down the stairs. We lived in the Fort Heather Ridge Apartments, which is the sanctuary now. That's 2383 South Fawn Way, apartment 403, which is the 4th floor. They made him walk down the stairs when he had COVID and could barely walk. The ambulance made him walk down the stairs. And we have an elevator. It's one thing if we didn't have an elevator or it wasn't working. It worked just fine. They made him walk down the stairs. No one called me from the hospital when he was in the hospital. I had to call them. And granted, after I called them, that's when they called me. And even then, I still had to fight just to get an update on how he's doing. I had to nearly get mad for a lady to tell me when they were going to transfer him from ICU to general. No one called me when he got out of the hospital. So I'm dealing with all this stuff, and I'm also legally changing my name at the same time. So I'm doing all of this stuff. And when I get back to work, they have the nerve to ask me, why am I not doing my job more efficiently? And why am I not working with them? When it's like, no one asked how my father was. Nobody knew that dude almost died. Nobody asked. Because I was also, at this point in time, there was a employee performance review. Now, with the situation with me and my manager, who are they going to believe, me or the manager? They believe the manager. I told my human resources person which I already established with him the problem. She left when she had my case, which she reached out to me, which is great, to let me know she was leaving, but she left. And I told human resources that, hey, my money, the raise that I should be getting, at least not only to sustain my level of life, but what I'm going through, I'm trying to do it the legitimate way. But he's messing with my money. I don't feel comfortable with him overseeing my performance review. They didn't help me there. So guess what? He said that I didn't perform right. And I mean, there's two sides to every story, three when the truth gets told. I'll tell you what my faults were. I jumped the gun sometimes because customers, when I was an agent, I got frustrated because there's language barriers that they didn't care to address. We have trends, which, by the way, if you have an issue with a tech company, if you don't have money attached to your name and the issue's not big enough in terms of data, it won't get fixed. It could literally just sit there. So I'm frustrated with how we're treating customers. I'm frustrated with how I'm getting treated by customers. I'm frustrated with how my colleagues are getting treated. I'm frustrated with how they're treating me. I'm frustrated that I'm getting stuff of being, sexually deviant, or when I'm making banter with other people that don't even work for Twilio. Because I mean, people would come from downstairs, and it was Malaya and Maria, and we would do banter. They would, put our we got fruit in the morning and oatmeal, which I'm incredibly blessed for. That's dope. They would do that, and I would just let them know they're appreciated and go back and forth. One of them was cool with hugging me, the other one wasn't, and I just gave her stuff, banter. We do it every morning. I gave her banter for not doing that. We were still cool. Apparently, someone went to HR and said that I was, being aggressive. It's none of your business, number one. And plus, you're going to do that one morning. And then, the whole sexual assault or inappropriate stuff, which my lead had the nerve to yell at me for. I came and saw people giving each other dap, which I had white leads give everyone dap on the team. But when I did the same thing, I made certain people uncomfortable. Honestly, it was the women on the team. There's a couple women on the team. And even further more than that, hate to say it, but honestly, I feel a lot of that stuff happens when you're attractive, because I am attractive, and you turn someone on, and because I'm a classy dude. I'm a charming dude. I'm personable. You could ask anybody. Again, I don't have anything on my record ever of touching somebody inappropriately. But no one could tell me to my face. Because another example is I worked at King Supers, and there's two women that, it is a transfer of energy. So I completely understand people that don't want to touch people. And you're talking to a victim of sexual assault myself. I got touched by two boys when I was a kid. So I get it. And especially seeing Emmett Till and all that stuff, all these situations of people being falsely accused and whatnot. Anywho, let's just say I get it. But when I worked at King Supers, they didn't want to be touched. So I asked them if they're cool with DAP. They were cool with DAP. So I gave them DAP. From that point, when I gave them DAP, after, because I went from store to store. When I was about to leave the store, guess what? They gave me a hug because I respected their boundaries. Funny how that works. You tell me what your boundary is, and I respect it. And guess what? I ended up getting a hug. Even if we're going to go on a personal level, I respected boundaries, and I ended up getting what biologically I wanted, vice versa. But yeah, I'm dealing with that at the place I'm working. And then they're going to have the nerve not to ask me how my father's doing, and just expect more and more and more from me, pushing out for agent support. And I did have a meeting with the CEO and a couple of African Americans on the community the next day. I decided to quit that day because I still wasn't getting taken seriously. And a lot of people would ask me, why did you just quit? That's why I don't normally just quit out of nowhere, especially out of a good job that did have good benefits. But it's not about a good job with good benefits. It's not about that. It's about how are you treating me as a person? How are you caring about my life? And it's something I've seen many times where I've worked. But let's get back to the COVID for now directly. So my pops gets out. I have to, if it's not me, thank God my brother was able to at times. But I live in Westminster. He lives in Aurora still. That's a 30-minute drive. So I would have to drive out there to take care of him. There was times where his physical therapist needed somebody to unlock the door so she could go up there. And I mean, he didn't have insurance at the time, so it was just like the first couple of times she came over, honestly, as a courtesy, because she wasn't even supposed to be there beyond the first time. But someone had to be over there in the morning. Somebody had to go take care of him. Somebody had to go get him his groceries when my brother couldn't do it. On top of me changing my name legally, there was no way I was going to be able to do that working full time there. And they needed me full time there. They didn't appreciate me, so I quit. That's what happened with that. So he's healing slow. We go to integrated medicine down there in Lone Tree, which no one caught that he had a stroke here. This is unknown knowledge. He's just, and of course, a lot of stuff is still unknown. But they didn't see that he had the little stroke here in his motor function part of his brain. And, at this point, I'm still taking him. And then he's slowly trying to get better. He was on oxygen. They sent him home on oxygen, which, I mean, they barely did that. Which my pops called him rather than me. And they didn't have oxygen waiting for him. So they had to, and he had to wait like 2 hours for them to bring a tank of oxygen. Dude almost ran out of oxygen at home, and they brought him some more finally. And they had him on the big green tanks, as well as the blue. There's another, kind of a blue container that for oxygen they had on them too. And I know some of it was user error with the tank because he didn't know what he was doing, but still there should have been a better system for oxygen. Dude should not have almost ran out of oxygen on something that attacks the lungs, a virus that attacks the lungs. So yeah, we're going to this other doctor. He's slowly getting better. I'm trying to tell Pops he can't be eating bad. Same stuff I just told y'all about. We eventually get into it again because I tell him that what I've been doing for him, but I don't want your money back because I felt like at this point, this is when I went in with all in on lay on the pedal. I got nice clothes. You know what I'm saying? I got, at this point, I'm getting my business cards. I already got my business cards going. At this point, I was with Amway at the time. And I'm trying to canvas for business, which is kind of hard during COVID times where you're supposed to social distance and have a mask on. So I'm trying to canvas. I'm trying to talk to people, for business on both ends. Like, listen, I could give you a verse. I could DJ your stuff. Like, here's my card. It's hard to explain what I do in 5 minutes. I can't explain what I do in 5 minutes. I can't do it because I do so much. So I try to do that. On the other end, I have my own personal store, which I'm trying to use as leverage because I'm going around at this point I've talked to all the places. I went to the places I worked at previously. I went to Faison, King Supers. I've sent some emails out for partnership, collaboration. Hey, I've come up. I've made my own business and brand. Can we work together? I put time into your business. Can you put time back into me? Like you're talking to somebody like, you should see on my website again, but in case, you're too busy, which is fine. At McDonald's, I met the president of McDonald's back in 2014. And I took a picture of him, and that's what that picture is with us, our arms over each other. And I didn't get that for nothing. I got that because I got so many customer service compliments. You think that would go somewhere? No. King Supers, there's a kind of struggle with them because they wanted me. I was a courtesy clerk. I was a general merchandise worker. I was grocery, all purpose. I went from pushing carts to stocking, tampons to throwing dog food and litter while going to school at the same time. I went to Community College of Aurora and Red Rocks Community College. And Community College of Aurora, I got the Student Success Award. And that's after I flunked out in 2013. I went back and got A's and did my thing. And Dr. Brandon Williams, thank you very much. That's my teacher that put me for that award. I go to Red Rocks, and I mean, despite me and my ex breaking up when we did, and I'm just going to brush over it, I got the National Society of Leadership and Success Award. So college experience on top of those acknowledgments, on top of my job experience in general, on top of where I've gone to school, which is Overland High School, which was 5A. So I've been educated. I was a part of Advancement via Individual Determination, which is AVID. I was part of the STEM program, which I didn't get into because of self-hatred. And plus, I didn't like hearing stories at Colorado School of Mines. Not only is the really high suicidal rate, I don't know if y'all know that, but very high suicidal rate. Moreover, that if you do graduate, sure, they come looking for you. But if they find out that you have a little video of you doing something that they don't like, you don't get the job. And I'm like, I didn't go to school with the suicidal rate high, has a course load that is ridiculous, sacrificing my life so you could look at a little video from my Facebook way back then and determine that I'm not good enough for your job when I'm still working for someone else's dream. That's not up to you. And you act like you don't have any demons. That's my problem with a lot of these jobs, is you act like people don't exist. I was tired of being treated like my job. And that's what I kept getting told when I was presented, that you being an owner at Twilio was the way to go. So I was the owner, and look what happened. People that weren't owners ostracized me and pushed me from my job. I kept getting, it's cool what you're doing, but you're just a support agent. That's your job. That's what you were hired as. Play your role. And it's not just my story. That's so many other people's stories. They don't care that you have a hobby on the side. They could front like that. They don't care that your family's sick. But we have so many people that want to kiss other people's ass. You got so many people that want to stroke whatever to get to certain positions when you're selling out not only yourself, but your family. You can't even see your family. There's people that have people that are sick. And if I wasn't blessed and had a decent job that allowed me to get away, who knows? Who knows? And some people aren't fortunate like that. And let's bring in M-Way Worldwide and Communicate as well. I'm bringing y'all in right now with that because this is part of the COVID conversation. So this is my second time in M-Way Worldwide Communicate. That's considered to be another business which you don't have an EIN for, because the EIN is the actual business number, which is, my Lay on a Pedal business number. And then you have, you don't have an actual EIN, but it's treated as a business, which you still have to create another checking and savings account for. So this is my second go around. The first time was when I was with my ex-fiance. We joint applied for it. We got provision by Worldwide because it's different to be just part of M-Way versus being in the Worldwide group, Communicate and M-Way, because what it solidifies is that it's more of it's a system. If you utilize the Worldwide system, which is also doubled as kind of a provisioning service, if you will, to you're recruiting people to, do the same thing. And I'll get into why it's kind of seen as cultish later. I'll get into that. Is it a cult? No. But there are behaviors that I understand why people feel that way. So essentially, the first time we were promised we were going to get some advice with budgeting. At that point, my ex-fiance was on her credit card because we just moved out and I was working at King Supers. I wasn't making enough money to utilize the system. So she was one in the front and put it on her credit card. And she had, 20K saved up. And the guy that I am, I'm not going to use the money that you worked hard to save up. That's not me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So, but we were promised not only mentorship, because he found me at King Supers. That's when I was working overnights when I was at Ohio and Colorado. That's store, 20, I think? I have it on the website. He found me there and saw, I was personable because I'm just that type of dude. So that's what I got. That's what enabled the first time to go. We met at a Starbucks. We talked. We decided to move forward. I talked to my ex-fiance at the time. And I was like, this is cool. I went to certain meetings and I'm not saying you have to be materialistic, but you go and see some diamond rings. You go and see some like real put together people. You're like, dang, I don't know too much about that, but you can't really front a big old diamond ring like that. You can't front being humble, making that much money. But the mentor I had, though he was cool, he's a white man. I'm a black man. There's a difference in how you coach somebody, whether you want to admit it or not. What you're used to for middle class, not saying he didn't have to work hard. And I'm not going to say that for any white people. I'm not saying no for anyone, that no one has to work hard. But I like to compare it to Gran Turismo, Ford, Mission 34, when you have to start like what is it? 270 seconds later than first place, and you still have to race and beat first place. That's what being oppressed is like. And that's across the board, whether you're LGBTQIA, whether you're any form of race that's lower, quote unquote, than white. That's what it feels like. So I'm like, when you promise me mentorship, you not only have to understand my situation, which is vastly different from yours. You're talking to somebody that came from areas of crime and drugs, that was in the system as a baby. My mom left me at child support registry and told me, hey, if your pops doesn't come and get you, like they called him and was like, hey, come and get your son or he's going to a foster home. You're talking to somebody like that. You're talking to somebody that was in special education classes, anger management classes, that got into hella fights, that's, abused various different things, abused drugs, abused alcohol, abused pornography, utilized various forms of escapism. Which, a lot of people wonder why don't you keep it real? A lot of people don't understand. If I were to keep it this real, that's how you get thrown in jail. That's how you get thrown in jail. That's how you get accused of rape. If I'm telling you I'm sexually attracted to multiple women, that's how you get accused of rape. That's how you get false accusations that you're the father of a kid that's not yours. That's how you get on the radar. You don't want to be on the radar when you have a brand to build like this. You don't want to be on the radar. So yes, you're going to be a double agent. Yes, you're going to go behind the backs of people and hush, like, hey, I'm showing you these cards, but I'm not going to tell you all the rest of the cards I have on the table because I know you're going to steal my idea. And if anyone wants to go back and hear the Twilio story again, that's what it is. You present an idea, people are like, oh, it's cool. And then they take the idea from themselves and get a promotion. It is what it is. And it's just more further bolstered when you're black. I've seen too many black men get influence and power that are torn down, whether it's by their own merit or not. Most cases, it's not. Most cases, it's okay. Where can we find some dirt that's going to scuff this person's image to where they're not going to be a huge influencer anymore? And guess what happens? The most recent case is Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion. I'm not taking sides, but Tory just got his master's back. As soon as that happened, guess what happens? Chris Brown, I'm not going to say who's right or wrong with him and Rihanna. What happens? Prince, what happens? Michael Jackson, what happens? How many Black leaders do we have to see get killed? And I'm like, what they did to them is not working on me. All right. But anyway, back to the first time at Amway, it's like, yes, you're gonna mentor me, coach me, teach me how to build an asset that can take care of my family if we were to continue to do it. The reason I broke off the first time, we kind of had an intervention because we never got that feedback on how to budget. We never got that. It was just like, okay, get these products and start doing your shit. Right? I wasn't having it because I was like, I'm not seeing the coaching. You're talking about the coaching. I'm doing it mostly for the coaching because I don't understand how to run my own business yet. I didn't know this was an option to have both time and money. I didn't think that was an option. So I broke it off because I was like, well, I'm not getting the coaching I want. You could have the diamond rings. You could have all this, the extra resources. But if you're not really coaching me, then what are we doing? So I always said throughout the years, like, hey, nothing against Amway Worldwide Communicate in general. I'm sure it works, and I hope the best for him. I hope he reaches his financial freedom. But that might not be the path for me. Fast forward, me and my ex-fiance broke up. I'll get into that later, but long story short, at least for now, we broke up because I revealed my pornography addiction, which is akin to my solo polyamory. And I had to choose an ultimatum basically between either I take the video down, which I mean, I put it up in the first place so I could be here today, mind you, to talk about various forms of escapism and to use my platform for other people. It was between that and living the white picket fence life with the family. I chose the former, and here we are. So the second time for Amway, long story short, it's the same thing. Not saying they didn't grow, but how are you gonna, at this time I had a white man and woman, you know, both of them provision me versus just the man doing it and then getting his wife involved later. It was both of them. They provisioned me. And I mean, there was a red flag. I mean, I asked them, is it Amway, which they kind of pushed off. And I was like, cool, it's fine. Let me try it again. The red flag I saw from the couple, I'm not going to mention their name, but when that was around when the hobby shush, that was around when the Colin Kaepernick stuff happened. And, you know, they didn't, and I understand the dude, he, I believe it was former Air Force. He's working a government job. So I understand the obligation you feel you need to have to this country. I definitely understand that. So he wasn't on Colin Kaepernick's side and didn't understand why he was kneeling. And a lot of people don't understand that. I mean, Colin used to sit, but he was told by another veteran, it's better if you kneel. So he started kneeling. So, I mean, at that point, that was already kind of a red flag that there's a difference of backgrounds here. There's a difference of understanding. Now, I could have brought it up there, but I figured, hey, it's not that big of a deal, right? Wrong. Fast forward, my mentorship, my line of mentorship, which I mean, that existed the time before, but I didn't last that long. I've been in it for another couple of years in my line of mentorship. I'm not going to say any names directly. Let's just say that someone upline from me's daughter just got Miss California Junior. I mean, Colorado, excuse me, Junior. That's all I'm going to say. You could do your research on that. And nothing against the man in general and his family. And I talked to him over the phone, and I asked him, like, well, I'm doing lay on the pedal on one end. Eventually it's going to have to meet because I'm a reviews and testing company. So I'm on behalf of you. So like it's either going to collide or we're going to power together through this. He was cool with it. He was like, just don't bring Amway Worldwide and Communicate inside it. And I'm like, at this point, COVID's going on, which let's backtrack a little bit. my upline, my second pair of upline, another white man and woman. I mean, my whole upline's white, except, the top tier where his wife is, I believe, Filipino, if not of just, Hawaiian descent. And it's just, you still don't understand. There's not black people in Mway Worldwide and Communicate. However, I'll say this and I'll stick by it. It's hard to stay truly black anywhere and get a position of power. Oprah, respect to her, but what she's been doing to black men, I haven't been fond of. Gayle King, same thing. I feel like you have to sell out your own people just to make it. And if not that, you have to act white to make it. I don't see a lot of black urban dudes that have come from where I've come from, dressed up, getting represented. I don't see a lot of that. And you hear my voice right now. I've had to edit my voice. Imagine if I start talking like this, right? Which, I do want to get back to that eventually. I may as well just start now. But if I talk like this in general, there's been so many people that look at me, right? I've been looked at as threatening. I'm 6'6", I'm black, I'm 6'6". And that with a deep voice, I'm seen as intimidating. I'm seen as threatening. So you have to talk lighter. You have to talk lighter in order to be seen as non-menacing. You have to talk intelligently. There's sometimes I just want to use slang. I don't want to sit here and use a tight vocabulary all the time. Sometimes I want to say slang too. But you're caught again in the middle between, okay, do I speak slang so I'm seen as cool? Or even just being chill and relating to the people? Or do I go ahead and talk intelligently? It just depends on the situation. But I shouldn't have to pick and choose based off of other people. That's not what it should be. So there's that going for me. When I have my upline, I asked them on a Twilio situation. I was like, okay, I'm experiencing this situation at work because it's the mentorship they provide, right? I was like, this situation is going on where they're treating me with racism, segregation. I'm fighting the upper tiers of the company. Can you give me some advice on what to do next? And I started before it even got heavy. Like, what should I do next? They can't mentor me because they've never been in that situation. They've never been in this situation. And honestly, the guy I was talking to, he had to leave corporate himself because he couldn't handle it anymore. And he asked for mentorship from another dude up top. What do I need to do to start my own trucking company so I don't have to work corporate in America anymore? But he never told me like, hey, that's what happened. And that's what I did. I got crickets on that. Every time I went to him, I got crickets. Every time when my pops got COVID and I asked the dude up top, hey, with you're retired, you're a higher tier, you're diamond, tell me what to do. I got crickets. Just that we're praying for you. My direct upline just told me, hey, stuff happens. Keep moving forward. I'm like, I'm struggling right now. Nobody help me. And all you could tell me is like the general move forward. I've been moving forward. I'm still moving forward. I'm right here. I'm right here. Give me just a sec. Go, please. Thank you. Her name's Habanero for a reason. I will say that. But I asked them for mentorship on what to do with my job. They don't give me any advice. So I'm forced to go all the way to the end where it's like now I'm ostracized from the community for doing what I had to do by myself anyway. So, Yes, at the end of the day, I'm here because of me, regardless, and that's my purpose, right? So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm ungrateful for that. But I'm not going to sit here and not point and look to who I've confided in and who I've trusted in to help me to make a calculated decision that did not help me. Because if they were to reach out to me and tell me what I should do, I wouldn't have been in a situation where I felt like quitting was the only option. So I quit, and then I asked, well, what's next? They don't tell me. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to apply for the trademark. I'm going to go ahead and just go all in. I have to. So the credit cards, I just waited to see. I waited to see if I was going to get any business loans and if I, was going to get anything for COVID related, which I did not. So I'm like, okay, obviously the system's not set up for me to succeed. So I have to sit there and lie as if I'm still working for Twilio to boost my credit up enough so I can buy these clothes and look good for once. Because I have two businesses I have to do. I have to do Amway with my store, and I have to do my own. I'm purchasing from my store, but that doesn't mean people are going to buy from you. And what time are we looking at now here? Thanks for your patience. So, I mean, that goes into reviews and testing anyway, which is the next hour. But you buy from your own store. We're just now getting into the point where they're getting more caught up. Usually it's person to person. You can't do anything online, which it makes sense. You don't want to dampen the integrity of your foundation by having people tweet about an opportunity. Okay. I'm not here to bash the opportunity that has been provided by Amway. Communicate worldwide, whatever. I'm cool with some of the products. Not even all of them are cool, which, I mean, you're underneath my review and testing company. But what I was trying to do is go around and canvas and ask people for partnerships and collaborations and different ways of communicating, because I was like, I don't want you to be against this, because we have this Black Lives Matter system. We have COVID. We're seeing how people are getting treated. We're seeing what's going on with division. Most people, and we have the division of like, is black versus everywhere else, right? But it's hard to find. As you can see, no one's really blasting me like the narrative. You see, no disrespect, but Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B with this WAP stuff, that's not what should be being pushed right now with like what's going on. I'm sorry. I mean, if you want a powerful female, like I said, Cornisha S. Lemon, check her out. That's like a spiritual sensei of mine. You have Sarak, which is a beautiful female MC. You got Left Eye. You got really powerful. You got a Rhapsody. You got really powerful women. Teyana Taylor. They're not being pushed, but Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion for Wet. You know what? That's being pushed. But you're not seeing this being pushed. You're not seeing somebody that actually worked and is not. I'm not saying they don't. And Megan Thee Stallion, I love that I love the relationship you have with your mother, and RIP. Like, no disrespect. I'm not trying to sit here and cause any waters. But what's being pushed from the Black community, which is what problem I have with this narrative of Black Lives Matter, not the true version. You keep hearing Black rappers talk about the same thing, pushing Ye, right? You hear about them shooting somebody. You hear about them promoting violence, which I understand why you feel like that. But that is not what we need right now. That's not what we need. We don't need to be pushing sex right now. If you have a platform on SNL, you shouldn't be intertwining that with sexual topics, because that is obvious and that's what they want. And that's what is causing confusion between other people supporting Black Lives Matter, because we have the ignorant point of view in the sense of like we all need to come together. It shouldn't be just black people, like black dudes talking about F everybody. We're going all in. You know what I'm saying? Like we're trying to take over. On the flip side, I'm tired myself of dealing with people that don't want to support me. Because you know what? Before I did this, I tried to talk to Mway Worldwide and communicate. And I tried telling them, hey, I'm in business with you right now. But there's issues going on that I don't hear y'all are standing up for. You could be the solution. But if you're not helping to address the problem, you're part of the problem, whether you like it or not. And that's beyond Mway. That's beyond Communicate. That's beyond Worldwide. That's beyond Canvas Credit Union, which we're in the reviews and testing. So I'm about to go hard on a lot of companies here. But I tried to warn y'all. I tried everything I could to be everywhere at once. And I tried talking to peers, people I've known. Hey, fight with me. Help me out. Because I'm seeing it's not even just in America, it's across the world. Like I talked about, where people are not they don't have a voice. You have different tiers. And if you're lower tier, if you work a field job, if you're a janitor, if you're a courtesy clerk, you don't get treated the same as if you're up here. If you were born into a little family that is royal, or you're in the Senate, because I took AP government. A lot of people don't know that. We were in the We the People Challenge. And we went to regionals. We went to state and lost to East High School, which they were killing it. But I took it there. I understand the executive, judicial, and legislative branches. House of Representatives, Senate, Congress. I'm educated, and that's what they don't want. They didn't want somebody like me getting here. My grandpa and grandma were limited to 8th grade and 6th grade educations, respectively. And if people don't want to believe that, let's just look at what it is right now. I went to a 5A school, and honestly, I took that for granted. I acknowledge that my teachers were generally better than most. But it took me, being with my girlfriend right now, she went to, I want to say, 3A, maybe? I'd have to ask her, but it definitely wasn't 5A. And it's just like, she was like, you're blessed to be in a 5A district, which makes sense. I mean, you think of sports, right? And I mean, go to Colorado. If you went to a 5A school, shoot, for education or sports, you had it made. I was able to be part of the STEM program, which was people don't understand. If I got good grades, I would have had a full ride to Colorado School of Mines. I was in the bridge program for Colorado School of Mines. I chose not to go because of what I said before, I'm not going to work that hard and be a part of a campus that's suicidal because they're treated like such objects, to where when they graduate, if you aren't their perfect person, you do not get a job opportunity. I'm not a fan of that. And for sports, and I'll talk about sports later, you're talking to an athlete. I didn't want to go and be at the top, which you're noticing now. A lot of people are boycotting a lot of professional athletes are boycotting who they're with because they're being treated like slaves versus players. They're making a team billions of dollars, but yet they don't have any say over when and how they could play, and they're forced to play in a pandemic. How does that make any sense? So when I ask certain companies, hey, I've been your person, like Canvas Credit Union, it's your turn. It's your turn. Let's go ahead and grab that paper. Let's grab that piece of paper. This little statement of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. My account number was 760-991. Again, 760-991 was my Lay on a Pedal account that y'all closed. because you rejected my request for partnership, collaboration, and sponsorship. But though Black Lives Matter, you say Black Lives Matter, but rejected my claims for that. You didn't push my situation for PPP loans, which, I mean, I got the emails. Honestly, for all these people and corporations, I got the emails and names. It's for you. I don't want to release your information because I got respect for your privacy. But if y'all want to test me, I'll release these emails. Like I said, you're talking to a person that is choosing. Like, I'm not doing it anymore after this week. But I'm here because I understand what the people are going through. I understand what it's like to get phone calls bombarded to your line because you can't afford to pay the bill for your credit card. I understand what it's like to get bombarded with text messages from Canvas Credit Union because you overdrafted, let's say anyway, that on the two other accounts that I had, that wasn't for, one was for the Amway business and the other one was just for a personal because I left Chase. I put a block on there that if I don't have the funds, don't pull from the account. Yet they still had me pull from the account, which I was overdrafted for. But you want your money back. For the PPP loans, you looked at all my stuff and determined I wasn't worthy for anything. It didn't matter about my credit. It didn't matter about the music I already had out underneath Lay on the Pedal. It doesn't matter that I'm a record label. It doesn't matter that I did traffic education and had videos posted up of me going to Wyoming to review their town. I still got videos I haven't put up yet of me canvassing 100 and Highway 121, Colorado, which is Wadsworth, seeing how bad CDOT programmed most of it. Because I went from all the way from Wadsworth and Watergate was that, which is right before the Lockheed Martin. I went all the way from there to I-70 and Wadsworth. And it took me a few days. And that was before my camera had enough life for me to go anywhere else. But I took that camera and went all there and actually analyzed everything. But I was like, you know what? So I can kind of stifle the releases, I'm going to go ahead and do Wyoming first on my smartphone. It didn't matter that I had that. It didn't matter that I had 2 remix tapes as a DJ. I remixed my tapes together. Because DJ artists, the music industry is screwed. It's fucked. Which is why I made myself a record label. Because DJs don't get the credit they deserve. But yes, I remixed my stuff using Audacity. And I made the remixes, which is now on my channel, Retrieval 2020. You have part 1, part 2, part 3. I tried to release those, at least the acapella, because I mean, my sound recording is copyrighted and that's my material. And a lot of people don't understand that that's my intellectual property. That's my story. I didn't just spit on it to spit on it. I told my story on those tapes. That's my life story. To the USPTO, that's my story. This is my life. This is my story. This isn't a game. And y'all need to catch up. Y'all want to talk about, well, and I'm going to bring Trademark Express in this too, because that's what I use to submit the trademarks. I went from, if anyone remembers my page before, it wasn't Lay on the Pedal. It was just Dr. Leon. At first, it was SS3K Goku, which is my tag for esports. Then I made another channel, and then, of course, that's when the unity of Google came in, and you can look it up. It says it's 3kgoku@gmail.com. That's what my Lay on the Pedal channel is made with. That's the email. And that's the basis I use to go to G Suite for my Lay on the Pedal domain. You go and look up my PSN, SS3K Goku. You try to find me on Clash Royale. That's SS3K Goku. Any other SS3K Goku is a fraud. Sorry. And then I changed my name to DJ Smoothie Blue, because I mean, I think my girl she would have forgot it, but we're on vacation and she gave me that name when she was drunk for Smoothie Blue. And I was like, you know what, that's a dope name. And she was talking about, she was drunk rambling like, hey, you remind me of somebody in the roaring 20s, that was smooth, and you're blue a lot. So I was like, that's G. So I remembered that. And she forgot she said it too, but it's like I give her the credit for it. But I always wanted a dope DJ name. So I remembered that and I coined it, you know what I'm saying? So I changed, that's why I have Dr. Leon hyphen DJ Smoothie Blue on both of those things. So I DJ'd the tape. I DJ'd the tapes. I remixed the tapes. I spit on it because I saw myself. I fit on it. I did the acapella version to show like that's my story. Eventually, I want to do a spiritual retake on that, showing it's still my story. The book series, when I was talking to Trademark Express, which I mean, I had to nearly cuss out the dude. I'm not going to say your name, my man, and I appreciate the $200 credit, but the thousands of dollars I spent there, which I mean, you say that is cheaper than going somewhere else, but the process with Trademark Express is they have systems that search your name to check it against existing trademarks to make sure that there's nothing conflicting. And that goes for, if you want to do a phrase, if you just have your brand, or if you do a logo. So you have different steps. The first step is just checking on a regular level to see if Lay on the Pedal is similar to any other like local businesses or whatnot. Then you check on it like on a national level. And you see like, is there anywhere, similar? And, there's a couple things similar, some bicycle companies. There's no disrespect, Steph on the Pedal, but you made your LLC after mine and you did all your stuff, which is dope. I'm with it. Support Steph on the Pedal. And I think that's dope too. But you made your LLC after me, and that's my whole life right there. So, I mean, if it comes to the point where I do have to like have a conversation with you, if you continue to try to like battle, and you are in the same state as me, which is kind of fishy, and you're a white woman, which I mean, it definitely could be just a coinky dink, but I don't know. I don't know, Steph. So that'll be my first kind of like jab at you. Like, by this point, you should understand that like Lay on the Pedal is a whole different movement. And there's nothing against your business, but if I catch you trying to, do your stuff, I'll have to do what I have to do. But no disrespect, keep doing your thing. But, you check on that stuff. And I mean, the reason why I had to push harder for the trademark is because I saw that, I was already, and everything just got expedited. I wanted to wait till I was like 30 something to really bring this stuff together, to use like Amway with the clientele I brought from Amway, which they didn't even, they never really answered that question completely. Let's say I build a diamond ship or above with Amway. If I decide I want to tackle the world and the issues going on in the world, are you going to strip my title from me? Are you going to strip my title and all of my accolades away? They never could give me a direct answer with that. And I mean, I know the answer now because they don't want to be associated, which you don't have a choice anymore. But you didn't want to be associated with anyone outside of that. And they always would say, well, we don't want to, people would come up with ideas, which I understand. The general person coming up with the idea for partnership, collaboration, and sponsorship generally doesn't have the accolades. But like I said, I could continue to go across the board with the accolades I have and show you that I'm more than qualified. But yet it's just they move the finish line. You get close, they move it. You get close, they move it. If people knew how much they had to know about you to not only change your name and to not only, trademark your brand, you would see why I'm out here like this right now. The only reason why my name's legally Dr. Leon now is because I honestly wanted to do Dr. Smoothie Blue Leon. But the reason why I couldn't do that is because like I was already trying to do doctor. So I feel anything that was gonna interfere with that would have been, deemed as, what's the terminology for it? Like, like I'm trying to play or something like that. But when I changed my name, I had 3 different things, which I'm going to review and test. Let's just go ahead into the government real quick, because I mean, that is USPTO, but let's go ahead with the government services. I live off of the edge in Westminster. I live off of West 90th Avenue, apartment 1137. I'm off the edge of Arvada, Westminster, and Broomfield. Right on the line there between Jefferson, Adams, and Broomfield counties. They deem my address as Broomfield, Colorado. So when I try to go get my name changed, it falls, since they deemed it as that, I went to Broomfield County courts. It took them, and that was back in, I started the process early April, but because of the whole COVID situation, actually March, I started in March, because of the whole COVID situation, they stopped doing certain stuff, and it was like I couldn't go in person. So eventually, a couple of women helped me out to ensure I could go in person, even though someone told me that I couldn't do it in person. They ran me around there. And then when I was able to finally go in person and submit my paperwork, my hearing was set for, my hearing was set for June. A couple days before that is when the judge finally picked up my case and said, well, hey, you're not in Broomfield, you're in Jefferson County. We're going to have to transfer your case. And I was like, why wait till now to do that? And then let's go ahead and bring Colorado fingerprinting in it too, and Identigo. So the process for me to change my name, what I had to do is you have to get cleared. Like, you can't have any type of record with federal or the state. So Federal Bureau of Investigation, they had to do a background check, a thorough background check. Colorado Bureau of Investigation, they had to do a thorough background check. I couldn't do the state level until the federal level came back clear. The federal level came back clear. I was able to use the state level to go and get fingerprints. Well, for the federal level, you had to go to USPS, United States Postal Service, and they had a digital fingerprint machine. So I did that which is ironically the Broomfield USPS. I did it there, and they sent that into the FBI. That came back clear. So then I was able to use the FBI research to go ahead. Honestly, I think I started this in February. I started the whole thing in February. And once that came back, I was able to do the more local version. So when I went to Colorado fingerprinting, the instructions weren't clear. And I'll blame both sides on this, but there's a certain, when you go on the state website and you talk about legal name change, you find when you go from there, if you go from Colorado fingerprinting, it's a little different. But when you go from there, you click on a couple things. You have 2 choices. You have Colorado fingerprinting or Identigo. I went Colorado fingerprinting. They talk about different venues that offer Colorado fingerprinting services. It's not the clearest it could be. It could be better. My first mind, to be fair, told me to go to Colorado fingerprinting. I did not, because they didn't have any same-day appointments. So one of the venues they still have on that, they still had it. It shouldn't even be there. And if I got lost, somebody else should get lost too. But they have, it was like Whiz Quiz or Wix Quiz out in Boulder, Colorado. They have that as a venue, which they primarily are there for drug testing. Like if you're on probation and you got to do a drug test to prove that you're clean. So I go there and they have the fingerprinting cards, and I had to, put my fingerprints on there and send the card. I was under the impression I needed to send my card physically to the CBI so then they could run it. I send it in physically. I have to send it back to CBI. They WizQuiz had to send it to Colorado Fingerprinting. Colorado Fingerprinting sent it back to me. Then I was supposed to mail it, but this is COVID time, so I can't go in person. I mail it from my house to CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Apparently, they don't do physical no more. It's digital only. So after about a week, they send my stuff back. And when they send my stuff back, they say, well, we can't process your payment and this. So you're going to have to do it again. So, I got into a little scuffle with the Carl Fingerprinting. There's a guy that, he kind of deemed me illiterate and inadequate because he was like, well, you shouldn't have gotten lost and you should have picked another option. But when I went to Identigo, it was a lot seamless. It was just like, okay, cool. You're doing it for legal name change. What are you changing it to? Cool. Here's some venues and locations. Set an appointment. I set an appointment. I went there. I went to the one off of Kipling and 49th, I believe, around there. And ironically enough, it was a woman that used to work for Colorado Fingerprinting, but said that they were pretty much all assholes. And she left and she's been happier ever since. And I did, and that was a digital fingerprint, and it got sent directly to CBI. They received it and it went through. So personally, I prefer Identigo over Colorado Fingerprinting for that. Then once you get clear from CBI, that's when you're able to go and set up those meetings. So because of the delay, this is where lockdown came in, and I was dealing with Broomfield County. So with Broomfield County, after all the back and forth, we're looking at this is around, again, the whole Twilio situation, and Pops almost got COVID at this point. I also asked for mentorship and support on that too, because I was like, I'm getting my name changed. I didn't get a congratulations. And honestly, I got treated as if I was less than, which I usually do for people for changing my name to doctor, because it's like I got tired of my name being disrespected. I got it changed to Devontae, and then it's like you can't even pronounce it right. And I don't blame my father for giving up, because my name is Deontay Leon Robinson, my former name, and my current brother's name is Aaron Akeem Robinson, but he gave up on pronouncing it how he wanted to in the first place. So of course I'm gonna give up, and then I try to fight for it. They wouldn't even write my name out right or do that, and that's the struggle a lot of people go through. And that's the only thing we have that's ours is our name. So I had to fight for myself on that. So I was like, you're gonna pronounce doctor right. I don't care. You're gonna pronounce doctor right. I don't care if you like that that's my first name now or not. Like, that's my first name. I'm a doctor first. It's funny, you would see how many people try to butcher it. Chase still has my name as Deontay in the system. Even though I went to the bank in person and asked them to change it to Dr. Leon, they still call me Deontay. Bank of America changed it from Dr. Leon to Leon because they don't want to call me doctor. Apparently, someone went in the back end in the government. I got a call for voting the other day, and they said, "Is this how do you pronounce? Is it Leon?" And I'm like, no, that's not how you pronounce it. I don't go by Leon or Leon. That's not my name. It's Dr. Leon. That's how you pronounce it. Because Leon the pedal comes from that. But I'm a doctor first. Life doctor, experience. I don't have no fucking medical certification. I don't need one. That's my name. And that we'll get into it why I was granted that in a minute. So yeah, that's why I started the process. So yeah, going back to the division, when they told me they had to switch it to Jefferson County, I was pretty pissed because I was like, at this point, I'm already, a few months deep into it. And, my pops already had COVID. I'm scrambling around at this point. And I'm also starting the trademark process. So, they say there's nothing they could do. You should talk to United States Postal Service and see if they could change it from being placed as Broomfield. So I go to their office. They say, well, it's out of our jurisdiction. It's a zone issue. So you got to talk to your county about that. I'm like, well, Broomfield just said they can't do anything. So, and y'all saying y'all can't do anything. Who can? And it's like, well, it's just the negative of being here in this location, and a lot of other people experience the same thing. So if anybody's trying to change their name in this area, you just go to Jefferson, because don't do Broomfield. So I put 3 choices, not only when I applied, because I had to do a separate application for Jefferson County. Thankfully, the fee didn't transfer. So I had 3 choices. I had Dr. Leon with the period. I had Dr. Leon with just DR from my former first and last name, Deonte Leon Robinson. Deonte Robinson's the DR, and then Leon, the middle name, former middle name. I had that. And then the last one was like written out Dr. Leon. And I put the second option because I figured the first and third ones weren't going to work, which is how I came. Because eventually when the hearing came, which is Thomas Vance, as you can see on the paperwork, well, he was like, so tell me more about the second option, because we can't do the first and third option because there's a clause it prevents for anyone defrauding the public. So tell me about the second option. And I was like, well, it's a combination of my name. And I told him how it was. And I started the interaction kind, but as you know, people take kindness for weakness, especially a Black man trying to change his name to Doctor. Like, come on. So I got firm, and I was like, at this point, I was contemplating dipping and going to New Zealand, which, I mean, they were trying to block out stuff anyway, but I was ready to dip from this country. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I told him, he was like, why should we change your name? And I was like, because I'm going to leave this country and I'm going to still change my name regardless. So, I got a service to do. I got a duty to do for our people. And I'm not going to sit from that until the job is done. So you could do what you want to do. But, with all due respect, Your Honor, not really up to you on that. And, because he didn't really care to hear about my mixtapes I've already released underneath, Dr. Leon at the time, because that's what's on streaming services right now, is you'll see Dr. Leon. And the reason why I even went to change my name too was because that's a more concrete way. There's actually another Dr. Leon in Africa. And you'll find on my YouTube, if I did my best to hide it, but it's not fair to him. But my stuff was combined with his when I released it via streaming media services. I think it's still that way on Tidal, and not Spotify. I think Apple and probably some other services too that I can't even they push it everywhere. But they bundled mine with his. So I was like, not only is this dude getting paid for my stuff, his image is on the front of my profile. So it's like, already I'm trying to fight for my name again. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna pronounce it how it's meant to be pronounced. And that's why, I changed it. But when I got the artist channel, they put him aside, and put him bundled underneath my account. And I was like, that's not fair. And that's why I wanted to relabel everything to who's viewing now. Thank you for your time. I'm in my reviews and testing segment right now. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna be here for a while. So, if you don't have enough time right now, please come back later. Getting back into it. That's why I renamed my projects Lay on the Pedal, is because I'm confused with the other artist. And it looks like I bit off of his material, because I could dig up old pictures back in the day of me. I always went like this to cover my face, but it looks like, and he does this in his in his cover. And it looks like I'm biting off the dude. It looks like I stole his name. It looks like I stole his identity. And that's not what I wanted. I was like, why do I have to try this hard just to find a name that I could call mine versus me having someone else's name? It's nothing to disrespect who I came from. But it's like, I just keep finding that they screw up my regular name, Deonte, into Deontay. Then they call me Beyonce. They call me Deani. They call me everything in the book besides my regular name. And that's still not how to pronounce it. Then when I try to have people pronounce it right, they don't know how to pronounce it right. And then I try to, start calling it, because I've been writing Doctor since I was a little kid. Even when my name was Devontae Robinson, I still wrote DR. but I didn't tell anybody that. And it's like, I knew of legends like Dr. Dre and Julius Irvin, Dr. J. I was like, I'm not going to sit here and call myself doctor for no reason. Like, I got to get my skill up. So I was like, okay, that means I got to fuse within myself, self-actualization. I gotta get myself in check in order for me to be worthy of this name. And when I called myself that, a lot of people, were like, it's cool, but we ain't really feeling it. So, my money's been affected because of streaming services. And then when I had gone through, because I went through CD Baby for distribution. When I distributed my name, I put in a request like, hey, I'm noticing my name is confused with this other artist. We are two separate artists, and this is hurting my brand because a lot of people are seeing that. And I mean, there's enough of people jacking everyone's stuff now. So I definitely understand the turnoff if people see that I'm associated with a whole nother artist that looks mad similar with the same name. It looks like I just jacked this dude that didn't have the opportunity to speak up. So it told me to, like, I had to change my name to go ahead and do that. So just because of my name, which is what it is in the first place, I was able to change it to Dr. Leon without the period, but I still put the period because I'm like, it's not up to you. And as you can see, all my stuff is out here. It's out here. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide with my brand, and I'll get into the brand too. So my name was finally changed. That's the first part of the battle. This is still during heavy COVID times for lockdowns. I still had to get my social security changed. I still had to get my license changed and my registration changed. So for my social security card, which they're so behind the times on, I went to the one off of Cherry and Superior, and they said that they're not taking, like, and this was across the state. They're like, and I'm pretty sure across the nation, but you have to mail in your driver's license and all your name change documents to it. It doesn't matter if I was outside. I couldn't just leave it in a bucket or anything like that. I had to go up the street to the USPS and mail my stuff in down the street. It was down the street, and I had to mail my stuff in. So that still took a few business days, not only for them to receive it and send it back, but to register that in the Social Security office. And I try to make sure that they put the acute E on there, but they said their systems aren't updated yet to be able to put an acute E. And I'm like, this is our government we're talking about. For me, going back and forth to different counties and jurisdictions, to going through the stuff with, CBI, this is our government, and they're behind the times. So I finally get my social security number. Now the time is for registration and driver's license. They had it on the website. It's going to take, it's all full. Book your appointment online only. It was full. And if it's full, you have to wait 2 weeks until a specific time on like Sunday at midnight or something to try to get another appointment. And I was like, I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. So I was like, if I get pulled over, then what? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get caught in some wonky stuff, especially with all this shooting stuff with police going on with black men. I'm good. Like, I'm trying to get this done. So I go over to the Adams County one off of Federal, and what is that? Almost 88th. And or is that 80th? It's around there for sure. It's closer to 88th, I think. And they were doing scheduled appointments as well. They weren't really doing in person. But it was like, I can't wait. Like, I got to get this stuff going, especially if I'm trying to, trademark Lay on the Pedo, since I'm trying to raise Steph on the Pedo to make sure she doesn't steal my shit. I got to, I'm already changing my name to make sure that I'm not confused with the other artist and he's not stealing my stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just all over the place. So I'm like, this has got to work. So I noticed certain people like would wait in line anyway. And it's like, you took a risk because if you didn't schedule an appointment, if someone missed their appointment or wasn't there on time, you might have the possibility of being snuck in. So I waited until one morning where I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and wait and hopefully I get in. I did get in. Thank you to the lady that let me in. and I got that done. And they don't even let you smile, which is, I don't like that for any DMV. Like, why can't you smile in a photo? I feel like that's already taken away. You already have a number assigned from birth for social security number. You already have a number assigned for your license. Get a passport, you already got a number on. It's like, at least let me smile. At least have a good camera, especially with everything out right now, to let me smile and let me show what I actually look like. But they're like, you could do a little smirk. So my photo, as you saw, it doesn't even look like I look different. And I've always looked different. I got caught before. Like, I was pretty much mad. I was neutral, but before that in high school, I think I was having a bad morning and he caught me right between the smile. So it looked like I was crying, like I broke up from somebody. And I mean, I've seen some other photos too, where it's just like they do people dirty with that. I'm like, that's not right. That's not right. So I finally get my driver's license, which, I mean, again, y'all need to update the whole system. We should be able to smile and have better photos. So the next part is registration, which is the more secure one, which is like, well, you have to set an appointment. But there's a location when I went out to Littleton off of Chatfield, and that's more by the, the rich neighborhoods. Everybody's working or chilling, one of the two. And it's not like over here where you got more of the, impoverished communities and things like that, where people, have time to go or whatnot. So I didn't set an appointment, and I just, I tried doing the Golden Office, Jefferson Place, the same place where I got my name changed. She was guarding the door. It wasn't happening. I thought about going to the one in Evergreen, but that's too far. So I was like, okay, Littleton it is. Thankfully, I think his name was John. Thank you, John, if that's your name, for letting me in. Come to find out, I get in. This dude looks at my title that I'm bringing in for Julia, which is the Nissan Altima on my website. And Canvas Credit Union, which was Public Service Credit Union, didn't do my title right. So I had to take the title, go back to the Canvas Credit Union office off of Bowles and Kipling, and they had to call corporate to make the title right. Thanks, Harris. I appreciate it, man. I'm trying, man. Like, and I've been out here, bro. I've been out here. Like, and they say Black Lives Matter, man. And I've been hustling, bro. I've been hustling. I've been around. I've been doing my thing, man. And it's not fair like they say it is. They try to say like, hey, if you keep doing your stuff. And honestly, I'm not making the big bucks, bro. I'm writing to you like I'm struggling to make rent next month because like nobody wants to pay me, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got all this stuff going on right now. And it's like, that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Not like you don't understand, and no disrespect, my man, but people don't understand. Like, I'm around everywhere, and I've been just seeing, because I got my stuff trademarked, and I showed the other person that's been watching. It's registered, like it's getting registered. I spent, how much money did I spend? Like upwards $3,000 to get this stuff done for all the different classes and all that. And I'm just waiting right now. But I kept that under wraps. And I've been going around for partnerships, collaboration, sponsorship, to try to see who's willing, what corporations, what companies are willing to partner with somebody like myself, especially with all this Black Lives Matter stuff going on right now. I'm like, okay, if you're truly supporting Black Lives Matter, then you should definitely be able to align yourself with someone like myself that has the credentials, that has the level of experience to back up what I'm saying, that has gone from different areas, from music to DJing to working customer service to working tech to working fast food, fast casual. And you should see my website in the description. But I've been doing it, man. I've been doing it, and it's just, I shouldn't be in this situation, but I'm proud to be in this situation because I'm humbly blessed. Because not a lot of people could tell you that. Not a lot of people could tell you that it's not what it seems to be up top. That, I've ran this little rat race they're trying to have people run. I've run the business race, both areas, in different areas that they try to front like it matters, and you have to do something. Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely, I could teach you a couple things for sure. My phone number is 720-251-6039. You can see that on my website. My email, let me just type my email right here for you. That's my email address. Go ahead and hit that up, man, and we could schedule a little something for you. The first consultation is free, no matter what. I'm here for y'all, the people, man. So, whatever you want to do, and yeah, hit me up, and we'll make it work. We'll schedule. If you like a phone call, if you like video chat, we'll work something out, and we'll see where we could get you at, bro. I appreciate your time for sure. Yeah, man. Back to the name change thing, man. Yeah, I went down there, and Canvas Credit Union messed up my stuff, so I had to go back to the branch off of Bowles and Kipling, and just to get my name, get the title recorrected, they had to call corporate and get it recorrected. And despite me paying for the car, and that's why Canvas Credit Union, like, I'm lighting you up. I can't help it. Like, I tried to warn you, but I gotta light you up on, Google, like Google reviews. You'll see my reviews in Colorado, but I'm gonna light them up, because it's just like, I tried every angle, and I paid y'all back. I did everything, and y'all keep acting like, we support Black Lives Matter and all that. I ain't seen it, and y'all just closed my business account. So I can't show you love anymore in the same way that you're not even showing me love at. But anywho, they fixed my car title, and I went back to the DMV, and they were able to change my name on there. So I finally got the legit title, which I thought I had all these years anyway, but I didn't. So there's that. And from that point, I just had to go everywhere trying to change my name. And places like Best Buy, for example, won't change my name. I've tried talking to them corporate. I've tried talking to them via email, chat, in person, over the phone. They say they're going to change my name. They don't. So if it's happening to me, I mean, I even talked to an employee. I went to the Best Buy out there in Boulder, Colorado, and I want to say that's like 26. And there's a person that got married, and he was changing his last name, and they wouldn't even change his own employee. Like, he's an employee, he won't even change his name. It's just crazy to me. But it's been a journey, just going around and seeing who's going to change my name and who's not. Who's going to help me and who's not. And I wouldn't tell these places that, my stuff is, in line for trademark. And it was just like, hey, it's just, I'm a businessman. I'm just, let's just see. No, bro. I was like, from McDonald's to Taco Bell to Elish Gardens to Faison Office Products, LGC to hospitality to it was Revolution Cleaners. I work customer service for dry cleaners. I went over to which is now Tide Cleaners, went over to Dish Network, went over to Faison, went over to Floor and Decor, asked Floor and Decor for partnership, nothing there. Even though I'm working there, my girl's working there, like nothing there. Twilio tried to get partnership from them, nothing. So Amway, Worldwide, Communicate, nothing. They at least changed my name, which I give them props on there, but most places have not changed my name. And if it's happening to me, it's happening to everyone else. So what's next in line, man? I think, and we could close off the Amway, Communicate, Worldwide situation. And, I tried talking to my mentors and was like, hey, y'all need to push, like, there's a situation going on with Black people and just people in general. There's like, y'all can't halfway be in this anymore. Like, because mostly what's going on with that situation is they want to establish it as if it's meant for everyone. Even back in the day, as I mentioned about me having to rely on my ex-fiance for the business expenses. Sure, it's versus the person that I know that owns a trucking company, and let's go for overhead for a regular business. Let's go with that. If we're going to go with a regular business, you think of overhead, it's thousands of dollars a month. You're not talking about utilities. You're not talking about leasing if you haven't bought the building. You're not talking about internet. You're not talking about what it costs to pay your employees. And for your fleet, that's thousands of dollars a month. So in terms of presenting that as, hey, when you look at having your own business versus an Amway business, sure, the upkeep for Communicate and Worldwide was about 100, and because it was 80, was it 85? I want to say 86.95 for Worldwide, and that's the training program. That's to have access to the training program, and then as well as to know when you got to go to the certain events like regionals and the really big events, which I encourage, because it was like a lot of people will pay for a concert but won't pay for somewhere where you're getting intellectual property. And I feel like no one could take you from this, regardless if I get any opportunities or not after this week. Regardless, you can't take this away. It doesn't matter if you take my stuff away. You could have all this, you could have everything I'm wearing, you could take it all. And I have this right here. I have my spirit. You can't take that away. But you have these events, and then you have Communicate, which is, I believe, $36.95, which is basically, it's an app that you can communicate with your upline, and you can get news about events and even ways to push your products, ways to help you be your own business person, right? So yeah, the upkeep on that, and then not to mention, you have your yearly fee, which is fine to keep your business going, and then you pay your IBOAI fee, which keeps the board making decisions for the whole organization. And I mean, they've been an organization for 60 plus years, and they have Nutrilite, which is the #1 product in the world for vitamins and supplements. And I've been taking it, and like it helps a lot. But it's one thing if you can't afford these products. They're geared towards middle class. And they're getting better, but they're geared towards middle class, where it's like you have to go and talk to somebody in a rich neighborhood, or that's middle class, for you to have enough money. A lot of people are blessed and could come into a job like that. But if you're used to support, bottom tier support, you're used to courtesy clerking, you got to do side hustles on top of your job. Not to mention, you still got to search for clientele. And this is not included racism and stereotypical behavior. They don't talk about that, because it's like, sure, I can go, which I have done. I could go to Park Meadows, which is by Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree, and Parker, and certain parts of Littleton. I can go over there, and Centennial. But if it's predominantly white and they are not used to seeing a man of my stature, excuse me, a man of my stature coming in there, talking to them, dressed up, and especially, I mean, a lot of people would look at this even, and I'll get into that. I know I keep pushing it off. I'll get into that shortly. But they look at that and they see that as a threat. A lot of people honestly don't want to see someone like me looking better than them. It's just, it is what it is. And it hurts me personally, because it's like, I'm not coming to you trying to make you less than. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to talk to you, to try to get you to invest in yourself. My problem with Amway, Worldwide, and Communicate isn't them themselves. It's the people inside. It's the people inside that make it seem cultish. And I said I was going to talk about that before, but with, it predominantly being white, and it really is the 1%. Because if you do it right, a lot of people, you get access to money you would have never had access for, but at what cost? You can't speak up. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, there's a black diamond up there. I ain't gonna say his name, and no disrespect, brother, but it's like, he doesn't talk with bass in his voice. He talks white. He has a white wife. You know what I'm saying? And I know like that's kind of hypocritical, because I mean, I've been told I talk white, but it's like I said, black men feel like they have to act white to get in a white position. To get to a status of elite, you have to presume that image. A lot of us forget we're animals. Like, you're not going to see somebody looking like me usually in the mall. And just because I have my own business doesn't mean people are going to buy from me. If there's a white doctor, no one's going to ask him where's your proof? You know what I'm saying? which is justifiable. I get it. Or when I have a business card, well, what do? It's on the business card. Like you see on my website, it says it right there. People want it like, well, what can you offer for free? I've offered a lot for free. I got all this stuff on my YouTube for free. I got certain stuff on the website for free. Honestly, everything I did before was a trial run underneath Lay on the Pedal. I don't care what anyone has to say on that. If y'all want to go to, again, if people want to go to Supreme Court, if y'all want, I'm tired of y'all sitting here acting like I'm not putting in work. That's not what I'm doing. I'm out here hustling. But you can't sit here and run away from a system that's not only broken, that was built off the backs of other people. This land is not even ours, honestly. Native Americans own, and Spaniards. Give the land back. Send us back home. It's like people need to get their hands off of Mother Nature, period. None of this it's all ours. And if someone's gonna claim it, it's not theirs. People don't realize all it takes is one international catastrophe to happen. We don't have internet no more. We don't have all the resources and material things that we have made to believe that we have access to. You ever go into the mountains, even during COVID times, they said if you get trapped in the mountains, you're on your own. And I mean, that's in general. You go somewhere where there's no communication, this planet has been here for eons. This planet could choose to get us out of here at any time. Dinosaurs, dodo birds, you name it, if we don't get it together, which is why I'm out here. But anywho, I could go to this mall. I could go to Cherry Creek. That's another rich neighborhood. I could go to Cherry Creek, which is around Cherry Hills and all that. And I could go into these stores. And I go into these stores. I go to Flatiron Mall. I go to all these places where, the idea of being rich has been presented. You see people driving Benzes, Audis, BMWs, Teslas, Maseratis, you know what I'm saying? And you go and you see the face of these people and they're not happy. They're not happy. They want to front like they're happy, but they're not. They're not happy. And I see that. And the disdain I get for, being dressed and for presenting myself as a businessman, for having a holder for business cards and having a good business card presented, for having materials and stuff together, from talking to the dealership. I haven't emailed Ferrari yet, but to the dealership of Ferrari in Littleton, Highlands Ranch, they don't want to see someone like myself coming in there asking for, hey, well, you should customize, this Ferrari. Cause I'm 6'6", man. Like I'm not gonna sit here and have my legs bent up to my chest and my head scrunched and to try to make it work. I want to fit like an actual race car driver fits, that is like 5'6" to 5'9", where you can fit comfortably and do what you have to do. That's what I want a car to be modeled after me for. And I feel like everyone should have, if you're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, even tens or 20s, thousands of dollars, you should have the opportunity to have something made for you. The reason, and a lot of, like a big reason for my credit card debt right now is because I had to redo my wardrobe to fit this businessman that has two businesses, to feel like I'm adequate, like not only feel like I'm adequate, but to actually present myself in a place where it's highly racist and stereotypical, and it's still segregated. They just don't want to say it, but to show that like I have my stuff together, and to try to get clientele, I have to do that. I have to look the part. Because I've tried canvassing just wearing a t-shirt. I've tried canvassing wearing jeans. It doesn't work. And people want to say this matters. It doesn't. I could take these out. I've gone out in so many different outfits. I could take these off. I could take this off. I could take this off. I could talk, hi, how you doing? I could talk real deep. I could talk with slang. I could talk intelligently, whatever you want to brand it. I've gone out there and I've seen the market, It is not equal. I am not treated like a human being. I'm treated with disrespect. I'm treated as if I'm worse for dressing better. When I dress worse, I'm treated better because I'm playing my part. But as a businessman, I don't get appreciated like that. How does that work? How are you supposed to advance in the society with that? And that's why I'm doing this whole week, is because I'm showing people like I put the work in, and I'll work you this whole week. I'll work these elites or whoever is controlling the puppet strings up top. I'll work you and show you that I'm doing way more than you're doing as a billionaire and trillionaire, and I'm way more relatable. And I know the struggle that people are facing. That is what a real leader looks like, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in this situation because I put everybody first. Could I have charged for my time a lot sooner? Yes. Could I have run over Billy Bob up the street? Could I have lied and cheated my way up to the top? Could I have utilized relationships and stolen off of people to do it? Yes, I could have. That's not hard to do. It's really not. But it's harder to have integrity. It's harder to actually admit your faults and to present yourself as personable. And if it takes me losing everything after this week, if that's what's in my path, then that's so be it. But nothing could ever take away the message I've done. Nothing could take away what I've built. Nothing will ever be able to do that. And I'm not going to have anybody claim my social, which again is 521-959-664. Nobody's going to steal my identity because I'm claiming it. And real quick, I know it's like lunchtime intermission, which I mean, I'm gonna keep it live, but just keep it up and running. But I'll get into this story real quick about this watch. I got a couple more gold chains too, but a lot of people that hate me for wearing this Rolex. It's not like 100% real because it's from Dubai. If you could see the green sticker, but I get a lot of hate just for wearing it. But a lot of people don't understand that this dude gave it to me. The only reason I have it is because I gave $1,400 of my money that I didn't really have when I was recording Retrieval 2. When I was about to go to the studio, this dude gave me his wedding ring. His wedding ring, just to fill up his gas tank. He had his family in the car. His wife was in the back seat with a couple kids. His other child was in the front seat. And he forgot his wallet and cards back at home. He's from Chicago. We were out there off of the Walmart, off of Colfax and Wadsworth. And I was just going in there to get some snacks before I went to the studio, which I went to Get Right Living Studios, I believe. Get Living Right or something like that. Get Right Living Studios. Forgive me on the name, but it's off of Kipling and Colfax. And I was going, recording that tape with who's Raj, engineer. He's a great engineer. We've had our issues, but overall, he's grown. Definitely give him some business if you're in the area. But yeah, I was about to record the tape. He was like, "Hey, I just need some gas." So I was like, "Cool." I went and filled up his tank with the Amway credit card. Might I add you? He saw I did that and was like, "Hey, I lost my stuff's back at home. I need to get home. Like, I'll give you not only my wedding ring, which I didn't want anyway. I didn't want his wedding ring because I'm like, that's honorable. That's your relationship. I don't want that." So for gold chains, man, he's like, "I'll give you this and this Rolly. If you got 15, 1600, I was like, honestly, my bank account only had like 15 something in it. And I was at Chase at the time. And I was like, that was savings. And that was finally the time where I was like able to at least put a little bit away. And I was working at Twilio at the time. And, he needed it. And I was like, I looked at those kids and his wife in the back and I was like, I'm doing it for them. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I'll talk about this too, because like one could really debate. Like, I mean, you giving $1,400 to a stranger, kind of crazy, right? But I withdraw from the account, and he gives me this, and a couple of gold chains and whatnot, and he kisses my hands and puts it to the sky and says, "Thank you, God. Thank you, Allah. Thank you." And holds my hands tight. And I'm like, that's priceless. I even felt weird, like not in a, disrespected way, but like, damn, I've never been appreciated like that, like in the sense of from another man, me giving them stuff, right? So after that happened, I mean, I didn't wear this for a long time because I didn't do it for that. I did it to get those kids home. I didn't do it for the gold chains and the wedding ring. I did that to get his kids home. But I started finding I was getting wrapped and finding out if this was real or not. And I was losing sight of why I did it in the first place. So, as you can see, this is the real Samsung S10. So, the universe responds to like what you send out. So if you continue to send out that you've been shysted, you actually eventually do, which I did. So this is like, you see this like case here for this S10 Plus, right? And, it's in the box. You got the materials with it, you know what I'm saying? But this is a counterfeit one. And I'll show you, you could take the, we could take the cover off on the dock here, if I could get a hold of it. I might not be able to do it like the other person did, but you could take the back off for sure. But either way, like S10 Plus won't have that. It has a similar design, but it's not going to look like that. If you could tell, the text is a bit different. They basically did it from an older phone and just put, I still know his name. I ain't going to say his name out of respect. Like a lot of people want to talk about snitch culture. It's like, I get it. Look where I grew up and like, the culture, man. I know about snitch culture, but a lot of people don't even want to snitch on themselves, right? And it's like, I'm not going to snitch on somebody that's trying to hustle. I see why he's trying to hustle. It sucks. And I even text them like, hey, man, we're both black men in America, bro. Like, you don't have to try to shice me, man. Like, I don't even I could take half the money back. If anything, I just like, I need it. At this time, I'm going through some stuff and I need this money. And I just can't get it off. But it's definitely fake. And I mean, if you don't want to take my word for it, I still got the note here from Rocio Perez. This is when I went to the AT&T off of Ohio and Havana. And I had her sign right here. But it showed like I took this phone into AT&T after purchasing from so-and-so on Craigslist. This phone is not a true S10 Plus Galaxy. Rocio verified this fake phone and she signed it. So it's like, and that's the universe for you. You go ahead and put out that you've been shysted or that you're going through a lot of stuff. And you're going through it. The universe is going to answer with it. And I ended up getting shysted. And that was a few months after this happened. Just a few months. Like around Black Friday, which I mean, I should review and test real quick too. The reason I got in that situation, I had an iPhone 7 Plus, and it was working just fine. And then there was a software update from Apple. As soon as I updated the phone, my speakers didn't work. I was unable to talk to someone. No one heard me, and like there's certain things I couldn't hear for audio. But it's like for the job I worked, I was like, I can't have a phone that doesn't work because I was at Twilio at the time. So it still like worked, like I could type and stuff, but I'm like, I need to talk on a phone. Like I can't not have that work. So I was with AT&T at the time, as you saw there. And I was, This was around Black Friday. So AT&T blocked out for Best Buy. They had a deal that if you just buy the phone unlocked, you could get it for like a few $100s cheaper. And I didn't want to go through Craigslist in the first place because I knew something was going to happen in general. So I was like, okay, if I can't do it through AT&T, because you had to have had to be under contract, and they weren't doing anything. They just blocked it out. Like, you couldn't even do it. So I tried to do unlocked. They still blocked it out. So I couldn't do it that way. And then I wasn't going to pay a few $100 more, but I ended up paying a total of $850 anyway, because I lost. Who is this, BB? If you're the one that's gonna report, you could report it. I mean, I have nothing to. Oh, okay, cool. I was like, it is what it is, man. But yeah, man. I tried to get the phone, and I ended up spending $850. And anyway, so I should have just, bit the bullet. And I was going on, what is Facebook's thing, offer up? And, I tried to do it through there. And I was like kind of back and forth between the dude I was going to buy it from and this other dude on offer up. And they both seem shysty, but either way, I put it out into the universe. And that's just my example of, if you put something bad out into the universe, it will find its way back to you. If you think your situation is bad, it's going to give you a bad situation to embrace, and I know we're not at that point yet where we're going to talk about, life doctor and coaching, the segment, but I just felt it was important to talk about that. So it's lunchtime. I'm really not going to eat anything because I had some bad food yesterday. So I'm probably going to make a tea, just bathroom break and things of that nature. Feel free to stay on. I'm gonna keep it live though. I'm not gonna end the live at the moment. I'll keep that going until 5 o'clock. But I'm gonna take a little breather, and we'll come back and keep talking about it. All right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I feel like I've been seeing that one this whole time, for the most part. So again, thank you. Regardless, I'm not asking for anything from you. If anything, if this was just, flooded into you for some knowledge, like I said, I'm doing this if I could do it for one person, I'm saying, just one person. If you're the only person that hears this whole week, or if this is the only day you decide to tap in, and you ended up doing something crazy with it, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I did what I had to do, man. Or woman, I don't know. I don't know who you are, but thank you regardless. So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and plug up, and I'll be back in a minute. I may still be in this, I may not. I think you get the point by now, but all right. Forgot my I'm gonna just chill out a little bit. I'll probably keep the vest on, throw some shorts on. You know what I'm saying? I think you get the point. But I think the rest of the stuff, I'm gonna just chill, man. You know, think put some shorts on. So.
was just like in it. I think you sounded like you were like.
Yeah. I think it's both. It is different. Yo. Appreciate your time. You coming in. We're on intermission right now, so if you got any questions, you could throw it in the chat. I was in the student side, but man, I'm chilling out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you get the point. But thanks for the time. Get you a snack. You know, chill out. Again, if you got some questions, shoot me a chat. You know, phone number 720-251-6039. If you just want to text, say what's up, cool. Got my email on my website. The email should be in the description. My website should be in the description. Go ahead and take a look. And, just thanks for your time anyway. Yo, thanks for your patience. Some more. I know it's still intermission and don't really have an agenda, but I'm kind of bored. But so a couple things already. Like I said, if Enway Worldwide and communicating on the right board, I still got it anyway, so I'm gonna review and test it. But this is body key and some mill replacement things I've been doing. You know, it's a little glass for it, and I got a little ball for the shaker cup. And I'm gonna go ahead and do some strawberry, but excuse me, it's a little 300 milliliters of water. I don't even think you can see that. Really some water spots for some dishwasher, but 230 calories per 2 scoops. You know, so it was the reason I was able to cut weight so quick. You know, and it's like, again, I don't have nothing against the products for Amway and nothing against them individually. It's good stuff, but it's just like you got to fix it up. Just like I don't have a vendetta against really any company as long as you're not hurting people and animals and bad for the ecosystem and killing bees and things like that. Then I mean, I have nothing really against you like that. For example, I enjoy going to Target, but at the end of the day, if you're going to be, I'm not saying this is Target, but for example, if Target was racist towards people or was, you know, putting people on their employees through a ton of stuff they don't need to go through, then that's another conversation. I don't, you know, I might like going to you, but I don't have to spend my money with you. And I feel like that's where so many places get it wrong. It's like you might like something, but if they're not going to appreciate your time or money, why are you going to continue to spend your currency with them? You know? So, you know, I decided to chill out, you know, like the profile picture being all dressed up and cool to go. And this first half of being all dressy, that should accomplish the point. I have no problem dressing up, but, you know, I don't feel like you have to own a business. You have to be dressed up all the time. All right. Excuse me. I got this fern right here, so I gotta sweep it up real quick, but I accidentally hit a lot of the leaves off. but personally, I do the milk. I used to do a lot of dairy milk, but these days I've been using Forager. It's organic, dairy-free, coconut, cashew, oat milk. I get it at Natural Grocers, and it's pretty good. You know, usually it's kind of hard finding a milk to utilize. I also use it's like Califia Farms toasted coconut almond milk blend, and this is really good too. And it's carrageenan free. Not sure what that means, but no sugar added. 45 calories per serving. I like this because it's like really toast. It's a really toasted coconut flavor. And King Soopers has it. I don't know if Walmart has it or Target has it, but this is I like this a lot. I think this is good for I put it in cereal. This is good if you want a little extra little flavor to something. And I feel like I prefer this one's cool if you just want more of a neutral flavor, but both are pretty cool. So for me, I'm gonna go ahead and do the replacement shake with this. Just because usually I do toasted coconut, but I ain't really feeling that with the shake today. Usually I put the liquid first. I believe you're supposed to put the liquid first and then a couple of scoops in there. I haven't been the best on these replacement shakes lately, but put it in like that. And it's good to shake this because it gets clumped up. I notice with milk, you're going to have to put a little bit more liquid in there. With these tops, you know, I don't know if that's all shaker caps, but my bad habit has been not making sure this is closed all the way. So I'll shake it and when it goes everywhere, make sure it snaps. Go ahead and throw it like that. Close it. I also got a NutriBullet and a Vitamix. I like the Vitamix. It really chops up. Speaking of which, I need to chop that up. Right, since we're a little bit in intermission still, I can show you a little something what I got in the crib. But yeah, it's the finishing result. Strawberry is pretty good. The blender bottle is pretty cool. There's not a lot of clumps. And consistency is pretty cool. Flavor is not, overbearing strawberry. It's pretty, it's a mild strawberry. And combined with this smoke, it's a pretty good combination. If it don't work out with Emily, I'll be interested to find a different one. But also it's Nutrilite too. Got some daily vitamins right here. I'm gonna pop a couple. I usually do the perfect pack and the men's daily pack. But again, I'm using what I got. I got the daily, so rather than take they usually have these, what you call it, double X packs where you take 3 pills twice a day. I don't have them, so I just take, when I'm good anyway and not bad, I'll take 2 of these twice a day or at least once a day. But take it to the head. Sometimes it gets a little thick over time, though, so you may have to throw some water in it, like I just had to. But some of the stuff we got right here, I'll kind of list off some of the supplement facts for us. So we got vitamin A, we got 167%, vitamin C 100%, vitamin D 50%, vitamin E 133%. Well, I guess it might be better to be like the MCG. I mean, and I ain't perfect, you know. The microgram. So let's go on micrograms. So it's got vitamin A's got 1,500 micrograms, vitamin C 90 micrograms. Since we know we're doing micrograms, I'm not going to keep saying it unless it's just mg instead. Vitamin D 10 micrograms, vitamin E 20 milligrams, vitamin K 40 micrograms, thiamine 2.3 milligrams, riboflavin 2.6 milligrams, niacin 20 milligrams, vitamin B6 2 milligrams, folate 670 micrograms DFE, vitamin B12 is cyanocobalamin. I don't know how to pronounce that. 9 micrograms, biotin 300 micrograms, pantothenic acid 10 milligrams, calcium 200 milligrams, iron 6 milligrams, phosphorus 45 milligrams, iodine 150 micrograms, magnesium 100 milligrams, zinc 15 milligrams, selenium 700 micrograms, copper 2 milligrams, manganese is 2 milligrams, chromium 120 micrograms, molybdenum. It's MOLYB. DE is an effort. N is the Nancy. UM is in Mary. 75 micrograms. And then Nutrilite concentrate, which has alfalfa concentrate, alfalfa, watercress, parsley concentrate, kelp, maltodextrin, acerola concentrate, which is a cherry, spinach dehydrate, which is spinacea, oleracea, and then it's the leaf and stem. Got the electrolytic iron, carrot pulp powder, which is Daucus carota in the root. But it's got it does have soy in it and fish, and you take one a day, preferably with a meal. But you know, I feel like with COVID going on, I usually take a little bit more. And I also got some dandelion root too. Shout out Wellness Mogul. If you're into herbs, Power by Nature herbs, check that out. I haven't tried it like personally yet, but you're not gonna find many herbs. I don't have any resources, so but this is what I got left, so I just wanted to talk about that. Meal replacement you could do about a couple times a day, tops. But this dandelion root is by Nature's Way. It's been pretty good. It gives me a little bit extra, but it's real good for gives you a little bit. I think vitamin C. It doesn't say vitamin C, but it boosts your immune system. I'd have to look up to see exactly what it does, but I feel better taking it, you know. But I mean, eventually, that's why I want, again, Lay on the Pedal Radio. I'm only going to do it like, 6 days. Like I said, it's, the 6th day will be for Drake's birthday. It ain't going to really be about anything else. But other than that, I would want to kind of do like once a week on Saturday. I feel like that's kind of when people have time to tune in and see what's going on. Besides, doing a bunch of videos. There is some accumulation at the bottom here, which is why you do the liquid first versus the powder. So I'm going to just throw a little water in that. Shake that up. This ball does what it can, but I don't know if you can see that there's still a little bit left of it. So yeah, as they recommend, you're better off doing the liquid first. I notice when I do the liquid first, it doesn't accumulate like that. So, all right, I'm gonna wash my hands a little bit, and we'll get. I'm gonna just start the next segment almost a little early. I'll end it at the same time, but yeah, I appreciate your time still. It's just, whoever watches this in the future. But I'm tired, man. Like I know my catchphrase is you got enough gas in the tank, man, but it's like I gotta make sure I'm straight, like and again, shout out Kernisha. I was just watching her vent the other day and I made a little post on that, but it's just truth, like there's only so much we could do, like we gotta eat too, and it's a shame I gotta do all this just to prove that I'm reputable and am doing what I have to do, what I'm saying, just to survive. And I honestly, the sooner we could get everything equal and everybody could be healed is the sooner we could just have fun. I mean, if we get everybody where they want to be in the first place, we won't have any problems. Yeah, I'm watching you, Rascal. Don't be going by my cables. All right. Go ahead and grab some water. I need to drink more water today. I'm kind of slacking on that. Forgive me in advance if I take some breaks. I ate pretty bad yesterday. I had like 2 gigantic pieces of cake. So, I kind of got the bubblies a little bit. Might be TMI, but if I have to run to the bathroom real quick, I'll let you know in advance. That way you know what's up. Okay. All right, cool. Let's see what the next segment is. Sports. Yeah, we'll just hop into it. If there's any topic you want to talk about, again, there's the chat right there. Phone number if you want to, call in. That's up to you. Otherwise, you could keep doing what you're doing. That's up to you. But to me, what Lay on the Pedal Sports is, I was an athlete growing up. I mean, I still am an athlete, but I mean, in terms of like what, people would deem a jock, right? What people would deem in high school, you had the jocks that either play football and or basketball or ran track or played baseball or boxed. They didn't have boxing. They had wrestling. And there's also gymnastics that wasn't as popular, and I played football, basketball. I played football in high school. Before I get to high school and like where I'm at today, let's kind of go through the history a little bit. So, I mean, I've always loved basketball, and not stereotypically, being 6'6", a lot of people will be like, well, you play basketball? And it's like, I wish more people asked me because I actually like basketball versus, which is impossible, right? I'm black and 6'6", so that's going to be basically an impossible request to ask that people could actually inquire on if I've played basketball on a level that I actually enjoy versus, and that's not a black thing always, sometimes it's just being tall. It comes with the territory. But I feel like a lot of people confuse, like, just because I'm tall, that means I have to play basketball. And I wasn't always 6'6", when I was younger. I mean, I was always taller, but I mean, I played soccer first, honestly played. I was playing a little basketball, but from what I could remember, I was part of a commercial when I was younger for Rockies Auto, and my mother said I was shooting a basketball, so I don't really remember that. But beyond that, as early as I can remember, before I went to Boys and Girls Club when I was in first grade and went to East Ridge, I played soccer, and I played with a couple of kids named Jackson and Ryan, and we were like the three fastest in our grade. So I kind of fell off on soccer once I went to Ponderosa. Once I went to Ponderosa, that's when I was going to Boys and Girls Club. I was playing t-ball at that point, somewhat dodgeball. I went to camp at Boys and Girls Club the following summer. Habanero shush, girl. And I went to camp, and there's some activities there. We didn't really do too much sports wise though. It was mostly just like navigation, like how to look at a compass and kind of simple stuff. We stayed in some cabins. That's where I met Liony. I got some stuffed animals, get into that later. But I mean, when I was growing up, kind of a quick aside was that I just kind of leaned into the stuffed animals because, I would go to sleep and cry to stuffed animals. And even like my imaginary friends were, Kakarot and Vegeta, Dragon Ball. Because like I just felt like with my situation I was going through, there's nobody I could really lean on like that. So it's kind of chilly in here. But there's nobody I could really lean on in that way of support besides me racing and stuff like that. But I found Liony. He's this little lion. I'll have to I kind of want to eventually do some stuffed animal chronicles or something like that. But yeah, man. Back to the sports. Besides t-ball, there's like I remember a story where it was kind of like big boy pants time. Like it wasn't t-ball, it was like my opportunity to play baseball. And it was like raining, and they're like, "You want to go?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And then I was like hustling, trying to find pants, but it was for the bigger team, like the older boys. I was only about 7 or 8 at this time, and they were like, "Well, we're about to leave, so if you want to go, you got to hurry up." And they didn't have any pants for me. I was still little at that time. And I couldn't find it in time, so they left me. So, I mean, that kind of closed the door on t-ball and baseball. I wasn't really feeling it after that. And, I mean, Pops always told me, "You're tall, go ahead and play baseball." And I'm like, I'm not going to play just because I'm tall. But from second grade, let's go back, during recess, I played tetherball. We had a game called like kick the ball over the fence. Our elementary school had some field trip. Like they had field trips, but it was also field day, which I mean, I missed second grade, third grade. I went to fourth grade. I don't know. I don't remember fifth grade. But I played tetherball at lunch, and I mean, I used to get my butt kicked at that. And, I just kept doing it and got good, and I just got, if you ever played tetherball. But yeah, I played that with a lot of people. I didn't really play too much basketball. Like, I mean, there's before and after school care, which I mean, didn't really start until third grade. But of course, you had the, PE games, Duck, Duck, Goose, and all the other stuff. So, I mean, I've always been pretty active, and I was a lot more coordinated before middle school came. So, I mean, third grade to fifth grade was pretty much the same thing. Played tetherball. I stopped playing in fourth grade. Fifth grade, I was more concerned with what did I do fifth grade during lunch? I think I was chilling. I remember playing with my homies, and we were like in a Dragon Ball. So, if you ever played Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, and you do you're in hyper mode and you do the launch. So we'd be doing stuff like that, and we'd be like, "No, you're dead because you hit this, or you got hit by this attack." So, just some crazy stuff, man. And then before and after school carry, I would play basketball there, and sometimes we play flag football, excuse me. Just general kid stuff. And basketball was always a love of mine. I went to sixth grade, and that was the first year I took off. I ran track. I didn't want to play basketball. I think because I got embarrassed, I like pulled a muscle like here and couldn't really run in track, and I didn't want to do that anyway. And by this point, Pops already talked to like one of my teachers. I believe it was Mrs. Steiner, because she was on the track team and like saying like how, I have it in me, but I'm not bringing it out because I'm not motivated to run track. But, it's better than just sitting on my butt at home. Plus, at this time, this was like a year before YouTube came out and all that, which I was still on the computer anyway. At this point, I already was exposed to, for the first time, pornography and all that. I'll get into that later. But, at least kept my mind off of certain stuff and like kept me out of trouble. So I didn't play basketball 6th grade, which is why I lost most of my coordination. The coordination I had, I used to like hop over fences and stuff like that in elementary school. But, going through a growth spurt and then not doing anything really, I lost a lot of my coordination. So I ran track again, but I didn't really run track. I just threw shot put. And we had the final meet, I believe, at the end of 6th grade that I went to, but I didn't even run. So it was just like, I just went to these events and just chilled. Like, 8th grade came around and I played basketball. 7th grade, I was on C team. 8th grade, I was on C team as well, which that's when I started getting called a waste of height because I wasn't, we had A, B, and C teams. And I wasn't really, I was dealing with like my mother stalking me and my mother and my father going back and forth. And I wasn't going to sit here and, trip on me scoring points. At this point, I'm young. So like some of my teammates knew that like my crushes made me play harder. So like if, they showed up or somebody said they showed up, I was going to play a little harder than normal. So, not much of a difference there. I was a center. I didn't want to just be a center. I didn't want to be by the hoop. Yes, I'm tall, but I don't want to be by the hoop all the time. I like shooting. I like playing some kind of hands off defense. You think I'm not on you, then I come back and, block the ball. But, they have visions for you. And, being on a C team, it is what it is. Your goal is to be by there. And, you have to, play formulated, with in a play, right? So then we have, I believe it was 7th grade before I got on the team. It was, I think it was before I even started playing. I like pretend to pass out. Just like it was for a few things. I was actually tired. I could have hung on, but I wanted attention. I was the type of kid I was. I did stuff for attention because, to kind of run away from my anxiety I was feeling. And I was always a race car driver. That's esports back in the day, but I'm just trying to, before I get to esports, I'm gonna at least do regular sports because a lot of people feel that there is no such thing as esports, and there is, but we're just doing physical for now. I had the opportunity to kickbox, which is that picture on my website with, forgot his name, but I was off of A1 boxing off of Buckley, and which is like what it turns into airport later going east in Aurora, but it was off of Buckley. And what is that? What is that? Exposit? Is it exposition? It's around there. It's around there. And the reason I couldn't do that because my godmother, which is my my brother's mom, she didn't have the time to keep taking us, allegedly. So I wasn't able to kickbox like I wanted to. We went to Camp Idra Haji in 5th grade, and that was the first time I was able to be an archer and do some rock climbing activities. Besides, PE, there's a little bit of that, but it's a little different going to camp and doing it. Forgive me for jumping around. It's just, a lot of stuff is coming. And that's in my book series too, on my website for sports, $7.77. But I'm going through it right now and throughout this week. That's why I'm doing this stuff. But yeah, I did that. I went to camp again from the summer of it was between 7th grade and 8th grade. And, did a lot more stuff, like, again, more rock. And I went back to Camp Ryker Haji, and we played a few games. One game was like, I believe we're in the octagon, and you would hit the ball and you had to jump over it. Even if it bounced back and hit your leg, you were still out. But if it hit your leg, you were out. So, like, but your goal was to just kind of hit it. And it was made with plywood, and those like little barriers kind of went a little bit above your knees. You know what I'm saying? It was big. There's sometimes we were right by the hill, so sometimes it would go over the hill and we ran down there. That's when I acquired turf toe, because again, I was suicidal at that point and didn't really want to do too much. So I didn't really care. I was like playing Metal Gear Solid, and I thought, I was trying to be sneaky when we're playing capture the flag, and then I put all my weight on my big toe. But like I said, my pops was working at the time, and we had insurance, but it's like I didn't want to feel like I was a burden on him or anyone else already. So I never told anyone about my turf toe, and I just played with it. So rolling into 8th grade, I had basketball, and I had turf toe then. Didn't say nothing. Then we go into, that's when football came into play, because the football team came over trying to scout for talent. And that's when, you could really kind of just pick your position. So I picked the middle linebacker. I was feeling that. And then, I liked running to catch the ball. I did that around my apartment complex anyway, playing tag and all that. Honestly, I wanted to be QB, but, they already have who they decided from Little League. You kind of hear a buzz of who's there, or who already has an existing coach or relationship that they can capitalize on. So they come through, we play flag football, we get jerseys and whatnot. And from that point, I decided I want to play, because I thought I had, some say over what position I'm going to be. So Pops pays for the sports, again, for me to go to the summer of 2009, between 8th and 9th grade. And that summer we're supposed to be on the field, I believe at 7 a.m. And then after that is when we weight lifted, and we still came back out and would run some more drills and things like that. And then as the summer went on, it would be longer days. Generally practice was done, and the morning part was done by about 11:30, and I would go home, and I would go home, come back, rinse and repeat. And eventually we had 2-a-days before school started, and we were training harder. But they just put me I had my turf toe, which I didn't really say anything about. And at this point, I also fell on my wrist. If you see, like, this size bigger than this one, it's because, I felt like there's a time I was going to it was between trucking this kid or like evading him and like just falling on my, right side and all that. So I messed my wrist up and my right leg up on top of me having turf toe. So that was an interesting summer. And when the school year started, they had me in general as a tackle, like an offensive tackle, and they had me as a defensive tackle. And it was like, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a middle linebacker like my pops was going to Cal Berkeley, or I wanted to be a receiver. And people wonder why I wasn't the kicker, but that was because of the turf toe. Like, I was going to mess up my toe if I did that. So I didn't kick. And like, there's a couple times I tried to, but I tried using like the bridge of my foot, which they say you're supposed to use with your foot, and then you follow through. But either way, like, I wasn't in shape to do that. But yeah, they never put me anywhere. A couple times, and I'm not saying throughout my football career, they never passed me the ball. But they would try to pass me the ball in a B game, because you had the A game, which was usually on Friday night, which was for JV and varsity. And then you had like the Saturday game for JV and freshmen. I think there was a sophomore team too, maybe. I don't remember too much, to be honest. I think there was a freshman, sophomore, JV, varsity. I think that's how it went. And about time, yeah, like
for the freshman and sophomore games, those were on Saturdays. I think for football, it's just freshman, JV, varsity. That's what I feel like it was. And then basketball was freshman, sophomore, JV, varsity. Yeah. So I was a center. They would throw me on crazy positions. It's like I'm tall, but I weighed 185 to 195. I was scrawny. Excuse me, I'm still pretty skinny now, to be honest. And I'm going against bigger dudes. You know what I'm saying? Bigger 240 plus. So my coach, which was Coach Charles at that time, my freshman coach was TJ Cunningham, which was the coach of Seattle Seahawks at the time, and he passed away because of a parking lot dispute, which sucks, but he always used to call his son Big Fella. And when my pops finally did make a practice, was when I was like first in, because we had our closeout drills before we went home, where we had the condition, right? So that was like one of the only times I was first because they were both pushing me. And he was telling my pops, like, Coach Cunningham was like, he's going to figure it out someday. And I was just treated overall, like in all sports, again, like either a waste of height or just a waste of potential. And I feel like a lot of people, this goes back to treating people more than just what they do. I couldn't focus on sports if my mind is gone. Like if I'm focused on other stuff, I'm focused on, by this time, Pops got laid off at this point. Like the Great Recession came, he got laid off. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about my mother still interfering with my life and saying I've been brainwashed and stuff like that. My mind is everywhere else. It's not here. By this time, I'm already deep into the pornography addiction, which, I've never gotten rid of my pornography addiction. It's more so addiction to releasing, to having no orgasm, because like that's a drug too. And that's honestly what kept me from, being in a lot more fights. And because I knew once I got to middle school and high school, I couldn't keep the record I had from elementary school because I fought a lot of people in elementary school. I had a big mouth, and it's not like I never got into things because they have what you call catching bodies in high school. And that might still be a thing, but you're in the locker room and you had catching heads and catching bodies. Heads was like a real fight. Bodies was just like, you might be beefing, but it's only body hits only. So sometimes it was like the kind of secret thing, people would film it or just, you wouldn't talk about it outside of that. So you would get into it with a few people. Sports is hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about it. Which is why I made Lay on the Pedal Sports. It's just because like I don't like people going through what I had to go through. But it's just like I couldn't focus. I couldn't focus on sports. It's like I'm not doing what I want to do in the first place, but it's like I feel like I have to do something because I'm tall, right? And I feel like I have to be where a tall person is. Tall and big are not the same. They often put it synonymously, but it's like they're not the same. I was like, just because someone's tall doesn't mean that they're a big man. I was not a big man. But anywho, I was at practice and I was put on the nose on defense to guard two big dudes. So I got, of course, carried. And then this dude I didn't see, which he hit me in the right leg. So I didn't get my ACL torn, but it had to be my MCL. Because even to this, it's better now, but it still gets too raw when I do stuff. But it was bad. I could barely walk. But I didn't want to say nothing again because it's like I didn't care about myself. And again, was suicidal. And again, had all this stuff going on because my pops would say I'm the reason for us not being where we need to be. So it was like, okay, I don't want to put more pressure on anyone else. So I'd rather just eat it. So, there's times like where we had scrimmages and other things, and I was heated. I really wanted to find who did it because I was about to fight him. I didn't care that my knee was screwed up or turf toe. Like I was about to do something I probably would have regretted, but never find out who did it, and So at this point, got a messed up knee, turf toe on top of that. At this point, I've already been going to practice to get my toe tied up. Which I mean, okay, you go a couple times, but I feel like it should be kind of recorded. If somebody's coming every day to get taped up, that's not normal. That's not normal. And that was football and basketball all the way throughout high school. I did that. And nobody was just like, oh, these guys are cool. I'm like, nobody would tell my father, like, hey, he's been getting wrapped up for a minute. That's not normal. Like, he's not saying anything. Has he told you about that? Or, I just felt like the relationship between trainers, coaches, and parents should have been a lot stronger. And even teachers. I feel like that's like, for an athlete, that should be right there. That should be a community. It shouldn't be like, okay, you have one relationship as an athlete with these people, then you have a separate one here, a separate one here, and there's no congruency with that. So yeah, I always got taped up. I got my knees, taken care of for a minute, and I just like ignorantly healed it. I just ignorantly healed it. And even after that football season was done, I went into basketball. I made the team, honestly, for being tall. I wasn't bad, but I mean, I never really fully recovered, honestly, and I'm working on it. Like, I'm starting to get back into it. But to be honest, to kind of cut on a physical level, I've never been where I was before middle school in terms of flexibility and all that. I haven't had that opportunity to be that level of fit and flexible, which I hope to get that way again. Of course, it ain't going to be the same as I was as a kid, of course, but, So went into basketball, made the team, was just a freshman team. There was a couple people that were swinging JV, which was cool. That was like the thing if you're a freshman swinging varsity. Of course, the goal was be on varsity as a freshman, but there's only a few people that could do that. Like, not everyone's Deron Davis, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature. No disrespect to the man, but I'll get to that story a little later. What time are we looking at here? Forgive me on that. 1:14, cool. But yeah, I was on freshman team and I had a coach there. I don't remember all my coaches' names, forgive me. But that coach was kind of frustrated with me because most of my coaches were, because I didn't try, I wasn't motivated. Again, for basketball, I didn't like being a center. It's like, yes, I'm tall, but I don't want to just stay by the hoop. I don't want to just, every time I got the ball, nobody would have confidence in me. Just pass the ball. Don't touch the ball. You'll lose the ball. It's like, and that caused me to lose the ball because it's like I was constrained. Like, I couldn't, no one believed in me in shooting. Nobody believed in me in free throws. Nobody believed in me in dribbling. Nobody believed me for ball handling. So it's like I'm extremely limited. But you would find that if I was, for example, after that season when it was like off season and I was playing with older people, I would show out because it's like I could play how I want to. I'm not saying you can't have any type of foundation or strategy on a team because you need one. But at the same time, I feel like it gets so caught up in that, which I mean correlates to everything now anyway. I feel like there's nowhere to have fun. Like, for me, I wanted to be on a team that just kind of run and gunned, just outrun them. And then if it gets to the point where we need to do plays, like if it's like fourth quarter, a minute to go, yes, we should run a play. That's different, right? But for me, it's like my style type of playing was not what 5A wanted for me in Overland High School. So people would be frustrated because they'd see me show out in certain areas and then not in others. Then when I was a sophomore, it was the same situation. I was on a sophomore team, but it's like I still wasn't really, no one really had that confidence in me. But, people were frustrated because they wanted me to lead. I'm the black man, it's the tall man. I'm supposed to lead, but it's like I can't even lead myself. I'm still struggling with grades. I'm still struggling. And still struggling with my pops, who just lost his job because of the recession, still struggling with all that. I'm not going to focus on basketball, but that's what people don't understand. I'm not going to focus on basketball when my home life is messed up and I don't care about myself and my body's messed up because I just feel like you don't care about me. And I kind of skipped. I skipped football for sophomore year because it was basically the same thing. We had a camp of that summer. That was summer of 2010. Same thing. I got an autograph by Brandon Marshall back when he was on the Broncos, and that's what the camp was for. And it was basically a repeat. I just was on the same. I think I just stopped going to games. I didn't really care because I was just like, no one really cares about me. And and the football team got a refresh that following year. And I was given the opportunity if I wanted to start over, but I was done at that point. Like my love for football already diminished because I was just like, I can't play what I want to play. So I'm good. It's okay. So back to the sophomore year basketball, same thing. There's times where we played JV and I showed out against them too because I was challenged. I felt I had to dumb myself down to play with my grade level because I was just like, you're not that good. You know what I'm saying? Like, no disrespect, not on some hierarchy stuff, but it was just like, I've always been like that. I like older crowds. I like chilling with more mature audiences just because I've always been mature for my age. And, I felt like it was more worthy for me to play against JV or varsity than for me to be paired with these people. So that's where frustration came. And that was basically that same year is like, I never started really. There's like, maybe I could probably put it on one hand how many times I started in my whole basketball career in high school. It wasn't a lot of times. After that, after sophomore year of high school, when I did extremely bad with grades, I got in trouble pretty big. And at this point, I lost my former best friend as well as I was in a relationship. And at that point, I was utilizing women as a way to like cope with my mama issues that I had. So with that being said, that was the only time I really was able to go all in basketball. I was done with football. But that summer, I, would go to basketball practices and then I would just be at the court. I would wake up, go shoot, go back home, eat a little breakfast, protein shake, go to the court in the afternoon, come back, or I would just do, some core workouts, push-ups, sit-ups, whatnot, take another nap, take another nap, go to evening basketball practice. After that, I would go and get me an Arizona tea. That was like my routine. If like people weren't at the courts at night already. And I just played basketball all the time. And like you could see that on the website, like, and I was 2011 and 2012. That's why I looked all cut versus like any other year. Cause I had no distractions. I was either hooping or what wasn't really, around. And at that point, we had one of my favorite coaches. Forgive me, I forgot his name, but he was a taller black gentleman, which they fired, by the way, because he cussed at a game. At a person that was cussing at, the players. And it's like, yes, like when you have your players on a team, we're subject. And you got to have enough, no matter what sport you play, where there's onlookers, you do have to have enough of a mental stability, if you will, to ignore all the other small talk going on. I do agree with that. At the same breath, though, if somebody's being belligerent in the stands, that shouldn't be acceptable. Security should have threw him out. We were over at Eagle Crest when that happened. And that was my favorite coach because it was like, he's the only one that like really started showing me like how to expand as a post player, doing bigger post play moves and doing some really cool stuff. Because I was mostly the fadeaway shooter, but he showed me like more stuff on what to do. And when I was a freshman, I had this dude named Ember. When I was that was a grade older, and I was like a big bro, but he got unfortunately deported back to Mexico. So my pops never made my games when I was in for football or basketball. He never made one. So that was because he had to, work between driving a cab, working for Storage Tech, which turned into Sun, getting fired from that. Then he had to work. He blew all of his retirement money being depressed and drinking it So then he started working at Goodwill alongside going to ITT Tech. I don't know if I remember later, but he went to ITT Tech, and eventually, you know, they promised for project management, they promised that he was going to get a degree, like if they would help him get a job afterwards, but they claimed bankruptcy. So he was in debt. He still is in debt for something he couldn't control on that. So, but I mean, I'm not his situation, so I'm not going to really speak for him on that in that regard. But anyway, that's what he was doing. So I didn't have that support from that. Some people gave me rides, which was great. I mean, I needed most of the rides when I was a junior, and I think my bro Andrew, not the one I'm like real close with now, but there's a dude, Andrew Tillman. Like, I appreciate you and your mom because y'all took me for rides, and we even have Edric. Your mom took me for a couple rides on Saturday games. I had help on that, which I appreciate. Sometimes a couple of my coaches would take me home. But when I was a junior, that kind of went to a head because I didn't have much help besides Andrew and his mom taking me to places. Like, I mean, we went to, was it Manual, to play some games like scrimmages and things before the official basketball season started. And they, you know, Andrew and his mom were responsible for taking me. So I wouldn't have been able to play if it wasn't for them. So, but when the season started, I was pissed because I would have to take the bus. Nobody was like willing to give me a ride. Nobody was willing to give me a ride. And so I had to walk. I had to either walk to the location of the game, or I had to take the bus there. The only reason I got a ride home was because Andrew, at that point, he was varsity. So, and I was JV. So he was varsity. So like he played varsity. So I would get a ride from him home because he was playing varsity. But since he played varsity, they played later. So I wasn't really able to get a ride because they weren't ready yet from him. They were doing their thing. So I would have to figure my own way to the game, and they would be able to take me home afterwards. So there was times where I couldn't play the game because I was late for warmups, and I was like, no one's giving me a ride. Like, I have to take the bus here. I have to do that. So like, you can't give me, my teammates want to give me a ride. My coaches want to give me a ride. So I'm like, what do you expect me to do? Like, you know, so it got to the point after my head coach got fired. And I mean, he's the hardest one that pushed me the way I needed to. We would go, my grades were cool on top of that because there were times where, like around the holiday season, if our grades weren't good, we weren't playing, but that didn't mean he didn't care. We were at the school at 4:00 on a Saturday morning before practice, so we could get our grades right. And when they fired him, I gave up. Basically, I was like, you're going to fire this man for caring about his players. And not only that, but I'm not getting any love support from my teammates. And I went off on them a couple of times, and they went off on me. Like, I'm a firm believer. You point the finger, you got 3 pointing back at you. You know, I didn't make up the term, but, you know, it is what it is on that. So when I was hooping, I was just like, hey, man, y'all ain't there for me like that. And they're like, well, we're looking at you to lead. We're not seeing you. And there's times I didn't show up for the game. And at that point, from the season before, like, my mother was still, you know, going around, even though I didn't want her. She would show up to my games unwanted, like uninvited, and we weren't on good terms at this time. And I saw, again, the external portions still came to play, which is like, I feel like a lot of people don't understand, is it's like people are more than what they do. I can't focus on basketball when I got all these politics going on, and I got stuff going on that I couldn't really talk. I'm like, I'm trying to get away from it because, I mean, she haunted me and my pops throughout Cherry Creek schools for like elementary to middle school to high school. So it's just like, I'm not going to sit there and bring the situation up. And I mean, even my pops was still beating me up even to that day. I mean, physically too, for not speaking up, you know, and like we were getting into it. So it's just like, and I still had turf toe. So the following year, senior year, I got cut. You know, Danny Fisher, that's when Danny Fisher, he's still the head coach at Overland High School. Deron Davis at that point was on the team. Aston Conway been on the team for a minute. And but yeah, that, you know, those players, if you heard of them, that's who was on the team. And I mean, I got cut basically for Deron. And I mean, there's another player, I'm not going to say his name, but, you know, I feel like he's going to make it over me. But anywho, basically they said my growth for the 4 years wasn't enough. I mean, I didn't go to school after I got cut as a senior. Who would? I was 6'3" at that time, 6'3", 6'4". Who's going to go to school when you're a senior? You got the whole people looking at you to see what you're going to do senior year. You get cut. I was like, I didn't go to school. I mean, I was already calling out in junior year a little bit, but I fake called out senior year all the time. And the thing that hurt was people knew that too. People knew that. And I had a dean named Mr. Davis, which I call out on my biological egg donor record. No disrespect, but like at the end of the day, if you know I'm calling out and I'm not showing up to school, but yet you want to tell my mother, which I'm not even talking to, she's not my designated parent. My pops is, you don't call my pops to let him know, but you continue to let me do it. Like the call-ins didn't really work anymore, but like I just stopped going unexcused absence because it was excused absence. And that was even throughout middle school to high school. If a parent called out on your behalf, that was an excused absence. And unexcused was if no one called out, but you didn't show up. And that was for each class. And you had a certain amount that you could do, you could miss before you got in trouble. I got away with it junior year, but senior year I didn't. But I still just didn't show up. I got unexcused absences. I didn't get truancy or anything. I didn't get called out or anything. They let me do it. And I mean, I just sat home all the time, but I didn't go to school. You couldn't see me around my school after I got cut. I didn't touch a basketball for years. And I mean, it wasn't until the past few years where I really started playing basketball again. And to me, like, I don't want anyone else to have to go through that. I don't want anyone else to have to, because no one knew how bad my home life was. Some people kind of, I mean, like in middle school, I got asked, like, do you need some clothes? Do you need some help? Are you doing okay? But like, let's put it on some real quick. You have a black dad, you have a black mom, which you're in the middle of both of them since you're a little kid. You don't want to tell people that your black dad is abusive because he was abusive physically, emotionally, mentally, and I mean, even spiritually. There's times I got told, like, you know, God's going to make you pay for what you did, which I mean, when I hit him in the mouth, I got what I got in return. Because if you could see, this tooth is behind this one because I got punched after it was a fight. I joke about it all the time, but I got in a fight with Chaz. I don't know if you know who Chaz Butler is, but I got into a fight with him. And if you didn't want to know, I was a DJ, like, you know, I was, you know, beating on the table and stuff. And, you know, we're both, you know, hyper masculine, and, you know, that fight got to where it went. But I won't talk about that too much, but essentially, like, I understand, you know, like the stuff I get into with my pops. I wasn't right all the time, but I mean, that wasn't the first time we got into it, because it was like right after my grandma died, and he was stressed out about that because she blamed him for not being able to see me before she died, and that was my mother's fault. So he was stressed out, and that caused him to, you know, physically hurt me and all that. And, you know, so that kept going. Like when he got custody of me again, like I would raise my fist at him. And I mean, it was a toxic relationship. Like, again, I'm grateful for it because I wouldn't be the man I am today without it. But me and his relationship has not been the most healthy at all. So, you know, we got into it, and it was just like, okay, I could tell you that it's an abusive relationship, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Then what? He gets thrown in jail, and then he's in the system when he's trying to take care of me. For me, it was like, I don't want it to sound like being with my pops was horrible. It could have been a lot worse, a lot worse. I preferred it high key over being with my mother, because I would be in jail, dead, or somewhere else if I was still with my mother, for sure, hands down. And and definitely over foster care, for sure, for sure. So it was like, okay, what I'm going to tell you, that the system that oppressed my father is going to have him be where he's at. I'm going to sit here and tell you that I'm in an abusive relationship, so you can go tell this social child services and the social workers that were thank you, Jamie and Cindy, by the way, that were on his back hardcore. As soon as he messed up, they were waiting for him to mess up to throw him behind bars so my mother could get me again. They were just waiting, just one mistake, just one. So it's like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what I'm going through at home. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, like, I would tell people I hate my mother, because it's like, what do? I tell people I don't like my mother. They judge me for not liking my mother. That's unheard of. And even dropping a diss track against your mother is unheard of. Only Eminem's done that. And then you go on the other end of the spectrum where you have your father. And I mean, there's already a stereotype with Black fathers as is. Men as is, but especially Black fathers. I mean, most Black kids don't even have a father. You know, so I couldn't really talk to anybody about that. My pops tried to take me to a therapist, and it's like, no disrespect, if you're a therapist and you actually do it, cool. But it's like, how am I can't even open up to my family about what I'm going through. You think I could open up to a dude that I barely know? That's not happening. I'm not going to go back on medication, because I feel like that's where I was going back, was on medication. If I sit here and talked about me being suicidal and depressive, you think I wouldn't have been on medication? Nah, I'd have been on medication again, and I wasn't going back. So I would much rather have been addicted to pornography and whatnot, and sitting here using women is like and no disrespect against women. I love women. That's why I'm solo polyamorous. Like, I love women. You know what I'm saying? But I had to use that drug to, like, get away from everything. And I mean, at the time when I was with my ex-girlfriend, the one I went to prom with, she was playing basketball too. And I feel like I was an influence for her quitting, because I got cut. She quit. So, I mean, I couldn't be an athlete. And I mean, as a senior, I ran a little track, but I mean, I couldn't play because of my grades. So, I mean, I had to, like, and my plan was to go to college, but, like, even the same ex, like, her mom told me, like, it's kind of a pipe dream to want to walk on, because I wanted to, my choices were Colorado, CU Boulder, Colorado University of Boulder, University of Wyoming, CSU, Colorado State University. If not that, then I was going to go to, like, CU Denver, and then Metro had a basketball team, which was D2, because you have Division I, Division II, Division III for college. Division II still had a state championship. Colorado School of Mines was D2. Metro was D2. University of Wyoming was D1, though. So my plan was to, like, sure, I got cut, but I was going to train and walk on one of these places. But I kept getting told, like, hey, it's hard. And I was like, I know it's hard. I don't care if it's hard. Like, I'm going to do it, though. But I heard about how many students would go through it with, like, okay, you're playing basketball, but you still got to excel. And, like, I was getting pushed to be an engineer. Like, that's what I had to do. I had to be an engineer. And, you know, like, and that's what I was taught, as a Black man, you don't have too many choices. You got to be a doctor, engineer, you got to play some sports. Like, there's not too much you could do. He didn't really support my artistry like that. I didn't tell much people I wanted to be a DJ either. And I know this is sports, but I mean, I got to talk about that a little bit. So, like, I mean, I ended up just going to community college instead. And I got accepted into Boulder, but even financial aid wasn't going to cover me, and I was going to have to work. And it was illogical for Boulder, especially for a Black man, not getting into trouble sexually, on top of, like, having to work, on top of trying to walk on for basketball, on top of trying to, like, you know, get into the engineering program, because I got into the, like, applied sciences program, because, like, my grades weren't that good. I got a 24 on the ACT, and you know, I was thankful to graduate, because, like, I had the help of some teachers, because honestly, if it wasn't for their help, it was kind of Because I mean, if they really cared, they would have been more in touch with my pops, right? And I wouldn't have been able to skip like that. But in the same breath, when I was ready, to at least graduate, I needed some, certain credits to graduate. So they helped me. They helped me there. Get a little bit more water. Been talking a lot. Thanks for your patience on this. I know covering a lot here. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't really do anything for college. So my first year of college, I flunked out. So I mean, I basically just gave up on school because I was trying to go in the Air Force, which I applied for. I went to the Armed Services Center off of Exposition and what's that, Black Hawk around there by the Aurora Mall. And my recruiter said I still had turf toe at this time. And I was working part-time at McDonald's. And my recruiter was like, you're good. Turf toe's fine. You can still make it in the military. So I go through that whole process. There's a Sheraton Hotel downtown Denver. And I took, the ASVAB. I was staying at the MEPS. To go to the MEPS, I was staying at Sheraton for that night just to be transported to the MEPS off of California, in Broadway. And I took the ASVAB, which I got an 82 out of 100 on. I feel like it was 92, but either way, 82, 92 out of 100 is still kind of impressive. And at this point, I was ready to do the physical because I didn't want to join the military anyway, because I feel like not even the military is treated how they should. We shouldn't have veterans on the street. They definitely should have more care for your PTSD, like for whatever's going on with that. There should be a lot more care with people that are serving, putting their lives on the line for us. But I mean, even there's segregation in there too. And I mean, it's set up the same way as a job is. This whole system sucks. I'm not sorry. This whole system is built off of capitalism and it's dead. Like industrialism and capitalism is trash. It's garbage, man. But I was in a backwards kneeling position and I had to sit here. I felt like I needed to go to the Air Force in the first place because like I blew my opportunities and I flunked out of college and my pops was disappointed. He felt like he wasted his time. So I was like, I felt my only option was to try to go to the Air Force. So I go to I'm there, I do the ASVAB. We're on the physical part, which is like the final part to determine if you're going to be outie or not. And mine was for the reserves, not the active duty. It was for the reserves. So the test was you're in a backwards kneeling position. You had to get up from your feet from that. And I couldn't get up from that. And I mean, I had the choice to do it and just lie. But I was like, what? I get in there, then I'm not able to do basic training. And then what? I get sent home dishonorably or just neutrally even, but for what? Like, why even? But I thought that would redeem me. But that was the universe talking. That wasn't meant for me because that was enough to, granted, I understand if you're at war, you're on the field, you're not going to be sitting here carrying somebody with turf toe. It's just not going to happen. So they deemed me unfit to be in the military. And I had to go I had to get, my recruiter was like, it's all good. We'll give you a waiver. He never talked to me again. Like I tried calling him, texting him, no answer. I had to go to the office and see him talking with someone else. And I did leave him a nasty message. I'm not going to lie to you because it was fake, but it just wasn't meant to be. I hope he's doing good now. Like no ill will on anybody. It's just, it was fake. I'm not going to front with you on that. So at this point, I'm on Medicaid because of my pops, we can't afford really anything else. So thankfully I was able to go to Dr. Kenneth Morgan, which did my turf toe surgery. I finally but it took me a little bit to find him, but that was over by Porter, which is on Downing and what? Not quite Dartmouth. It's a couple blocks. Dartmouth and Yale. I mean, not Dartmouth, Downing and Yale, essentially, over there in Glendale. Is that Glen? That's not Glendale. That's Denver. It's like South Denver. So I got my toe done. I had to get a couple screenings and make sure, everything checked out. I got my surgery. I was working at McDonald's at this time. Took time off to get it done. It took me 3 months to really heal from that. But I was proud because I finally got it done. You know what I'm saying? Like I finally got it fixed. And my goal was to try to reapply to the Air Force, but I just gave up and just said, I'm going to go back to school. And that's what led to, me getting the student success reward, and all that. So for sports, I mean, I kept kind of working out. I started going into jump roping for 24-hour fitness. This is like my third time. Yeah. Because the first time I did it in 2013, when I was going to college that first time, but I bought a membership and didn't use it. And then the second time I bought the 2-year package from Costco when I was with my ex-fiance. I went a good amount, but didn't fully go. And I mostly stayed away from basketball. I just tried to work out and then just didn't go. And then the third time, which I'm on now, which thanks to Twilio's stipend that they did for, wellness and fitness, I was able to get another 2-year one and they were paying me back for that. And I mean, I still have the membership now. The reason I haven't really done it, I mean, I've been going outside and shooting around. And I mean, after me and my ex-fiance broke up, I was at Planet Fitness and I would go to the rec center off of, it was in Stapleton, Aurora, off of Havana. Or was that? I think, yeah, around Havana, around that area, not quite to, what street is that? Montview? Not that far south, but it was over in that area. And I went to that rec after work because at that time I was over working at Floor & Decor and I had a membership at Planet Fitness off of Mexico and Buckley in Aurora, Colorado. This is all Colorado. But in Aurora, I had that membership there, but they didn't have a basketball court. So it was between me going outside sometimes and just going to the court there. And at that point, I was already going outside too for a bit and playing basketball. And at that time, I've been playing for a minute and would run some games. That was about the time I was starting to get back into it, and I was actually confident playing, and I didn't really care what anyone else thought, because what was hard for me is a lot of people were like, well, why can't you dunk? Why can't you dunk? If I wanted to pull a muscle, I could dunk, you know what I'm saying? But I haven't been in shape like that to do that stuff. And it's always what I had to separate from what they want me to play like versus how I want to play. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I want to play my way. If I can't play my way, then I don't want to do it. And it's and it's still hard even now. It's what I needed, but it was hard because as a senior, I wanted to play against my teacher, Corey LeFaber. He was a former basketball player too, and there was a senior versus teacher game, and I really wanted to do that, and I couldn't do that because I got cut. So yeah. Now, I'm shooting around and I'm more familiar with it, and, I play with it again, but I want to use that story, and I am using it as a catalyst for athletes in general. Of course, I'm using my own business and brand to put myself on, because at the end of the day, it's got to be me. But what I wanted to grow as is for all players. I want players to have a relationship with somebody. And even if it's just use a catalyst to strengthen it, period, you should have a strong relationship with your teachers, your family. Your coaches should know your family. That should be there, man. It's 15 people anyway. Football might be a little more difficult, but you still have a responsibility, and they shouldn't be focused on anything else. And they're honestly, if you want to play basketball for a living, cool. But go to a school where it's okay, we're doing nothing but basketball. You shouldn't have to work. Education is important. I'm not trying to say education is not important, but if basketball is what you really want to do, then go ahead and do it. You shouldn't, college players are like slaves now. And I wasn't having it. I spend a lot on the physical, but that's my foundation on the physical front of sports. On the esports, I mean, Gran Turismo, that's what I started on. Toy Story 2, Emperor's New Groove. When I started Super Nintendo, and then Super Mario was the first stuff I had. Then I had Game Boy Advance SP, Nintendo DS. I played Pokemon on the Game Boy, which I mean, by the way, I had to sneak because my mother thought that was demonic. Dragon Balls, Grand Theft Auto 2, PlayStation 2 came out, Grand Theft Auto 3, Gran Turismo 3, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Gran Turismo 4. Once Call of Duty, once I got PlayStation 3, Burst Limit, Dragon Ball Z Burst Limit, Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Grand Theft Auto 4, and that's when online play started. I always played some like Flash games too. There was a lot of good Flash games that no longer exist. Like there's Tanks. I played that when I got in trouble for the systems, but still wanted to play games. A lot of stick figure games, just a lot of Flash games. I miss Flash, man. I played that when I was younger. Pinball, Minecraft. I didn't play Minecraft too much. I'm thinking of what was that other game? Minesweeper or something? Played that. Pinball. There's a few other ones like Club Penguin was on that. There was another fish game I played on the CD-ROM. I've always been a gamer, man. So esports, it took a while for esports to get on the map. And once Call of Duty came out, that helped me stay sane when Pops was drinking from getting fired. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll go to football practice. He would be gone. Like he'd be asleep. No, he'd be gone. He would go do his rounds and then wait till the liquor store opens, would go drink. And then by the time I come back home from football, I would take a shower or whatever. Sometimes I wouldn't, but I knew when he would get home. So I would avoid him, kind of not answer the phone, wait till he goes to sleep, takes his nap after drinking. And then I would go and play Call of Duty. And I mean, I didn't really cuss until Call of Duty. I started cussing like a sailor. And I played that all the time. Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. Oh my God. No scoping, quick scoping, beast with the MP5, P90, Habanero, girl. Jeez. Quick, the whole 9. Oh man. I was like top 100K at least. And I would watch all the montages. Oh man, I forgot his name. There was a really good YouTuber back in the day I used to watch all the time. Not Ali, he was back then too. But there's another dude, and you had when Modern Warfare 2 came out, Randy Savage. You had let me be right back. Grab the kitty real quick. Go, girl. Thanks for your patience on that. All right, but yeah, you had Sandy Ravage, Randy Savage. You had Chris Smooth, man. Chris Smooth. Man, those times were crazy. That kept me sane, man. And then going on Grand Theft Auto 4 online. That's what kept me from shooting stuff up. I promise you. I'd have gotten into so many fights if it wasn't for like pornography and video gaming and certain outlets, because there's no other way. Oh man. But yeah, I played all those. Classic Cleanse dropped. I played that. I pumped money into that. I played it hardcore until like you couldn't farm anymore. Because I was kind of a more farmer. Sure, I still attacked, but like I would just farm kind of like the idle islands, And on top of like actually formulated a defense, when they like put that patch in there where you can't farm and you had to like build full blown armies just to get your stuff. Cause I'm Town Hall 10. I haven't played that game in a long time. I played a little bit once they made the other world alongside the regular one, but then Clash Royale came out and I pumped hundreds of hours into that easy. And that's underneath SS3K Goku. And Gran Turismo, and I mean, me and my pops have gone through it too, because he would break certain games. I mean, he got me the PS3 in the first place, but by him kicking it and everything like that, that's when it broke. But yeah, Modern Warfare 2, tons of hours in that. Modern Warfare 3, tons of hours in that. I mean, I always got told by homies like, "Hey, you're really good at Call of Duty." That's all I played. But it's like I didn't have the type of supporter environment where it's like I could go and actually play professionally. By that point, I was playing Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm. I think 2 or 3 came out by that point, and I was playing a ton of that too. Call of Duty, at the point we are now, like I guess that's a slight review with that is it's just it wasn't what made it great, like what made 4 great. This skill-based matchmaking and all this extra stuff, like, I mean, they're trying to get back home, but you're trying to be too much like everyone else, especially Fortnite. Not everything's Fortnite. You don't need to be like Fortnite. Be who you are. And if you suck, you suck. Like, I mean, how do you think we got good back in the day? Like, we got our asses kicked, absolutely handled. And on top of getting beat up on mic, like I said, getting called nigger and all that stuff, and like cussing, we cussed each other out on Call of Duty back in the day. Like online, period. You had to be tough. Like, I mean, now it's like if you suck, it's just like you're in a room with other people that suck, and if you're good, like it's just a sweat fest. It's like it was so much fun. It's like if you suck, you suck. You know what I'm saying? But if you're good, that's how you got good. And I mean, that's my problem with Clash Royale even today is that, you're always placed with somebody with a similar deck or a complete deck that counters yours. And it just takes the fun out of it. I mean, if you really were truly put with somebody randomized, maybe you win, maybe you don't. I mean, ain't that life? You don't go to the basketball court and it's like, oh, only people that played high school basketball could play in the game. That's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? You don't race in a race car race. And I mean, Gran Turismo Sport does kind of put people together with, certain ratings. Even then that is interesting sometimes. Cause I mean, it's as good as it can be. It can be improved. I'm excited for Gran Turismo 7. But skill-based matchmaking is tore online up. Metal Gear Solid is another great one. I wasn't too impressed with 5, and that whole, again, corporate situations suck. Like, I'm tired of people, most of these corporations, most of these owners of these sports for these teams have never touched a basketball or a football, and the ones that have not played professionally or seriously, and they should not own the team. I feel like an owner of the team should, be somebody that, like, if there was more Michael Jordans that were owners of basketball team, that makes sense, right? Versus somebody I've never met before. And at the same time, just because you did play doesn't mean you're a fit owner. Like in the John Elway for the Broncos, bro, he's been making crazy decisions for a long time with the Broncos. And that's not to say like you have to play a sport, because it's to be a player and then be an owner is a totally different experience. But if you're going to own something, you should know it. You shouldn't own a record label if you've never created a track. If you've never been an artist or a DJ, you shouldn't be owning a record label. I'm sorry. Like, and you shouldn't be like critiquing hardcore either. This is naturally just segueing because I think the next portion is Lay on the Pedal Records, you know what I'm saying? But no, it's actually traffic education, but still, this is flowing pretty good. But yeah, you shouldn't own a gaming company if you can't game. Like it's just common sense to me, you know. It's just common sense. But because for the Metal Gear Solid situation, you had Hideo Kojima, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I apologize if not. He was paired with Konami, right? And then they broke up because of some politicking, and then which forced Hideo Kojima to go in the other direction, you know, for Metal Gear Solid 5 and Death Stranding. And there were certain games that were supposed to come out for write-in that didn't make the light of day the way they were supposed to. And it's such a shame. And other examples of that is like Activision for Destiny, for Bungie. They had to split up because Activision was trying to do what they were trying to do with like cash cowing, all these drops and stuff. And I'm no better. Like, I want to say, like, I've tried and errored a lot of stuff too. I'm human. Like, there's times I've been pissed with Taco Bell working for them and, you know, buying their stuff, and yet I still consume even though I know it's not good for me or like it's bad customer service. I'm not perfect, right? But I'm just like, until we all as a collective make that decision of like, okay, if this place isn't producing a good product to consumers that they care about, which the consumers are always the reason someone gets to where they are, then why are we continuing to buy? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, as a collect, it has to be longer than a Blackout Friday. It has to be longer than 2 days. It has to be indefinitely, because that's what's happening with these businesses. I mean, you got like, I love the Lakers, but there's no reason the Los Angeles Lakers should be applying for an SBA loan or grant or whatever and getting it. Versus like, there's been so many businesses that are here, you know what I'm saying, in Colorado that don't have the luxury, that have been open 67 years, that can't stay open because of the circumstances. At the same time, it's like, I understand, like, you have to adjust to the times if you can, but if you can't adjust to the times, like, isn't that what the PPP loans and the grants are supposed to be for? Like, people trying to make a difference, trying to change, not for the corporations and big old gigantic companies that already are big, that don't need the money. I was like, I'm pretty sure Los Angeles Lakers doesn't need no grant, bro. From all the merchandise, their contracts they have with 2K, the players, which they still may play anyway. It's like, come on, man, you know? It don't make sense to me. But it's 1:59, it's 2:00 now, so we're gonna go ahead and go into traffic education. So let's go with my history on that. Starting on that, I started driving. I think maybe my mother let me steer the wheel a couple times, but it's been mostly, and I say this from experience as being a race car driver, as well as, you know, somebody that's gone through experiences with accidents and has been a good pedestrian. Well, for the most part, I've been a good pedestrian. And I love traffic lights, which is like my traffic light analysis and why you see my traffic light analysis videos. Because I could give it to you from a pedestrian level. You know, I've been on a bike before, you know what I'm saying? And I'm in Colorado where pedestrians and bikes are given the right of way over cars, which I don't agree with, but I'll get into that a little later. But, you know, I'll start from where I began and I'll go to where I end on that to like now. So I think a couple of times my mother let me take a hold of the steering wheel, but nothing too crazy. I didn't start really driving behind the wheel until my pops came along. And some of the biggest, you know, rules were, you know, to don't trust anyone behind the wheel, to stay in the middle, to check your mirrors, always expect the unexpected, don't always check your mirrors, you just look over your shoulders, and to always pull over for emergency vehicles. And from that point, I mean, I was like, we had to know that before we got behind the wheel, period. But eventually, because he had a house off of 40th, was it 40th or 48th? I think 40th Avenue in Green Valley Ranch back in the day. before we went over to 13180 East Iliff Avenue, and then before going to 2383 South Fawn Way, apartment 403, and then yeah. So when we were back there in Green Valley, you have the kind of back roads. You have 56th, 48th, which is now Green Valley Ranch, but you couldn't really drive on that. But 56th Avenue, and then Powhatan, I believe, and Hudson over, those roads. So he would control the pedals, and I would get the steer. And it wasn't just me, but it was sometimes. I don't think my younger brother got to do it too much. Say I'm wrong. I don't think he got to do that too much. It was like went back then, D and Kayla, and we would do that. You know what I'm saying? He would do the pedals. I was taller, so like eventually I got to do the pedals eventually, but it took a while to get there. And there's no lines in the back roads back there, so you just kind of there's some, but eventually when you got to Hudson, there weren't no lines. You had to just kind of like visualize it, and he taught us that too. So we did that for a few years. I did that for a few years until like eventually it got to the point where I was tasked with driving all the way home from out there to, Heather Ridge Gardens. And, he wasn't the easiest person to train underneath in general, because I cried a lot, you know what I'm saying? And I actually was real frustrated. I was like, I'm not driving home. He was like, well, we're not going home then. So I had to get behind the wheel and like fully drive us home. And I made it happen. We were by Tower out there, where Gaylord Resort is now, that's around where I had to start driving. So I took Tower to Colfax to Airport, which turns into Buckley to Iliff on home. I did that pretty good. I was nervous, but after that, I just started driving more. And when my pops had Pearl, which was the 2007 Jeep Cherokee, that is where I would, drive even more. There was a time like we had to. Bullet was it was a 1993 Subaru Justy. So my pop's old cars was that Lucille, which was an Oldsmobile. I forgot what year that was. I want to say like 97, 98. And it might have been older than that. I want to say like 95, 96, honestly. And then after that, Lucille died. So we were rocking with Bullet, and there was times like, that Bullet got us through so much. There's times we threw like several people in the car at once. And he wanted to teach me manual on Bullet. She was unhealthy, and with the situations I've told you how we came up, there's a lot of times like we couldn't, because we drove a cab, and you had to how that worked was, I could go to the beginning on this. Let's keep talking about like driving, and then I'll kind of talk about maps too, and I'll bring it all together. So continuing on the driving front, he wanted to teach me manual, but he couldn't do it because that was our only source of transportation, because we had to give the cab back to Yellow Cab. And when I was in third grade, when my pops just got custody of me, I had to help him drive across the city. Like I was reading the map and like helping him out while he was, doing, getting passengers and stuff. So I was with him all the time doing that. And going on to, middle school, when he wasn't necessarily doing that, when he was doing another job, that's when I was still driving with that. And I had the, Pearl at that time. I didn't start really driving Pearl a lot until like 2010. And then that's when he left the key back at home for me to go ahead and go. So yeah, one time Bullet broke down, and I had to run from school. I was in Avid class. I had to run from school, like literally jog run home, grab the key, take Pearl, go over, because he broke down in Montbello over there off of Peoria. And what is that? Not Montview, but what is that? Is that 40th? Around there, but he broke down around there. So we took, one of those towed lines, that you put like on the tow bar for what you're pulling with. And then, Bullet didn't have anything. So we just had to put it around something stable. And then like I was in Bullet, he drove Pearl, and, towed us back home. And I had to like make sure that, I kept it tight enough to where it wasn't too loose. There's a couple times I messed up, but you want to keep, if you're ever towing a car, you want to keep it to where that line you have is tight. If you get too close or don't, stay far enough, you don't want to stay on the brake too much because you don't want to like cause more, friction. You don't want to cause more of a load on the person, pulling you. But you definitely want to keep it tight, because if not, then like you loose up, and if the person goes, that's how you rip the bumper off, and some other crazy things too. So I had to do that from Montbello all the way back home. We just took Peoria the whole way, hopped on Yale, southbound Peoria, went eastbound Yale, then got back on Vaughn, and then got her home. Eventually, like, we couldn't afford Bullet because, there's times we were utilizing the auto parts shop off of Havana and 6th Avenue back in the day, and then that wasn't working. So then we had to use another parts shop. But eventually, like, they stopped making parts for the Subaru Justy for Bullet, and we had to let her go. And that hurt. I was like, dang. Eventually, we lost Pearl too. Skipping some time ahead, because he couldn't afford it, so she got repoed. But while we had Pearl, there's times I was driving. There's some reckless times. I haven't told Pop. He's gonna know regardless. But there's one time in Montbello again. I wasn't paying attention and scratched the rims. Another time I was with my ex. I went to prom with. I was on Holly by Cherry Creek, the drive, and like, if you've been in Denver before, that like you have to cross the river to the creek to get to the other side, because it stops. If you're on the north side, it doesn't continue on the north side. You have to cross Holly to get back on it, and it follows up on the south side, at least until you get back to Colorado Boulevard. So like I was on southbound Holly, and they don't have a turn arrow, which I think they've needed a turn arrow there for a long time. So it's like, if you don't really shoot a gap at rush hour, you're not going anywhere. That doesn't justify what I did, but I knew the SUV at that point, and I knew the horsepower and torque that I had. So I shot a crazy gap. Like, like if you have a car coming, if you start, like, even if you start turning, about the time you get to a certain spot, they're going to be gone. You know what I'm saying? About the time you get there. So I use that knowledge to, really shoot a close gap. The guy was with me on that one. I don't know how I didn't crash the car on that, but I did it because I knew I would be dead. If I crashed that car, my life was over. So, and then I got a ticket. It was Memorial Day. You can see that on my website. You cop the book, but got a ticket Memorial Day 2012. Kept that secret. The money I was going to use to buy another iPod to play Clash of Clans primarily. And I listen to music too, but the one I used for Clash of Clans broke. It was like an older iPod, glassed out and stuff. So I was going to use that to buy it, but I had to pay for the ticket. And I had to end up, because I was going, I think 51 in a 35. And the cop, let me off on an easier one. But basically, it turned into, I believe, I want to say windshield infraction. But I had to take a defensive driving class. So I don't know what I did with that certificate, but it's how I'm able to have, like lower rates on insurance, because I had to take that. But I was for the ticket, but, two birds with one stone. So he never found out about it. He will, but, besides that, after that, it was when I didn't have anything else with Pearl. It was when I got my first car, Mary Jane. And I called her MJ, but it was for Mary Jane, for like Spider-Man, Mary Jane. And I played Spider-Man a lot growing up too. That's like my favorite superhero besides, the Dragon Ball world and anime manga world. Anime, I believe it's anime, not anime. I digress. The point is that my first car was a 1999 Mazda 626, and it was a burgundy color, and that was Mary Jane. And I bought that from the Buy Here Pay Here on Mississippi in Denver, Mississippi and Parker. Between Parker and Valentia, I believe. Yeah, it was between those two. Or was that Fairmont? I believe it's Fairmont and it turns into Valentia. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's over there and it's a Buy Here Pay Here, and that's where it was going to be a Mitsubishi Galant, but someone took that before I was able to. And at that point, I was in my first freshman year in college, 2013, when I went to CCA, and I had to use not even grant money. I had to take out loan money, which my pops needed to survive, to pay for the car. So I had to not only pay for the car, continue to finish paying it off of my own money, but and he co-signed for it, but then I also had to pay back the loan too. But that was my first car. And what was going on with that was the transmission. The transmission was out. And it worked until it didn't. It got to the point where I had to when my ex was going to Greeley, I would have to take the back roads. So I couldn't take the highway because it wouldn't go into fifth gear. There's 5 gears. It would lock out at 4 and 5, and it would just go like it was nuts. So I couldn't go on highways. I had to just only take side streets and back streets. So I would just hop on the business road of 85. Honestly, what I would do, I would just hop on Quebec. I would get on Iliff, Parker, Quebec, and take Quebec all the way down to Highway 2, take Highway 2 till it turned into Sable and Brighton, and then continue on that until it met up with 85. And I would stay on a slow side of 85 and not go faster. And yeah. And then when I had my ex-fiance in Johnstown, I kind of repeated the same path and just I got off that highway as soon as I could, but I did not take interstates at all. That stuff was nuts. But besides that, the shocks were kind of old. I messed up on top of it being rusty. The front left, when I was driving, I ran into the median, so I snapped it. So I paid a good amount of money. On top, I had to pay another almost $2,500 to $2,500 to try to fix her stuff. And it was what ended up being the nail in the coffin was my ex-fiance, her dad, and myself did try to do the brakes ourselves. He ordered the wrong size, so the pad wasn't fitting. But at that point, we already tried to do it ourselves. I didn't tell him, but I almost didn't make it home. I had to press on. If it wasn't for my experience, which props to Gran Turismo for the driving school, because I used to hate that growing up. But there's multiple reasons why it's good, because eventually if you get gold, you get cars that'll help you in the story mode anyway. But on a more practical level, what helped me was the brake ones. As much as I hated repeating those over and over again, the one where you have a slower car and a quicker car where you're going on test course in a straight line, and then you have to brake, and then you have to get in a certain time frame in certain seconds to pass. And that, if it wasn't for that, along with successful applications of applying those techniques, I wouldn't have been able to get home that day, because I swear my foot had to push the brake thing all the way in for it to work, and I had to take, at that point, I kind of intermixed it, because at that point I also took Colorado Boulevard mostly. That's what I don't like about Colorado, is that roads don't continue. So Colorado stops at Vasquez, and then after a certain period of time it continues, I want to say at 88th, and then you could take that all the way up north. Like that will go into like a back street, and then you cross over E470, and then it goes. They still call it Colorado. It goes all the way up to Johnstown. So I ended up taking that, and I would like intermix stuff because I didn't want to get bored driving that long, but I still couldn't be on the interstate, and I did not want to be on the highway. So, but with that on top of it, I was working at King Soopers, and I was like, well, I can't drive that. Like I'm not getting into an accident. So that was in game on that, but her family helped me get a 1999 Toyota Camry, which I call Mary Lou because that's the late woman that had the car that died, and her family was trying to sell the car. So they got it to me for $500, which was I appreciated that because to me it was like kind of somewhat their fault that the brakes situation didn't work. But sorry, I appreciate it. I didn't tell them about it, but it was just like, hey, I appreciate it. And that was a good car. I went to Toy Doctor, which is kind of a review on Toy Doctor. Toy Doctor is cool. You'll find my reviews on both locations. They have one in Littleton off of Broadway, and they have another one, on Parker in Denver. Over nearby that Buy Here, Pay Here. They had an older store that was by the grocery store, the corner store. Then they moved to the garage across the parking lot. But, it was like a way where I could still get genuine Toyota parts without necessarily going to the dealership, because you get robbed going to the dealership to fix up your car. But at the same time, I was kind of lazy, and my pops always got on me on it because he was like, well, you should be out here. Me and my brother play video games all the time, but he always got on this, like, you should be out here trying to fix, cars. He always tried to put me on Bullet and even Pearl, to learn, just in case, but we weren't having it. But yeah, I went to Toy Doctor, and, that's where I got her done up, and she needed some work, but I basically redone her. The reason it was transmission related again, like something happened in the transmission, and they're great. What they ended up, they accidentally like took it apart and actually started the work, and I didn't confirm I wanted it to be done. And I did stress that. I was like, because I didn't have enough money at the time, and I was trying to sell her because of that. And it was kind of shysty, but what ended up happening, they pretty much fixed the problem because she wasn't tripping after that. And when I sold the car, like there was no issues with the transmission no more. So like what ended up like me trying to like play it low, because I was working at Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels, and I was like, I was the baker, so I had to be there at 2 a.m, and I was over there off of the crossings of Bear Creek, which is Kipling and Dartmouth over there in West Lakewood. So I had to take, and Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels was over there off of First and Wadsworth. So it's like, realistically, I wasn't going to be able to walk, and it was snow on the ground. I'm not going to be able to do a bike. You're talking to the dude that plays sports. I walked everywhere in high school. I would have no problem doing that. But that time where we're surviving just because like I have to work this job overnight and I'm doing school at the same time, I had to sit here and get a reliable car. So it sucked, but I sold her, and just to get Julia, and that's the Nissan Altima I have now. And so shout out Toy Doctor. I haven't been to them since, but I mean, it was nothing but love. I put good reviews on y'all. I respected y'all on that. Both locations were dope. For my Nissan Altima, as soon as I got her in 20, what was that? I think January of 2017. It might have been late December 2016. It was around that time frame. I was definitely looking, but I got her, I think for sure, early January. And the same year, like in April, because I stopped working at Caribou Coffee, August, because I was working Caribou Coffee, Einstein Bagels. Then I started working at Revolution Cleaners, and I just started working at Dish Network, and I believe that was July. And then I got into an accident, 2 accidents, one after the other, one day when I was going over there because I won a scholarship for Red Rocks Community College, and I got clipped when I was in the First Bank parking lot over off of Union and Union and First over there in that parking lot. I got clipped when someone was coming out of the the ATM area, as well as if you were gonna, make a withdrawal or deposit. I got clipped on the left side, my left bumper, by the driver passenger tire, and I got clipped. And he was like a repair person. So we made a deal like, okay, if you could refinish it and buff it, I ain't got no problem. He ended up doing it, but he was off a little shop by Arapahoe County Courts, by Potomac and Arapahoe. And it's like a little, if you've ever driven in those kind of buildings where there's multiple like garages and different units, it was one of those. So it was like low key. I took Julia there and spent the day over there in the courts just waiting. So he did the best he could, but there's still like the paint ended up coming off anyway. So so there's my review there. But the day after, I got into an accident on Bulls, because when I worked at Dish, I took Kipling to Bulls, South Kipling to Bulls, went east on Bulls, and it was like not quite at Grant Ranch, but once you pass Pierce, I believe that's Pierce, going east, like there was 2 lanes, which zipper lining is important anyway. I feel like a lot of people don't know that if you see that it's time to get over, you don't get over like a half mile to a mile ahead. You're supposed to wait until the cones kind of go over, because it's zipper merging. Or even if it's not there, you still want to wait until the end, because if you sit there and wait way back here and try to get over, you're holding up traffic, versus like if you zipper, it's like one after the other. But either way, there was 2 semi trucks, 18-wheelers on the right side. There's this 2-lane going east. On the right side, it was 2 18-wheelers going that way. And it's me, blue SUV behind me. I think it was a white car in front of me. I don't really remember too much, but it was myself, a blue SUV, a red Jeep, and we're all flying because we're trying to it's a construction zone coming up and the right lane's ending, and this is right before Grant Ranch. And my first mom told me to just we shouldn't all been rushing, number one. Number two is that I kind of skipped around for all the tickets I had. I'll get to the tickets in a little bit, but we all should have kind of slowed down. We're going pretty quick. The speed limit normally is 40, but we're going about 46, 47. And eventually the car ahead of me slammed on their brakes. And it's like, I had my cereal, which you shouldn't eat when you're driving anyway. But that's what I did, was eat on the way to work, because I was irresponsible. I should have just woke up a little earlier and eat, but whatever, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But all the cereal, I was getting to the part where it's just the milk, right? And I was like, oh man, I love the part, Honey Nut Cheerios with that milk. Oh, so then I had to abandon the bowl and just and because of the training I was talking about with Gran Turismo, is the only that in the application, I didn't hit the car in front of me, and that's actually how I avoided getting a ticket. Because if I hit the person in front of me, in Colorado, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. If you hit the behind of someone else, you get a ticket. It doesn't matter. And you're at fault. So I was like, I don't really care. I was like, I'm not hitting this car in front of me. And I ended up not hitting the car, but I was pissed because all my Cheerios and milk was everywhere. So I was cool. The SUV behind me was cool. She stopped in time too. However, the person behind her was not paying attention. It totaled his car, ran into her. She ran into me. And the 2 cars behind the Jeep ran into each other too. So, that was a real big one. I was like a 5-car, 6-car, 5-car accident. And that happened in Littleton, so that should be public record. All this is public record, but for me, even if I wasn't at fault, I had travelers at the time and I had to pay a deductible, which I didn't see. I think it's so silly to have to pay a deductible if you're not at fault. But the person had Geico, which I'm with right now, and luckily they covered everything. But it's still a hassle because I took my car, Julia, over to Sam's Auto Shop, and they ended up scratching the paint on the top. Like, it was just scratches because they ended up putting all the parts that they needed on top of her. So she just had little micro scratches all over the place. And I was like, oh my gosh. And and I have no problem waiting. If you say something's going to be done, stick to it. If it's going to take another day or two, just tell me. But, they gave me a Chrysler 300 to drive around. And that was crazy too for Enterprise. I'm glad I got the little insurance on that because it had big rims. So when I tried to park at home on the rock, because parking was another thing at the crossings at Berry Creek. Like, if you didn't get there at a certain time, you had to park on the side of the street. And this is not necessarily blaming them, but that's why I had to park on the side of the curb. And usually at the time, that was always my weakness anyways, like rubbing my tire on the curb, like, and messing up the black of it. It usually would end up kind of brown, like a brown black. But there was like less tire and a lot more rims. So I scratched it on the curb. And I was trying to do some like fix it yourself. I went and bought some sandpaper, like was looking up on YouTube how to like repaint it and stuff. And I just gave up, man. I literally set it down and like was trying. I was like, how am I going to do this without screwing up this? I just couldn't do it. So I returned it to Enterprise, and thankfully I still had the stuff. I don't even think they really paid attention. But again, from that point, I always, if I got a U-Haul truck, I never needed it. But, if you do that and you're not sure, you're not going to do something, get the insurance or whatever. So if something like that happens, you're taken care of. Because, what if you don't get it? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, this is coming from somebody that feels like most insurance is a fraud anyway. Like, it's nice to have it. But at the same time, if you're capable, if you're a capable driver, if you're capable, like, at taking care of yourself, you're paying way more money than you ever make back. So you're better off, just a slight aside, like for health insurance, you're better off just doing an HSA account and then, saving that money just in case, rather than paying a deductible. Pay yourself and then you go from the HSA if something happens, God forbid, and still have something where it's a high deductible anyway. But you should be paying yourself regardless. But anywho, that was after that accident. Geico took care of me for the rental and all that. And I was like, I didn't want to deal with the rental. So I gave it back like a couple days early. So one could debate that it's my fault. I got so impatient when Sam's Auto said they were done, but it's like, they're like, okay, it's going to be done today at like 4:15. So I had to take the bus over there, the bus light roll over there. And I still had to wait. So I feel like they were mad at me because I made a little bit of a stink, but yeah, they scratched all the top and stuff. I mean, you could look at it in person, and it's still there. So I was pretty frustrated. I just got her. That was the first year I got her, and I already got 2 accidents and then another situation because of 1 accident. So, and that's because I didn't follow my instinct and, well, numerous things. Slow down in the construction zone, even if it's coming up. And then, like, no one was zipper merging. Everybody was trying to beat the 2 semis. But since that point on, I've always zipper merged. I'm like, I'm not going to play that game no more of people trying to come over, and it just, and besides that, I haven't been in another accident since then. For tickets, I've been pulled over a lot more than, and I'm not going to go into the whole police versus people thing. It aligns with, if you truly love your community and the people you serve, then it's going to translate to your job of being a police officer. If you don't love the people and who you serve, it's going to show. It's going to show. You know what I mean? It's definitely going to show. And that, on top of pre-existing conditions against, more minority groups and cultures, you end up with what's happening right now. But that's somewhat, I mean, it's not fully outside the scope, but for me, what's helped me is I've been pulled over a lot, but besides the ticket that, you know, I experienced in Pearl off of Hampton and Inglewood, I've been pulled over in Mary Jane when I was on Highway 85, and I wasn't privy to the law that you need to get like over if there's an emergency vehicle on the shoulder, because they don't really have too much of that in Aurora. So I wasn't really used to that. So granted, I didn't get over, and then that cop was just done, and then he speeds up and pulls me over, and I was like, I'm from Aurora, and I got let off the hook. But another time was I was on Hampton again. I was working in LGC Hospitality for the second round when I was working. What was I working at that point too? I think I was working at Revolution Dry Cleaners at that point as well, and I was speeding. The speed limit was like 45. I was going like 54 or something like that, and he pulled me over. But again, what really helps is like, you know, you have your hands on the steering wheel, and like you keep them there. You know what I'm saying? Like roll down the window if you need to real quick, but keep it there. That's like the handshake of police officers. And it's like, yes, sir, no, ma'am. You know, I never been pulled over by a woman, but you know, yes, sir, no, sir. You know, license, registration. I gave it to him. You know, it hasn't always gotten me out of a ticket, but I'm honest. You know, you were speeding. Yep. The only time I got into it was the ticket after that in Aurora when I worked at Faison Office Products. I was going on South Parker, and I just passed Quincy, and he was sitting in Emerald Isle. It was an undercover cop, and it was, I believe he was in training because he had a partner, and I didn't see it. I was running late anyway because I forgot my lunch, and I got pulled over, and I'm wearing a black t-shirt just like this right here. I was wearing a black t-shirt, and Julia's seatbelt's like a dark gray, black as well. This is at about 8:40 something in the morning. Sunshine, no clear skies. They're facing east because they're clocking me going south. And it's like the sun is blaring in your eye on top of a seatbelt being black on a black t-shirt. They said I didn't have the seatbelt on. I had the seatbelt on. I was like, because they pulled me over and like, do you know how much you were speeding? I was like, I really don't. Because like I was planning, because it turns into, it's highway, I believe, 83. I could be wrong on that, 82, 83 maybe. But when you pass Quincy, it's 45 miles an hour until you pass Quincy, and then you're on your way to like, is that Tufts or something like that? I could be wrong, but it goes up to 55 miles an hour. Me, I was too hesitant and just drove, you know, I just kept going. I like starting early, so it was still 45. So I was already trying to speed up to get to the speed limit was going to be. I like going 60 plus. You know, I'm not going to say I'm not a speeder. I'm a race car driver, for Christ's sake. So, yeah, they got me. And then I was like, you know, being honest. So like, this is where I'm going with that. Just be honest. Like, I'll admit to anything I did, but you're not going to pin on me what I didn't do. And this is Aurora Police Department, which, I mean, they're not the best department for what we are hearing and what I've experienced. So like we went back and forth, and like they gave me the ticket, of course. And when I went, fast forward a month, when I went to the court, the DA was trying to let me off, but I was kind of irritated. I was like, no, I didn't. I have my seatbelt on, blah, blah, blah. I guess they probably put it in the notes anyway. He was lying and said he had his seatbelt. And I was like, I wouldn't lie to you. You know what I'm saying? You can look at my record now. It's pretty clean despite. But after that, I got pulled over again a couple times. One time in Rifle, which is in my book series too, with the card name on that. I think his name was Carlos. And my rule, like what I was taught on, is only go 5 above in the speed limit. And that's still not 100% because it depends on the cop and even the area. Some cops pull you over for going 0.5 to 1 over. So I don't recommend sticking to that all the time. But for me, a good general rule that I was raised on is go 5 above only. And another rule I added on that is if you're first in line, like you're the sitting duck. Because I mean, that's how I got pulled over in Pearl off of, you know, in Inglewood. Because I was first in line. I was listening to some EDM and I was flying, yo. I was like, oh. But if I'm first in line, definitely stick to the 5 above. If not, just go to speed limit. But if the flow of traffic is matching, then go ahead and speed, right? Because I mean, they can't pull everybody over. But there's, in smaller towns, I didn't follow my rule. Like, it's a smaller town, I probably shouldn't go 5 above. I got pulled over. Again, me not being from up there got me off the hook and being nice and courteous, right? The time after that was honestly recently this year when COVID was kind of serious. It was like May, early June. And it was in Greeley. And oh my God, I never felt so nervous in my life for cops. Like, Greeley's already a hot spot for police. And this was post George Floyd. And it was just hot. It was cops everywhere. You weren't supposed to be out anyway. And I was like, man, I got to get out of here. And I was next to this railroad that goes like northwest. And I didn't make a full stop. And it was like I think it was an unmarked SUV. I didn't make a full stop. I made a left turn and he got me. What's funny is, like, I know when I'm got, so I'll pull up. It's a little game. I'll be pulling over before they even throw on their lights, and you notice them, because usually you notice that people they mess up and then, like, they're followed and then like the lights come on generally. I could be incorrect. That's how I notice it. So like I'll pull over like before they even like throw on their lights, so they feel like it's kind of like a little game, like, oh no, I'm pulling you over, you're not stopping for me type of situation. So he pulled me over and like we're both kind of tense, like I have my hands on the steering wheel, and he's like, and he catches my windows because they're tinted, they got limo tints on, Julia, you know what I'm saying, because there's some benefits. I ain't gonna talk about the benefits, but there's some hindrances too. Like, you shouldn't do it because like it impairs your vision on a serious note, and it's hard to see. But some benefits, rated PG, is that the sun, it keeps your car cool, and you don't have people all snooping in your stuff. The bad side is, you can't see, visibility sucks, especially at night. But I've gotten used to it. The other benefits, you'll know what it is. But yeah, man, he caught the tints too being low. So I honestly thought I was gonna get a ticket. I was like, there's too many cops out here trying to meet a quota. But like, we're both tense because he's seen all this stuff with it blowing up because of George Floyd and all that. And I'm just like, hey, I ain't even trying to, like, I'll take the ticket. I'm just not trying to go through all this stuff. But he let me off with the warning, which was nice. And he gave me his card, which, I mean, he didn't have an actual card, but he had a Greeley card, which like had how to like contact his branch to try to find him. But I mean, even since then, I've tried to go around and ask for partnerships from police departments. I've gone to Johnstown, Greeley again, Boulder, what other cops? I think just in general, like, especially those just trying to be like, hey, I understand the war with police officers, like, utilize my brand so we can like set up these meetings to like bring together. Because it's like, we do need, I'm not trying to say we don't need government, we don't need police, we don't need, stuff like that. It's just put people where they want to be and make it equal. Personally, I wish it was like the Germany Autobahn, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, there's certain residential areas, which, I mean, that reminds me, the photo cameras at intersections and the little vans that snap stuff for you when you speeding. I've been caught by the little van a couple times. Used to be an unmarked little white van, and it would snap you. And they put like a little bitty blue sign that you could barely see. Like, they now have like legit police SUVs that says like traffic enforcement, and they put the sign a lot more clear, so like if you're speeding, you should get the ticket. But it was pretty shiesty for a minute. And the red light cameras, Aurora, Colorado used to have the red light cameras, but they got removed because what ends up happening is you feel like you got to slam the brakes, and that causes more accidents than not. And Aurora wasn't bad for it, but Denver's done it, and there's been some other cities across the nation that they'll shorten the yellow light. They'll shorten the yellow light just to, you know, get more revenue. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, come on, bro. So I've been caught a couple times on that. Never on the red light camera though. I've never been caught on that. What else we got? I mean, that's about it on the ticket front. But yeah, I'm not saying cops are bad or anything like that. Like I was trying to buy one at Chipotle a drink, you know what I'm saying? Like, even though they have a program for cops, which is good on discounted meals. But you know, it's kind of hurt been seeing all this stuff. And it's like, I'm in the middle again. Like I'm not sitting here saying that nothing's going on, because there's something going on, especially when the cops that killed Elijah McClain still ain't seeing justice. On the other end of things, like, yeah, like there's some people that are belligerent that just want to get a rise out of a police officer. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just coming from my personal experience. The time I got pulled over on Parker, I was speeding. I'm not going to say them cops weren't, you know, a little bit, you know, racist, but all the other situations I've been in, you know, even if they were racist, got avoided by me just, you know, using the handshake, you know, having my hands on the wheel and, you know, yes sir, no ma'am, all that. What else? I mean, one time I think the one time I didn't talk about getting pulled over too was in Aurora, and I like took the latter part of a yellow, and I got let off the hook too. So I've been let off the hook quite a few times. What else do we have? Navigation. Let's talk about navigation a little bit. You know, I've always loved lights since I was a little kid, and maps. Like, I'm not as hardcore a map dude as I was. I used to take little map books, and my first big street name was Exposition. I was real proud of that. And I would always like kind of follow maps and see where stuff was going. And I like marveled when Google Maps first came out, Google Earth came out. And I was taking that little point and putting it on like intersections. Like when I couldn't go there in the city, I would put that down on there and, you know, just see what the traffic light intersection was if I couldn't go there in person. But you could ask my pops. He said when I was younger, I'd always just look and point and go lights. And I mean, it makes sense because he was a navigator too. I mean, he drove for Swift Trucking for a while. And I mean, I helped him again drive a cab and navigate around there. And there's times when me and my mother, you know, when she took me to Disneyland after leaving me at Boys and Girls Club that night, I like guided her around California a bit. And I've always been a little bit of a navigator. So, you know, Google Earth came out. I always experimented with that until they like made the switch over to Google Maps. And then, use Google Maps to kind of like see where a road goes to, or like just curiosity. And from that point, you know, being a race car driver on top of that, just seeing like how laws work. And I mean, I got my permit normally, like when I was 17, got my license. And, you know, that was standard. I was disappointed because pops told me back in the day, you know, they used to have you do everything. You parallel parked, you would drive rural areas, suburban areas, downtown to parallel park. You would, I don't know if I said that already. You would do, you know, out there, you know, like you would go over railroad tracks, you know, you had to learn manual. Like it was a whole process. But now it's like, it seems they just want more revenue because the people out there, it's definitely not I see it more and more that people is like, they just give them the license, like, here you go. And it's like, yo, there's craziness out there. And it's no disrespect, but it's just like, you got people that don't use blinkers. You got people that are cutting people off. You got people that don't know how to zipper merge. You got people that there's like 4 or 5 car lanes between cars. And I mean, I'm not perfect. Like, you know, I've driven drunk before. I've driven high before. Like I've driven crossfaded before. Like, I mean, we used to do that back in the day. I wasn't alive, but pops used to tell me all the time. They used to have liquor just sitting in the whip, you know, and not that I'm justifying it. You shouldn't do that. Cause I know like my ex's brother, like got DUIs, and it messes up your life. You mess up someone else's life, so no, you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, like, no, I can't sit there. I'll again tell you, like, I'm not the person I am today with my brand trying to help people, trying to act like I've never done anything. That's not what I'm doing. I'm using my platform and my 25 years of experience to be like, hey, I'm trying to save you 25 years. I'm trying to save you the possibility of getting wrecked yourself in whatever way, shape, or form. But yeah, there's a couple times I drive when I shouldn't, or I've run reds before. I've like gone through, like, there's some railroad crossing gates. They're coming down. I went underneath them. My mother, when I was younger, she took some medicine that made her sleepy, and like we're over there off of Sable by East Aurora, and like there's a train already caution, and then like we're going eastbound Smith, and like we're trying to get the Chambers before and make a left turn. And the light turned red and the like gates were coming down and stuff. She like went through it, which I understand, like you're gonna pass out, so you feel the need to do that. But I was like, why did you even take the pills? Why just not wait until we get home? You know what I'm saying? But and I mean, yeah, like, my pops grew up in an era where they drank all the time and drove, you know what I'm saying? So it's just, I'm not condoning that behavior. I'm just saying, like, definitely, I'm just someone from experience. I've crashed. I've like, I've popped the wheel. I haven't really popped the wheel, but I mean, I've, messed up rims. There's one time I pushed the cart, like, and I was in the King Supers parking lot, and I was off of Monaco. And what street was that? Maybe Mississippi. It's the one over there by Leedsdale, in that parking lot. I pushed the cart, and like I was trying to like get into the thing from far away, and it missed, and I think it ran into somebody's car. I didn't even tell Pops. I was just like, go. So a lot of this stuff I went through with, like, because Julia scratched up a bit, and the stuff I went through with having the top scraped is probably because of karma for that. Let's just be honest. So that's like what's some other tidbits I have. I mean, that's why I'm out here, and like for traffic lights, at first it was kind of just on a surface level, and then it was, well, what besides the surface level, what can I do? How does it help me? You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, a traffic light looks tight, and I might love them, but eventually I was like, okay, let's look at functionality. Let's look at design. Like, for example, 4-second yellow is the standard, depending on like which area you were in. At least in Colorado, 4 seconds is standard. It used to be 3 in certain places, which I don't think so. For example, like in longer situations, like if you think about the Parker and 225 light, the yellows on that are like 4 to 5 seconds. And generally the break between when one side turns red and the other side turns green, it used to be immediate, but that caused a lot of accidents. In some areas it's 1 second, but generally like 2 seconds. And depending, longer, depending on the type of intersection, like if it's a highway, is it a side street, is it a residential, school zone, etc. So, I mean, just some things right now, my bad, I'm like fidgeting a little bit, but some problem areas in the city. Like I said, I have footage, but CDOT, I mean, granted, this is a small town. You're talking about Colorado being a small state until like the boom. So we're trying to keep up. Like when we develop like I-70s under construction right now, we're trying to develop everything. 270 should have been done a long time ago. It was backed up in 98, 99. Like it should have been done a long time ago. That should be the next project. I'm just keeping it a buck. But when they finished 36, that was kind of late. 225, they took forever on that. But you have gentrification, and I'm not just saying it's Aurora. I'm not just saying it's Green Valley. I'm not just saying it's Colorado. But I've noticed even in Green Valley, they developed that to make tower like 2 lanes each way back then when I was young. And they didn't really finish that until last year. And even still, they're trying to, get it to where it needs to be. Whereas you have somewhere like Highlands Ranch, you get a pothole, it's fixed the same day. I feel like across the board, it should be a better system, better roads everywhere, especially here because you have the crazy climate that goes back and forth a lot. And, I'm going to take a little breather. I just got to pay the water bill. I'll be right back. And then I'll finish up the topic. I'll be right back. Appreciate you. All right, I'm coming back. Appreciate your patience on that. Let me see here. Where was I at? Dang, oh, that's where I was at. Let me see. Oh yeah, just equality with like roads and whatnot, and not, one community shouldn't be sitting there for like ever, and you have another, richer community that the stuff is all sweet over there. A lot of people don't even know what it's like. Some people don't even have cars. They don't even know what it's like to drive on a decently paved road. I was just driving on 144th this morning, recently paved, which is Dillon going west. Recently paved, and I'm like, some people don't even know what it's like to fully drive on a paved road like that. Whereas you go to like East Aurora, and it's like certain areas is just like crazy, or even Wheat Ridge for that matter. So there's that, and that's why I'm out here, because I feel like our government's not doing a good job. Obviously, I can't do it alone, but I'm trying to use my platform to be like, hey, it's all us at the end of the day. We could have like 20,000 cops, but I mean, there's always going to be more of us than cops. So, I mean, with that being said, we got a duty to do to help our people. And I mean, even road rage incidents, there's been a couple of times, I know we got to, like 6 more minutes. There's been some road rage incidents I've been in, and that's honestly a reason I didn't keep this piece in the whip. You know what I'm saying? I have, like, right now I have a knife and a golf club and a bat, and I've had that for a while, but there's a reason I didn't keep this in the car. You know what I'm saying? For a minute, because stuff gets crazy out there. Stuff gets crazy, like my biggest pet peeve is being in my song 187, I-87 talks about like how it can really escalate to murder real quick. And it's like, I feel like a lot of people take for granted just the journey of getting home. Like that used to be a big deal. You're working from somewhere, you have to journey home. And it's like, we still journey home, but it's like, I feel a lot of people take it for granted because we got these cars and whatnot. And it's like, it can end quickly. If not in an accident, it could also just escalate. There's been times like a couple motorcycle incidents, and I could be incorrect, but in my memory, I don't remember going out too much. Like I would turn into a lane. One time was me turning off of Vaughn onto Iliff left going westbound, and I was trying to turn into the lane closest to the median. Allegedly, which I mean, I could be incorrect, but the motorcycle set, was pissed because I went too much into the middle lane. That wasn't intentional. But rather than like sit there and just wave like in acknowledgement that it's my bad, I went back and forth with him. Another time I had another passenger in the car. It was my current girl now. I came out of Cornell trying to turn on to Peoria, a right turn, and I was turning into the right lane closest to the sidewalk. The motorcycle was in the middle lane, and allegedly I went too much into the middle lane on that. I might have. Again, instead of just waving, letting it go, I went back and forth. It got to the point where we were screaming not screaming, but we're going back and forth between 3-4 lanes. He's turning west on Yale. I'm turning east on Yale. He's like, well, follow me and let's make it happen. I'm like, I got somebody else's life. I'm not going to sit here. And even if I was by myself, I would have kept going, because I'm not going to sit here and turn around and then what? Or for the motorcycle situation, I follow you, then what? We get out the car, then what? We don't know who's strapped. We don't know who has what. Then we have a homicide. Like I said, my coach got murdered over a parking spot. Like they got into it over a parking spot, met off on the other, on the weekend in this parking lot, and he got killed. But it started because of a parking spot. Some of my biggest pet peeves are on highways, freeways, and interstates being in the left lane, which is a passing lane, but a lot of people don't know that. And I put on my brights, call it a dick move, but it's like, you're holding up traffic. I wouldn't have to sit, and I'm not justifying swerving through lanes and shit. I put on my blinker, but I'm not justifying that. If you're blocking up the middle and left lanes and you're forcing me to go to the right lane to pass you, then that's a problem on both sides, not just mine or theirs. If I've noticed, if the left lane's clear to pass, stop being a police car, let me pass. And if I get pulled over for going too fast, that's my ass. Bars. But on the real though, like there's one time it got escalated because this truck, I had my brights on. I was going south on 285. I mean, not southwest, because I was headed home, and it kept blocking me off. I was trying to get in the right lane to pass, and there was like somebody going slow naturally, or like they would just block me off. So it got to the point where I was about ready to go into the shoulder, and I had a choice whether to follow them after Kipling or just, go home. I went home, and it's just like, make that decision. You know what I'm saying? Because I've avoided hella escalating situations. Just let the ego go. You know what I'm saying? It's rare. If you can just get out and talk to somebody about it, cool. Even when I got in an accident, I was calm. I'm asking if everybody, they're okay. But it's rare that, you should try to avoid that at all costs, sitting here screaming, and do not follow people. You don't know what's happened. I've heard stories of people having shootout matches, busting from cars. Like, it ain't worth it, man. It ain't worth it. So that's why I'm out here. Eventually, I want to get a dash cam so I could just, whenever I'm riding, go ahead and upload that, and that's part of the traffic education to the new viewer. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for your time. There's, 6 hours of material. So if you want to go back and watch some, great. If you want to peel off and watch more later, cool. We're about to head into the next segment right now, which should be, this should be the record label portion, right? Yeah. Okay. I've been waiting on this one a little bit. All right. So record label talk, Lay on the Pedal Records. I already showed y'all some stuff already. Like I said, I got the preamp, I got the Focusrite over here. I got the, Warm 47. I'm not keen on mixing and mastering. I try to do a mastering thing that they offer for, they try to play a consultation for free, but they canceled it because I didn't have the resources. Well, it's like, don't offer something for free if like I have to have resources, even to have the consultation meeting. But for mixing, I'm not too keen on that right now. I'm using a trial version of Logic X. And I've just been, that's what I did the acapella versions off of. And, that's what I'm utilizing until that runs out. But beyond that, let's start at the beginning. When I was younger, I always wanted to be a DJ in a sense, like I was always listening to the radio. I was always listening to tracks. Let me get some water. but I'll keep talking. I was always listening to tracks. I was always, I grew up on Biggie and, Tupac and all that. So, and ODB and all that, Wu-Tang. But KS175, that's all I really listened to when I grew up with my mother. And, that's really, for real, that's all I listen to, man. And, I would notice certain things they would do with the radio station. Like, I would listen to it overnight. And I would notice, like, less commercials. They would either speed up the song. Sometimes they didn't, but usually they would speed up the songs. And sometimes they would remix it, like, or just put it in together so it flowed. Which, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like it's a remix if you're, like, kind of flowing stuff together to, like, for, ease of play, right? So beyond that, I found like I was always listening. Like, I grew up on Destiny's Child, so my mother had certain CDs. Usher, one CD in particular was Usher's Live CD, and there's a few tracks at the end of that. You had the Make Me Wanna. You had the My Way, the So Def remix, and then you had Make Me Wanna, the Tough Jams remix, and then you had one more song after that, I think. And that Make Me Wanna Tough Jams remix, I mean, even the My Way, So Def remix, man, I bumped that stuff hard. Like, I mean, I played the album, but those two cuts, especially the Make Me Wanna Tough Jams remix, I played that front to back. And I mean, I even tried for a long time to find it again when I didn't have the CD. Throwing my hood on. Yeah, but I mean, in some Destiny's Child songs, I don't know which one was with like Wyclef Jean. But I mean, I've always been a musician, man. Like, in terms of like having an ear for music, like the days of Pac after he died and Biggie after he died, and I was just listening to that. I didn't know what was going on during that time when all that stuff happened, but TLC, listening to Left Eye, I was like just old enough for Aaliyah, the Romeo Must Die soundtrack. Like, my mother had the cassette version of cassettes, you know what I'm saying? Like, when my pops helped co-sign for her for a Acura Legend, but to help me not, be on the street walking, which I respect on him for that. But cassettes, listening to that. What was the jazz station back in the day? Was it 104.3? There was some jazz station back in the day. Like, I think true Coloradans would know, like, in the metro area, but it's not that no more. But back when we would have a lot of jazz festivals at City Hall, like every Sunday, back in Cherry Creek off of First, when they would have those festivals there, I went to those. I didn't go to too many concerts. The first concert I went to was the Lil Bow Wow and Amari Young concert. It was like a joint concert back in 2001 at Fiddler's Green. That was the first concert I went to that I remember, at least. But yeah, I grew up on Lil Bow Wow. Man, when I had my hair like lengthed it up when I was younger, I was trying to get the braids. I'm too tender-headed for that though. But Bow Wow is one of the legends. I don't care what anyone says. That's a legend right there in my book. What else? I was just always listening to music, always, and that carried me through too. I know I talked about, like sex and, other forms of escapism, overeating, undereating, video games, sports. But I mean, music was another outlet for me. Just listening to, what was this artist's take on this song? What was this one's take? And I mean, I grew up primarily in hip hop and rap. So, I mean, that's what I was tailored to. But it wasn't until I like moved with my pops and I was able to, back then, DirecTV had Sirius XM. And I would fall asleep. I mean, I always fell asleep to music. and sometimes television when I got older, but it was mostly music. I stopped for a little bit, but I continued it when I moved with my pops, and I would listen to Sirius XM overnight, and even MTV. They would have the video after hours where they would just play constant music videos. They might have a commercial here and there, but it was just music videos. And that's when I went into like alternative, because that's when Paramore was blowing up. That's when My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, Blink 182, like SR-71. You had Green Day, all these different bands and groups, right? And I would just listen to that. DirecTV also had, it was like on their like dedicated channel. There's sometimes they did some live performances like My Chemical Romance and things of that nature. And at that point, I had I knew when I was young, when I went to Disneyland, when same trip when my mother left me behind and that was her way to make up with me. I was old enough to listen to the radio out there on the West Coast, and I like an example was like Too Short's Shake That Monkey. It didn't get here to Colorado for like another 6 months to a year. And that's how it be. Before streaming, like the radio game here was weak. And I mean, it still is, honestly, if I'm gonna be a buck, you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm gonna keep it a buck, it's still weak. And that's why I've lay on the pedal radio. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to jack anybody, but I've been a DJ. I've been loving music. That's why I made a record label for it. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been out here with that, man. But it's been weak. It's been weak. I listen to tracks out there. They wouldn't make it here. Some of them never make it here. When I went to Florida with my ex-fiance, like Rick Ross's and Chris Brown's Sorry, it never made it here. It never made it here. And there's so much good music, and it's not just I'm passionate about music, man. Like it's not just the radio stations like in the car, like FM AM. It's in grocery stores too. And that's like a form of, I hate to say it, but it's a form of like slavery. When you got to go to work, I've worked at King Supers, I've worked at retail places. If you got to hear the same track every day, I mean, even at Elitch Gardens, like they would play the same soundtrack every day. I would get there at like 8:00 and respect Ariana Grande and Mac Miller, that track they did together. That would come on every time at the same day, every time. And it's like there's so much music out here. Why are we playing the same stuff over and over again? And Colorado's music scene was weak. There's a lot of stuff we didn't get to, even for jazz. We kept hearing the same stuff. We didn't hear no Kim. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not hearing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Forget soul. Like we barely heard no Isley Brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like we just didn't have any really. I mean, again, it was Colorado. Like you got which is so many different parts. You got the hoods of various areas from like Hispanics, which is Commerce City, areas of Federal and things like that. Latino, Latina, no disrespect. You got 5 Points, Denver. You got Montbello, East Aurora. You got the urban. You know what I'm saying? That's not really accounted for. And then you got mostly the predominantly vanilla Caucasian people running the radio station, man. Oh, man. And then like even the jazz station, they kept playing the same thing. And I mean, there's some good cuts on there. For example, Tracy Chapman. I don't know if people would consider her jazz, but I mean, they played her on there. Fast Car played a good amount. They played some Anita Baker, so it's not like I haven't grown up on people. And I mean, sometimes you had even the funk, like the funk days, the New Jack City phase, you feel me? Like, that's when I got the pops. But I mean, in terms of when I was with moms in the whip, that's all we listened to was jazz. We didn't listen to too much hip hop. And I mean, my cousin Dante was a MC and he got shot. And y'all lucky guys on y'all side, because I wanted to find out who did it for a minute. But it is what it is. I gained an angel, right? But he was in the music scene. I didn't get to see him perform at a high school. It was over there off of Yosemite, like Eastman, Yosemite area. Like if you were to go on Tamarack and then I think you turn like eastbound on Eastman, there's like a high school, middle school, high school over there. It was probably high school. He went performing in middle school there. And he wasn't really able to, I didn't see him. And there's times I went, like my mother would take me to the studio. He had some pizza and stuff like that. But yeah, he got shot. I wasn't able to like really hear him spit like that. So that hurt. But I knew that at a young age, man, that hip hop and rap, like what you say on that could get you murked, especially like, Montbello East Aurora, like dude got shot over there off of 225 and I-70, like on that off ramp, if you get off at Chambers, it's a weird area where you have the on ramp from Pena and I-70 going to I-225. And then you come off from Chambers. It's that little area that it's there to kind of intermix for people going south on 225 and people going to Peoria and westbound I-70. I think it was the westbound I-70 area, if not the Peoria side, he got shot at. And that's where they transferred him to Denver Health. And he died at that hospital. So, there's that, you know what I'm saying? So, I knew at a young age, and I grew up on brown sugar, right? Like Def Jam, like record. I'm not going to get it. I will get into the record label talk here shortly versus other record labels. Like I try to play it nice, but I got to call out some record labels on their bullshit. But for right now, I believe they were talking about like it was Brown Sugar, I think partnering with Def Jam to make Brown Sugar, like, that movie with Sanaa Lathan and Taye Diggs, Mos Def. And me seeing that movie just let me know how like the music business works at a young age. Like you have to fight. Like there could be some whack individuals. That doesn't mean they're bad people. But if you seen that movie, you got two people that probably never made a record in their lives that get on a record that somebody else produced and probably even wrote for them, if you will. And it might not even be their personal vision, but it's what the ARs want. And then they record this shit and it blows up. But you have somebody like Mos Def that, is on like some conscious shit that gets overseen. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's my issue with, and I can't, like, I could speak on mostly every genre now, but what I've studied and what I've come down to, it's the same issue. People up top controlling stuff. People that have never made a record in their lives. People that have never DJ'd in their lives. People that have never written. People that have never produced, composed, nothing. Played an instrument, nothing. But, they're getting run by, they're running people that do this for a living. Music is so profitable, but you're robbing people. And you're talking to somebody that I couldn't afford it. So there's once upon a time, yes, I pirated CDs because I couldn't afford to cop it otherwise because I had a budget. Like, I couldn't even buy video games. But I understand why it's such a serious thing, but it doesn't even go to the artist. There's a reason why when I have my projects, I release my remix tapes for free. I wasn't even trying to do that. Even the commercially released one that came out as Minute Action Retrieval, the mixtape, which is now labeled as Retrieval 2020 Tape 3, remix tape, like even that one, I put it on DatPiff. That was for free on top of, like, sure, you could pay for it if you want to, but I didn't even have to sign to experience what labels do to artists and DJs. I understand for a while, I didn't understand why DJ Khaled was so popular. Shout out DJ Khaled or certain DJs, maybe DJ Drama, or like some people question, like, what do DJs play a part in? Because I'm DJ Smoothie Blue. So like, what DJs, well, Dr. Leon DJ Smoothie Blue, but as like we're talking about DJs, as a DJs, DJ Smoothie Blue, I understand what people have to go through. And some people, and I mean, I used to wonder in the past, like, why did DJ Khaled, he gets the production, he gets an artist that he sees fits on the beat, and then he names it his track, because that's the only way DJs get any credit. That's the only way DJs get credit, because other than that, you're not getting paid. It doesn't matter if you remix. There's DJ Cones, which I love. You could YouTube him. He has some crazy remixes. Latitude, Make 'em Lost, which is like kind of a remix of Make 'em Say, and not the Kanye one, but the Kid Cudi one. Man, like DJ Combs is so talented. No love there. Dude dropped hella tapes. No love. Some of this stuff got blocked out. And I'm like, and that's why I put it underneath Lay on a Pedal Records, Lay on a Pedal Radio, and put in Dr. Leon and DJ Smooth. I'm the same person. I've remixed the track and put my verse on the same track. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ahead of my time in a lot of ways on that. I don't see a lot of other people doing it themselves on that. But yeah, I don't blame DJ Khaled for doing what he has to do. I don't blame DJ Drama for doing that. DJ K Slay, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are some dope DJs. DJ Premier, you know what I'm saying? I could keep going, you know what I'm saying? But you get the point. You have Daki Kasho for, like, he's a composer for Gran Turismo music. He gets some bands together, and I mean, you have like What to Believe, you have Soul Surfer, and you wonder why they have to put their name first, because it's like you don't get the credit otherwise. You don't get the credit, and I wish you did, but you just don't get the credit. And I mean, so many people have bitten off of the hip hop community, like even country. I mean, okay, we have to go there. We have to go there. Eminem talked about it a little bit on Royce the 5'9's recent album, Royce 5'9. If it's Royce the 5'9, forgive me, but Royce 5'9, that's how you write it. But on his recent The Allegory album, for the interlude where Eminem talked, I mean, and I'm going to say this too, Eminem's one of the greatest people of all time, artists, MCs, whatever you want to call it. And even our people, I get it, amongst this racism stuff and like being black, and the hip hop, rap, and R&B community is protected. We protect that because that's the only thing that's still ours that didn't get jacked. But he talks about how, like, we dang near created every bit of music, every bit. We did country first. We did blues. We had hip hop. We did rock. We did EDM. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then it gets taken. And then, like the biggest example is rock and roll. Elvis, like he didn't do it first, but he does it, and he gets where does that make Elvis a bad person? No. But I feel like, again, it's kind of like you see something that's wrong, and if you don't say anything about it, you're as bad as the person that's doing it or entity that's doing it. But the hip hop community and black people in general have been stolen from for music since it began. Since it began. It's everywhere. Eminem himself, which is he's not a guest. He's here. And I'm talking to black men and women. Eminem is not a guest in our stuff. NF is not a guest in hip hop. G-Eazy is not a guest in hip hop. Whit Lowry's not a guest in hip hop. Mac Miller's not a guest in hip hop. They earned their spot in hip hop, and Lord knows what they had to go through with reverse racism, because it does exist, because we're mad that our stuff got taken. So, but we don't want anybody else to make it. You know how hard Eminem had to fight to get to where he's at, to get through Detroit, Michigan, to get appreciated. In my opinion, Eminem's Infinite is one of the best singles, if not the best single of all time. Why do I say that? Why not? It's smooth. He says some ridiculous stuff in that song. Ridiculous, downright ridiculous. and it did not get pushed. It didn't get pushed at all. Because it's like, whether people want to admit it or not, and I hate calling out the hip hop and rap and R&B community, y'all don't push Eminem. When have I heard Eminem on an R&B cut? When have I heard Eminem get his cookies, bro? And I'm not saying he never gets his cookies, he never gets his credit, but without taking him down, you know what I'm saying? Give him his flowers. Dude went through hell to go through the hip hop community, battle rapping, and being able to be where he's at today. And people still don't have enough gusto to admit that they're racist if they can't admit that that dude's up there. Infinite's one of the best singles I've ever heard. It's smooth. It's hard to even pay attention to like what he's hitting you with lyrically. He's hitting you with some of the best lyrics I've ever heard on a single. Rakim tier, Rakim and Eric B tier. Like I've heard some stuff like from Snoop Dogg and other people that he's not up. He's up there. Come on, bro. I've listened, and I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. When I was young, I grew up predominantly hip hop, R&B, and rap. I wasn't used to rap white people in the culture. I wasn't, because that's not how I grew up. So it was hard for me to understand. I had to like force myself to watch 8 Mile. Like, it's a good movie, but I had to really force myself to watch it. I had to force myself to listen to his ability and not just sit there and critique him because he's white. I had to like really be like, cool. Like when I listen to Marshall Mathers, when I listen to Curtain Call, which is Encore, and I might not be going in order, but Recovery, Relapse, Recovery, Marshall Mathers, LP2, Music to Be Murdered By. Before that, it was Revival, and then Kamikaze, the Music to Be Murdered By. And I felt him because he was just trying to use his voice. I'm not going to sit here and say that Revival was the best album. I'm not going to say that. But a lot of people took down that album they took down that album. They didn't even see what he was trying to do. They just called it trash. And I'm like, y'all went a little too hard. And it's a sensitive topic because the whole camp, you have the people blame Eminem for D12. And D12 is a great group, right? And then you have Slaughterhouse when he was trying Shady 2.0 Records with Slaughterhouse, Yellow Wolf, and himself. And I love Slaughterhouse. I always love Slaughterhouse. Yellow Wolf, what's up? Like the whole team, man. And they blamed, Eminem for Welcome to Our House. It flopped, what I'm saying? And they blamed Eminem for that. So, and I'm not going to say what Joe Budden, I'm going to talk about that too, because Joe Budden, he's misunderstood. He's one of the greats. I don't care what anyone says. That's one of my favorite dudes. He's one of the greats, hands down, like, period. Like, if you think Pump It Up is his only hit, you tripping, bro. You tripping. But you have, he's a great. I mean, you have a self-titled project. You have the Mood Music series. You got his Love Lost series. And you got his, Rage in the Machine, album that he last dropped that he retired from. And it's like, I feel he was the heart of Tupac, in my opinion. And there was a Shady 2.0 cypher, and I feel like dude was suicidal on that. I think he was on the Brooklyn Bridge, was it? Did people hear his lyrics? And I was like, they're trying to, which I mean, I get it, it's big. It's the anniversary. Was it the 15th anniversary? I get it. It's a big deal. You want to promote that. But it's like, dude was not, his uncle just, I mean, was it his grandpa that just died? And somebody else had MS, his uncle, or like his, I'd have to listen to it again. I apologize. But he was going through a lot. And it's like, he didn't feel hurt at the time. And I mean, he was gonna diss Eminem with Slaughtermouse, but instead he ended up edifying him. And I always heard Joe edifying Eminem, and I didn't feel like it got returned. Thus, I feel like it was a constant bubble up to the point where it's like then Joe Budden used that opportunity on top of like what he already felt to critique Revival. And that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? And like I feel like Glass House should be coming out. Def Jam, release the growth, man. Like, what are y'all doing? I feel like you should not be holding somebody's album hostage. Cause like, dude, that album was, I mean, his self-titled album was a masterpiece. So the growth was probably it had some hits, I'm sure, but it was that album would have been very important, and he would have been in a different spot right now. He is where he is for a reason, but he'd be just as respected as Fabulous on a large level if he wasn't stifled like that. But you have Glass House, which needs to come out for the culture that's held back because of the whole Joe Budden versus Eminem. Which I mean, y'all all need to make up, because I mean, yeah, I get it, but I've watched all y'all for a while now, and we don't need to be divided in music, period, anymore. But anywho, I mean, give Eminem his flowers, man. I'm tired of that. Give all these white MCs their flowers. You know what I'm saying? So there's one thing. In terms of branching out, like EDM, Armin van Buuren, we got Avicii, RIP Avicii, which I mean, dude, in my opinion, I can't say I was the hardest fan out there, but it's what I'm finding with these artists committing suicide is what they love doing. And even Chester, Linkin Park, what up? Like Chester committing suicide because dude was crying for help though his whole career. And no one took it seriously. And then the song they did with Kiara, I believe, if it ain't heard, like whoever they did with like Holding On, then they start saying like, oh, maybe something's wrong. I'm like, he's been saying stuff. And I mean, I'm guilty too. But I mean, I was more relating to it. I was like, man, I feel it too, especially numb. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I feel it. I'm numb too. Like, I can't feel nobody else there either. Like that was key AMV anime music video days, which a lot of those were taken down. They're still going on, but there's a lot of them taken down because of record labels, right? But it's like music's one of the most impactful things we've ever done. I mean, there's a reason why animals don't really, they probably understand it, but not on a comprehensive level. There's so much to digest with music. I mean, even like it wasn't until after I fell in love with Drake, like I started listening to hip hop even harder, like, and started really dissecting bars and trying to like understand what the artist is saying. And so like EDM, I think my first track into that, which is one of my favorite tracks of all time, is Slider, the One, which was on Grand Theft Auto 3. And I honestly thank Grand Theft Auto 2 for a lot of their radio stations, because it put me on to a lot of different stuff. Like before I lived with Pops, that put me on to different music. Like you have Change by what's her name? On Grand Theft Auto 3. What's her name? Was it Sarah? I'm just doing this off top, but I mean, just some examples. She's on Fire. I think that was on Grand Theft Auto 3, even though that was like, there's a lot of Scarface tracks on Grand Theft Auto 3. And then you had Vice City that came out that like really just had 80s all over that. And I was like, I love that. Video Killed the Radio Star. Like, man, all of Michael Jackson's cuts. Shoot, man, I need to play Vice City again. It's been a minute, but I mean, come on now. And then San Andreas, all 90s, going into the 90s cuts, where you had like KDST, that was country, but you had some George Strait in there. All my exes went to Texas. You had some other cuts too, some old Shania Twain, some Reba. I think they had Reba on there. Dolly Parton. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think I don't know about the OGs of the country? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Of course, you got pop. You know what I'm saying? I grew up on some Britney Spears. You know what I'm saying? Some Toxic and stuff. Like, that was one of my crushes. Mariah Carey, like, that was another crush. You know what I'm saying? And I grew up, like, Pops bought me a CD of Mariah Carey when I was, like, young because she knew that was my crush. And I bumped some Mariah Carey. You know, she looked up to Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, man. Sailor Swift, what's up? No disrespect. That's what I call you. You're Taylor Swift. I had a dream about you last night. I don't know why that is, but you know. But what's up, Taylor Swift? Like, you're an OG. Like, I've grown up somewhat with you too. Like, I've seen, you know, when you were on MTV and people just called you the country chick and you were this young, innocent girl. And seeing you grow up and, you know, you went country, then you went pop. And then people trying to attack you from going pop, and then the whole Kanye West, Taylor Swift thing, that stuff was crazy. And I mean, you know, I was more Team Kanye at that time, of course, because of how I grew up. But I felt bad for what happened. And then you had, you know, you came out with, I don't know which album that was. I'd have to look it up. But, you know, Trouble, you know, and there was another single you had on there. And then I copped your, I copped your 1982? But I did that when I was working at King Supers. I marked the album down. I was marking everything down, you know. So I was frustrated with general merchandise. But I mean, I wanted your album though, so I like marked it down and copped it. And I mean, I still have it in the car today. And I've bumped that front to back like numerous times. But I mean, you know, I've messed with you heavy. And then like Reputation is like, for me, your favorite, because with all the drama that happened, I felt it because it's like, I mean, I understood. I think that's when I broke up with my ex. We broke up, my ex-fiance. And, you know, that album got me through a little bit too, because it was just like seeing what happened to you. And then you're on a massive scale and seeing you go through all the stuff you went through and you addressing that. I was like, yes. Because I personally, I don't like beefs for dumb shit. I don't like beefs for no reason. I like, you know, there's two sides to every story, and three, when the truth gets told. And I got that quote from Drake. I don't know where Drake got it from, but on Drake's The Search, that's where I got that from. And that's one of my favorite songs by his too. But, you know, I always like hearing two sides to any story. And that's why I'm so good with doing that in general. Not only with music, if you listen to my like tracks where I have 3 verses where I could like kind of dissect each verse. And, you know, I have 3 different points of view. I got that from not only just hip hop in general, but just from listening to 2 different sides and then formulating a third side that kind of encompasses everything. So with all the beefs that have happened, like Tupac, Biggie, Jay-Z, Nas, you have like, you know, the whole Shady Camp versus like all of Ja Rule, which was messy. You know, Drake versus, we could go down the list with that. You know, just in general, like I've always liked hearing multiple sides. And then for most people, and it's easy to side on one side and just say, you know, fuck everybody else. I mean, even Game and 50 Cent, G Unit as a whole, got Royce versus, you know, D12. Like, I mean, I've seen beef, man. Like I said, I have an older cousin that died because of beef. I get it. But, you know, this is proof. Like, I mean, this should be proof alone that, like, I mean, I just tried to do partnership for, you know, the YouTube's partner program and got denied for it, which they thought I was reusing content, which is understandable. And it's like, I understand y'all have low staff and y'all have a flow, but it's like, I'm a record label. Like, I'm a DJ and an artist, and I've been since I was a little kid, man. Like, you can hear the knowledge I have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not just laying on pedal radio for no reason. Like, I've been in here. I've been studying music. I've been doing that. So, like, me posting other artists' stuff and, like, deep cuts and things of that nature, especially me being an artist and DJ myself, I resonate with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to jack y'all stuff. If anything, I'm trying to get everybody's hands about your shit. Like, I mean, creative control. Like, if you want to do, I've heard too many people that you can't do a verse with somebody because your record label doesn't want you to do a verse with them. It's not your call. It's the artist's call. It's the DJ's call. It's the team's call. You know what I'm saying? That's not your decision to make. You know what I'm saying? It's not your decision to make. And it's like so hard to get samples cleared. It should be between the artist and the other person sampling. Like, it shouldn't be between the whole label, the whole other corporation, and then maybe the artist. It's up to the artist. It should be as simple as like, hey, can I sample this beat from you, man? Cool. Yeah. I just want this cut from it. All right, bet. You know what I'm saying? Bet. Not, oh, I got to put in requests to clear a sample. It might get cleared. It might not. That's why I can't blame Drake for So Far Gone and other artists for just doing mixtapes on the low and making hella money from it. And it's like, it's better sometimes to do that and deal with the issues later, because it's like they might not clear it. They might sit there and try to charge you $500,000 that you don't have to have certain samples on your shit. And it's like, which is ironic, which they're like, well, you're stealing from us. And I'm like, y'all stole from our whole community and culture and gave us nothing for it. Made it your own, and then you're mad that we sample your stuff. You're mad that we DJ your stuff. You're mad that we're artists inspired by your stuff. Where's the love to all the black artists y'all took from? Where's all the love from the black DJs that got no play? Or let's even go beyond that. Like, let's talk about the other genres too. How many people have stolen from different communities and different influences and have not said anything about it? For me, you can see somebody that like you got somebody like myself that, you know, I admitted that yes, I've pirated some CDs. Guess what? I'm pushing it. I'm promoting their shit though. I'm pushing it. You know what I'm saying? I've utilized other people's streaming accounts. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know, I'm on board with, you know, people need to get paid for what they do. People need credit. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm with it. And it's somebody that's put out a project and I haven't seen a dime from it. Because like I said, my name got mixed with somebody else's and like they wouldn't put in my request for name change. I get it. Somebody where Anno Domini, I'm shouting you out right now, and that's a review testing, but Anno Domini Nation, I got my beats from him, and I actually talked to him via email. My former email was deontel1@msn.com. I tried to talk to him so I could own my exclusive rights for the mixtape I did. And some of the tracks, you know, are already owned, but I did a package deal for basically you got the right to either lease the tracks or you could have a limited license. I did unlimited, and you have the option if it's available to go exclusive. Now the exclusive is outrageous, but I was willing to pay. It was going to be $12,000 for most of the tracks. And he was going to go on a payment plan. And I asked to have a contract for, can you build a contract? Because dude didn't even have a contract for the opening track Fragmentation remix. Dude didn't have the opening. He didn't have the contract for that one. He couldn't even find who made the beat. I was like, but he's a millionaire. I'm like, so you mean to tell me you just mass printed out some contracts and then we all agreed to it, and then like we can't YouTube sync because that's part of it. We can't monetize that way. But yet when I upload on YouTube, it's contented ID'd as that. So if it's contented ID'd is like what beat you've already done it as, which is again why I understand why DJ Khaled does what he does. And that's why, you know, I put you in the same boat as my other remix tapes, because it was like at the end of the day, out of that big ass beat package, I had to listen to the beats that were good enough for me to rap on, just like the other ones. and I mixed it together. There was some tracks I had to mix together. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of them, but there was some I'd mix together. But my vision as a DJ, I selected the beats that fit me, my style, and what I was going for. Because I mean, you didn't respond to me with an actual contract that, I mean, isn't even hard to make, with me actually justifying the $12K I'm gonna pay you, which I couldn't afford to pay the whole $12K because I was still trying to get this equipment. But you know, I was like, okay, let's make it work. You know what I'm saying? He never responded. So I'm like, but it's like they make it so hard to get ownership. They make it so hard to get ownership of masters, ownership of publishing, ownership of production, ownership of composing. It's so hard to get that. It's so hard. You got hands in of every pot, and it's like, again, Drake's another great example. Dude keeps the lights on for all of Universal Music, if you ask me. Taylor Swift keeps the lights on. You know what I'm saying? Def Jam, Logic has kept the lights on y'all. I don't know why y'all being suspect. I don't know why y'all doing him shiesty with his Bobby Boy records. Dude, sign the contract, and not a lot of people are talented like Logic. Not a lot of people could sign a deal that's like a standard, like, hey, you better crank out the material and people better buy it or we're not going to do it. Not a lot of people can sit there and actually crank it out, quality material, and you know, in record speed. Not everybody's Tory Lanez. Not everybody could crank out 4 good projects in record speed that sound good and get out of a bad deal. But you hear about that all the time. You got JoJo. She had to re-record and reproduce and re-release her old music because her old record label held her back. You got TLC that was broke. A lot of people don't know TLC was broke recording. And let me get on TLC too, because a lot of radio stations won't play a rap verse. And props again to Taylor Swift. Again, I'm gonna call you Taylor Swift until that's what I've been doing. You know, it's just kind of replacing the first and the last word. No disrespect, you know, but I call you Taylor Swift. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to you, because like when you did your Bad Blood with Kendrick Lamar, you made sure that the music video had his verse. You made sure they're not gonna run away from playing his verse. You know what I'm saying? Whereas a lot of situations, they got to stretch a little bit. Ooh, man. Let me just stand up real quick. But you got a lot of situations where an artist will collab. Oh gosh, will collab with another, you know, genre, an external genre, external artist, and they'll play that song in the rate like the store, and they will just bleep it out. They'll let the instrumental play. They'll play the other version. You got times where like Michael Jackson or a black artist, they'll have a song and they'll play the cover, but they won't play the actual song. TLC is another example. Left Eye, in my opinion, I've always said this since I was young, she's the female Tupac. I've been saying that. They're both Geminis, if I'm not mistaken. Or they're both Libras. I'm not 100% sure, but they're both the same sign. They both have where you see the interview with Left Eye, she talks about how her and Tupac are so similar. They eat the same foods and they talk about the same thing and they do the same. They're both revolutionaries. So but it's funny how they both died, just weird, right? But I'll get to that soon too. But you have TLC's Waterfalls. You have No Scrub. Any song that they had to like sneak, they had to really sneak her verses on the songs. They don't think I know this stuff. I've been studying. Y'all have these songs, and they had to force her to get a verse on them. And yet the radio still don't play it. Even till this day, they still cut out her verse. Is for what? Why? She's part of the group. She's part of the group. What, you gonna take a drummer out and say, oh, we don't like the drummer? You gonna take the drums out of a group? You gonna take Chester? You already did it, but I mean indirectly, but you gonna take Chester out of Linkin Park because you don't like the singer? That's not Linkin Park. TLC without Left Eye is not TLC. RIP TLC. And I mean, that's no disrespect against J. Cole and TLC's Crooked Smile, because that is TLC. I'm talking about like when she was here, you can't sit there and take a verse from her and just either cut it off or just play an instrumental and act like, oh, it's all sweet, it's okay. That's not okay. That's not cool. That's not cool. And it happens to Black artists across the board when we try to like do some stuff. The Nelly and Tim McGraw song, you think they're gonna cut off Nelly's part? It's like you have to nearly make it impossible for them to cut it off to play it. And even then, they'll just avoid the record altogether. And it's unfair how they do that to the other artists. Like for Taylor Swift or even any other artist that had a rap verse, it's unfair. You have to force them to damn near make a song without them. They have to make two versions for you to play them on the radio. I feel it though. And now let's talk about some deaths. We have Left Eye, we have Aaliyah, which allegedly died the way that you said they died. The most recent example is look, I'm not here to fucking bash Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B, whatever. You hustled, I get it. But Cardi B was not supposed to win that Grammy over Nipsey Hussle. And then Nipsey Hussle dies and you want to give it to Nipsey Hussle the following year? Dude's dead. Regained the angel, but you waited until he died to give him his flowers. Hell, even Royce the 5'9's Book of Ryan. But Cardi B won it. Shit's rigged, man. Come on now. It ain't about talent, bro, and that's the problem. And that's why Lay on the Pedal Records exists. You could have a different genre. That's what sucks with hip hop right now. It's like hip hop and R&B. It's hard. They're trying to separate it again. But everybody thinks everyone's a Drake. Drake's amazing. Not everybody's Drake. Not everybody's Tory Lanez. But you're trying to make it to where if you can't sit here and throw a 16 and go and sing, go to 3-4 octave levels within one song and go back to doing another 16, the music industry ain't got no choice. They ain't got no place for you. You have to do R&B, rap, and hip hop all in the same thing. It's not even hip hop. It's hip hop. You heard it here first. It's hip hop. It ain't hip hop. It's hip hop. And that's all the pop genre is now. It's hip hop. That's why I love DJ Khaled and Dre's Pop Star, because it's like, cool. If they're going to call it pop, then bust it up with the bass, bust it up with the drums and the 808s and the kicks and the snares, bro. I mean, tell me hip hop ain't influenced country. Hip hop ain't influenced all these different things. Like all of a sudden, like when trap blew up, you don't hear trap influences. You didn't just hear trap influences in everything because that's what sells. Most black music and hip hop and all that is what sells. That's why they have to cater. Like, what's hot over there? Dang, we got to get a DaBaby feature. Shout out DaBaby, man. Shout out Lil Baby. But it's like a lot of times they just get the feature because that's who's hot. It's rare you see a collaboration genuine like Christina Aguilera and Redman back in the day. Or you see something like Linkin Park and Jay-Z for the Collision Course project. Or Nelly and Tim McGraw. Dido did something with I think it's Dido. I apologize if I'm not saying that right either way. You did a song with Kendrick Lamar, Let Us Move On. That didn't get no play. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's rappers are expected to either be trash, or if you're good, you have to be phenomenal. You got to be a Black Thought. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's a Black Thought. Not everybody's a genius of that caliber. Not everybody's a Rakim. Not everybody's a Black Star. For Mos Def and Talib Kweli. Not everybody's a Miss Erykah Badu. I mean, Miss Lauryn Hill, excuse me, and Miss, Erykah Badu. Not everybody is Teyana Taylor. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to sit here and mix everything together for hip hop to. There's different hip hops. There could be a strange hip hop like old Eminem. I mean, even Eminem now to a point, but I mean, not like Slim Shady. Strange music, Tech Nine, Hobson. Shout out Hobson, one of my inspirations too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have stuff over here, right? And then you could go ahead and have like a conscious tip where you have like Black Thought, Lupe Fiascos, you got Fonte, Alazai, you know what I'm saying? For foreign exchange and Black Star. You got your conscious rap. You got your party rap. If you want your Futures, you want your Travis Scott's. You know what I'm saying? You want your 2 Chainz. Cool. You want your R&Bs. Usher. You want your Avant. You want your John B. You want your Mario, Neo, Chris Brown, Trey Songz. There's separate R&B again. And you could have different forms of R&B. Rap. If you just want to rap, you want to battle rap. Cool. You want to sit there and you want to do some hardcore rap. Cool. You want to do just softcore. You want to do some genres. We should be allowed to go back and separate it, because I don't think we've ever, since hip hop is not that new, we haven't had the opportunity to really separate it. If you want boom bap, you should have boom bap. You know what I'm saying? And music in general, like, separate it again. Not everybody wants to hear this pop shit where everybody has to conform to the same ideologies. We're not all from the same place. We shouldn't all have to do the same records. We shouldn't all have to do. But yet these same people up top are making these decisions for people when they've never done anything. At least for American Idol, you had 3 legends judging back in the day. That's different. And even they were controlled. I respect Russ because he's completely independent, doing his thing. But you got somebody like Nipsey Hussle, just 1 week from unifying the Bloods and Crips and the police in California. Just 1 week, a few days. He had his Dr. CB documentary coming. Oh, but on the 1 day he doesn't have a bodyguard is the same day somebody close to him comes and gets him. Right before that, dude, everybody's like, well, he's a gangbanger. Dude was a Crip always. The dude never not repped the Crip, which, I mean, he repped the set all the time. So why wait? Why is he surviving that long all the way until right before this stuff comes out and he gets killed? Left Eye. She was working with Dr. CB too. Gets killed. Aaliyah. She was manipulated. She dies. Biggie just dies. Tupac just dies. R. Kelly. I'm not saying dude's innocent, but if he's guilty, so is everybody else up there. Huh? Y'all trying to take Tory Lanez down. Chris Brown, dude was worldwide. Something happens because both parties were belligerent and shit. You take his voice down. Michael Jackson was coming back with a comeback album and tour. He gets killed. Like, when is it going to stop, man? And we got people committing suicide. Again, Avicii, Chester, like, what's up, bro? Mac Miller. Why is it? Why is that? Why do we got to keep going through this? I just don't understand, man. I just don't understand. Def Jam, y'all got to get it together, bro. Atlantic, I'm proud of y'all because at least y'all are doing better than y'all were. You know what I'm saying? I love how y'all handled Nipsey. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, this stuff is ridiculous. It's ridiculous out here. Can it be about the music again? Can it just be about the artist? Can we not bite each other? If you bite someone, give credit. And if you do create something and somebody wants to utilize it and looks up to it and is influenced by it, it shouldn't be rocket science and 2 + 2s. People shouldn't have to go underneath hoops and boundaries just to get the record heard. Somebody shouldn't have to release a track underneath a YouTube channel to avoid another artist paying $200K for a feature. What's the $200K for? So people's pockets could be filled that push papers behind the desk and have nothing to do with music. It's one thing to have an actual relationship where it's like you have an artist, you have a record label, and you have people that actually give a damn about music, and they're all there, and it's a close relationship with the artist, and they're all helping each other. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's entirely different than somebody sitting at the top, sitting there and manipulating all these artists to the point, and DJs and composers and producers to the point where they have to manipulate and create systems, aka Anno Domini, to do this stuff to where you have to utilize your stuff just to produce for other people in these fucking multi-level marketing schemes for capitalism on shit that you don't have no business collab ownership. Can we own our own shit? You do what you want to do. Make what you want to make. People don't understand how hard it is for artists and people to make it out here, especially musicians. You got to work 2-3 jobs and work a side hustle just to get enough money to get equipment, get enough money to hopefully blow up one day, and hope to God that you don't get a bad deal that's going to screw you out of your whole life. Or you got people like Pop Smoke that make more after they're dead. XXXTentacion that makes more after they're dead than when they're alive. But I'm tripping. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have the right to post other people's music as a record label on my YouTube because I need a company's approval to work with Lay on the Pedal. It's trademarked. I don't care if you want to work with me or not. I'm here. And I'm tired of seeing this shit, man. It's ridiculous, man. I went off. I try. I can't. I'm passionate about that. When people are dying, there's no games. This ain't just games, man. You playing with people's livelihoods, their families, and their way of being. People would rather commit suicide than stay a part of this system. Come on, bro. Shit is ridiculous, man. Shit is ridiculous. All right. The last segment is life doctoring and coaching. And this will be the final hour on that. Real quick, I'm gonna just say that, like, day one is mostly for me in the sense of like it's providing that foundation, and I'm pointing everybody back to day one. If anybody has any questions over who the fuck I am, day one of Lay on the Pedal Radio, which is called World War III, because I'm tired of dealing with people's stuff that don't want to be for the planet, that don't want to be for the people, that don't want to be for the animals. I'm tired of that shit, man. I'm tired of people manipulating people because you don't have any talent. You want to sit here and bite off of somebody else's talent. I ain't trying to dismantle anybody. I'm not trying to dismantle any record label that is genuinely it. I'm not trying to sit here and mess up Monsanto Tyson, if y'all do legitimate stuff and y'all ain't sitting here abusing people and animals, I have no problem against you. If you're actually doing stuff, I have no problem against you. But if you're not for the earth and its inhabitants, we have a problem. We have a problem. And I'm coming for you. It's as simple as that. I'm coming for you. A wise man tries to avoid war at all costs, right? And I've tried. You could look at my previous videos, World Peace and Love 777. I've tried emailing. I've tried going in person. I've tried doing all this stuff. I've been there for people that want to commit suicide. One of our running backs from the football team, I ain't gonna say his name, wanted to commit suicide. Who was right there? It was your boy. People wanted to commit suicide. Who was right there in that inbox? It was your man's right here. From getting told it's Willio. When I was trying to bring everybody together that, oh, this is too life doctory and coachy. This is too life coachy. What you trying to do? Why do I have to be a life doctor and coach? Like I said, why do you think one of my phrases is be your own doctor? Because I can't sit here and do it for you. There's nothing I can do for you that you don't want to do for yourself. There's nothing I could do. I could sit here and give you the ocean that I gave you today. But if you don't want to drink the water, you're not going to drink the water. Am I supposed to be everywhere in everybody's house sitting here talking about like I can fix your? I can't. I could do what I can. You have to do what you can. I'm the doctor of myself first and foremost, and that's the only doctor I am, just to keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? And I want to go into spiritual training with Cornisha. Cornisha, what's up? When I get the dough, I'm coming to you for Supernatural University so I could get peeped on game, and then I'll earn the title spiritual doctor, spiritual coach. And guess what? It's still going to be primarily of myself. Because I can't help you if you don't want me to help. So out of all these topics, out of everything that I do, we're back at this. Why we're in this mess is because people don't want to fix themselves. All right. And like I said, I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. You've heard a lot of stuff today about things I've done in the past, things I've encountered, things I've done, and I haven't been perfect. There's times let's go across the list. Like I said, I've stolen, I've abused. Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I've always cheated because I'm solely polyamorous, so I've never been loyal because I love women. I can't love women, huh? But we're in a society where monogamy is the norm. Where let's just talk about it. I'm straight, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, they're married or in a relationship, and your chick, you know what I'm saying, is behind closed doors doing her business. And we're looking at her. But we're in this age where it's like, it's monogamous, man. I'm just like, I'm not forcing anybody else to be solo polyamorous. You do what you want to do. But it's like, I've been made to feel like a bad guy for like loving multiple women. And relationship after relationship after relationship. Love triangle after love triangle after love triangle. Have a female, I'm attracted. Let's go female A, female B. I'm attracted to female A, attracted to female B. Got a relationship separate from female B with female A and vice versa. But because they're both friends, they feel the need to fight over me. When I don't, pick one over the other, they choose for it, and it ends up dismantling the relationship because they're friends, and I'm in the same boat too, where it's like, I'd rather y'all continue. I'll take myself out because I'm not going to be the reason you try to sit here and say that y'all ain't friends no more. It's not happening. So all my, like I said, I love my exes. Because without you, I wouldn't be the man I am today. But I'll be damned if you're going to throw dirt on my name. You're not going to throw dirt on mine, homie. That's all I'm saying. You do what you want to do. But you ain't doing that. To my ex, we went to prom. No disrespect. To all my exes, here's another thing too, man. Like I talked about a little bit earlier, but let's talk about it a little bit again. I've been judged for for not being with primarily Black women. And I told y'all, the reason I'm not with Black women is because I'm not the ideal Black man for the ideal Black woman. I'm multifaceted. And honestly, being with white women primarily has issues too. Because if you're ignorant of the fact that this was built off of slaves' backs and we stole land, we don't just get rid of it. It's psychologically imprinted in our DNA at this point. You can't just get rid of that like that. A lot of people don't even understand that it's happening. It's like why I got dropped like a bad habit out of my ex-fiance relationship. I got nothing against them and their family at all. But I was aside their issues. I talk about it in Cancer's Restraint, both versions, the acapella as well as the remix. But I hear about your problems and your situations, and I'm there for you. But when stuff gets hairy, and I put that addiction reveal video out there, y'all left crickets, no support. Right before finals. And guess who she's with now? Which, if you happy, cool, but you're with somebody white. You know what I'm saying? Which isn't no disrespect, but are you with somebody white because you want to be, or because you dated multiple races and you feel like they're all bad? And it's like, if we're going to keep it real, most minorities are bad, quote unquote, because we're in a bad system. You can't sit there and put minorities in a bad system and get mad when those minorities do something that doesn't fit your system. Hell, humans can't even fit this system. I know white people that aren't prejudiced. I know white people that are great individuals. Am I saying my exes are racist? No, I am not. But I am not saying there isn't a form of prejudice that they aren't used to, that they aren't aware of. Because you want to know something? And this is shout out to Amway Worldwide and Communicate. I haven't gotten shit on the issues with Elijah McClain, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd. None of that. I haven't gotten no personal case like, hey, I see what's going on in this country right now. I see what's going on in this world right now. I'm sorry you have to go through that. We're here for you. Nah, all I'm getting is gaslighting and avoidance. Let's push it underneath the rug and let's hope they forget about it. We just had a house out there in Green Valley Ranch of African immigrants that was burned. It was arson. They didn't talk about the case. Who, in the midst of all this Black Lives Matter stuff, lives were lost. I hear nothing on that. That house burned to the ground. It burned like in minutes before the fire truck can even get there. They gone. How does that happen? Elijah McClain, no justice. Breonna Taylor, no justice. Native Americans, where's the justice with that? Honestly, we need to go, like I said before, we need to go back home. Y'all want to sit here and claim this is Columbus's land? Get rid of Columbus Day, number one. But y'all want to sit here and act like that this was your shit before we got here? We need to go back home. If y'all want to play it like that, y'all want to keep playing fucking ownership. Y'all want to keep playing jacking shit, stealing shit, shitting on people. Go back home. Everybody wants to talk down on janitors, talk down on people that do construction, blue collar workers, but wonder why we're running short on trade workers, because people talk down on trade workers as if there's not trades out here that need to be done. We all have a job to do, which I'm not saying jobs are bad, but the way they're currently structured, no, because it's industrialism and capitalism. The prison system's broken, and that's why I'm not voting. Why would I vote? Why would I vote? When the system is this broken, why would I vote? I got people incarcerated that have families outside of the jail and prison that are affected by the decisions this country makes. They don't have a voice. They can't vote. But I'm supposed to vote. I got people trapped in ICE that are being trafficked. And abused and manipulated. We have concentration camps that aren't being attended to. We got America. We got KKK that still hasn't been held to justice. But we're bad because we want equality. We're not even pushing for division. We're pushing for equality. Most of us, and whoever's not pushing for equality, and period, it doesn't matter about this. We can't talk. And again, I'm coming for you. Does that mean you can't grow? Does that mean you can't change? No. We're all human. We make mistakes. I'm not even perfect talking to you right now. And who I am today is not going to be who I am tomorrow or the day after that. I don't expect to be compared to who I was 5 years ago. That's not the same person. However, I'll be damned if I don't claim that person, because it's what was essential to be who I am today. So I'm the crazy person to talk about ownership. I'm the crazy person that wants people to take personal responsibility and feels that if we're going to have school wasn't even made by a person who went to school. See how the finish line keeps getting farther and farther? First, you needed some school, some college. Now you need 4 years. Now that's not enough. You need a master, 6 years. What's next? We're going to need a doctorate to get a manager job at a customer service restaurant institution. We're going to need a doctorate to be a security guard. We got hella students, 300K in debt, working for pennies, bro. And how much money are these loan companies making off of interest? Even at Twilio, there's people with psychology degrees that are working customer service. Like, why don't you hire them as a human resources person? Because their human resources team didn't do a good job with me, just being honest. People of Amway worldwide and communicate, reinvest in yourself and catch up with a lot of other people. We shouldn't. I mean, with toothpaste, we can't even catch up on charcoal toothpaste. We're still using fluoride, which is not good for the teeth. We can't even get on natural. Education should be for everyone, and we should understand how to put back into our earth, number one. How we should give back to this planet that gives back to us without us asking. That should be standard knowledge. How do you garden? How do you take care of plants? Picking up trash. You want to make laws? You want to ticket? You want to make money from laws? How about you do litter laws? If you see somebody drop some trash and actually enforce it. If you see somebody throw a bottle on the street, ticket them $50, court appearance. You want to reform I want to reform our prison system. You want to know what a good thing is? Community service. How about you go around, which you act like it's hard. They could still be in cuffs. You still could have a guard watching. How about they go out there and pick up trash from the streets in the communities? Does that mean they have to be treated less than human? No. But why don't you took a life, then you should be trying to give life. In a sense, you're protecting Mother Earth, right? Trash care, recycle care, compost care. That should be another topic. That should be what's widely taught. Sexual education should be what's widely taught. Across the world. We act like birth control. You know, like it's what Western medicine is weak, man. We don't even teach people how to properly take care of themselves, but we're gonna profit off of them. They get fat, they get diabetes. Cool, we're gonna give you this pill, this medicine, this medicine. I'm not saying all medicine is bad. I'm not saying all people that work in it is bad. Again, the people at the top. What's his name? Martin Scorelli or something like that. They wanted to charge, he monopolized medicine and charged an outrageous amount of money for it. But he's thrown behind bars. But yeah, we got a whole medical system that profits off of cancer, that profits off of AIDS, that doesn't teach you should just fast for 14 days or however long you need to with lots of water. We don't talk about a fruit fast or a veggie fast. We don't talk about herbs and vitamins and supplements, which is why I look at Amway and Worldwide and Communicate, because I'm like, hey, how do you have the #1 supplement brand in the world and you're not reinvesting to try to spread that out? It doesn't make sense. Why is ownership such a hard thing? Because you do something bad, you get your name stripped, you got a criminal number on you. And that's all you are in prison. Prisoner number 615782. And you got to remember that. But people can't even pronounce a name right. They want to butcher a name. I feel like if you can't even get past the name, we shouldn't even be having a conversation. And that goes for me too. If you can't even pronounce it right, why are we talking? What's up, Chief? I don't understand. To the people that see this, I don't understand. I could give you game after game after game. I could sit here and talk. A lot of people would charge for this shit. You got some people that would sit here and be like, look, for a fraction of what I've talked about today, I'm going to charge you $200 for 40 minutes. If that. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? I've bought, to be honest, I've bought from Jason Capital. I've bought other people's life coaches things. Jason Capital, I'm shouting you out because I bought your stuff and like I try to go back to it, and because you got inked a deal with ABC or whoever you inked a deal with, I wasn't able to access your stuff anymore because you blocked it out. Other stuff, you got people that are just pushing out, you know, The best advice I've got on how to be a man is from a black man. Am I saying every white man out here ain't pushing good stuff? No. But it's like, I feel like black men need black role models. You can't learn how to be a black man from a white man. Sorry. You can't learn how to get your ex back from a white man. You know what I'm saying? And I brought like Brad, is it Browning or something? He had an ex program because I was desperate. I'm not going to front with you. I wanted my ex fiance back that bad to where I started buying courses from these dudes in seduction techniques and how to like get my ex back. Like when I should send a message out. Like when I could have just been me. And I mean, regardless, it wasn't going to work out anyway. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I was treated like I was going to murk her family or something. I'm like, y'all crazy, man. Honestly, that's why I got the GAT. That's what did it for me. Because I was treated like that. I was like, how is somebody going to show up for your mom's cancer is going to sit there and stalk y'all and kill y'all? That's stupid. That's so stupid. I've paid over and over again. I've paid $79. I paid $100. I paid $49 and another $90 for kids to look at books on how to like, you know, what you should do to get yourself in shape, what you should do for this and that and the other. I've gone through let's talk about mediums real quick. No disrespect, Maria. I got love for you. Angela, I got love for you. What's his name, man? Is it Papa? But it's with Guardian Medium, like the messenger. It's like, it's just copy and paste. Whereas Cornisha is legitimate, like, hey, I put work in for you on a free level, and I get to get on a phone call with you or face to face. I never got to go face to face, and I spent money with them. I printed out a picture and looked at the picture while I was hearing the audio that was pre-recorded, obviously, for a ton of people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all of me being a life doctor and coach is just teaching you how to do all this shit yourself. That's it. Do it yourself. If you're going to go to a restaurant for a burger, that person cooking the burger better do a damn better job than you are. And like I said, I'm gonna just end the tip debate here. A lot of people debate like, well, you should tip regardless. I'm like, you should tip if they do a good job. I said it on another video on Facebook, but I'll admit it. I dined and dashed from TGI Fridays in Stapleton because the service was trash. Does that make it right? No. Am I saying you have to dine and dash? No. What I'm saying is, if the server is not doing a good job, because the server's job is literally bringing you the drink, which I mean, you could go get your, ain't that the difference between a buffet and you doing it yourself for the most part? Is you're going to go get the drink. You're going to go get the food. The server is literally it's providing like a mediumship, like a kind of a medium point, a halfway house, if you will. All right, I'm here to serve you. How can I serve you? I'm serving you well. That deserves a great tip. I'm not serving you at all. I'm not giving you a drink. I'm not giving you your food on time. I'm not putting in your order. I'm not checking on you. You don't deserve a tip. We're so lazy now to the point where now we need a service. And it's one thing if you can't go get it yourself. But if you are able, we're already taking stores for granted. We used to have to kill for our food. We used to have to harvest for our food. We could just go to the store, get what we need. It's cool. Not only that, we have a place where it's like, or services now where it's like, okay, you could go get the easy access food. You could go get the easy access stuff and bring it back to me because that's what I need. Like I said, if you can't do it, you old, great, use it. But if you're able and you could go up the street and go get it yourself, why not? If you're not having a party going on or something where it's like your face is needed, why not? Why can't you properly plan? We're all going to these fast food joints, and I've worked at McDonald's, I've worked at Taco Bell, I've worked at Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels, which is fast casual. I get it. I've eaten the food there. With all this being said, people, USPTO, government, United States government, even the world government, what makes y'all think that I don't deserve to have Lay on the Pedal as my brand for my whole life? You think I've been doing this for free? You think I went to school and did it for free? You think I worked at these places and gave my time for free? Dish Network, you think I didn't notice that you laid off people that worked there 10 to 20 years? Like that because they didn't matter. You don't think I noticed that? And it's not just Dish Network. I saw people, it happened to a King Supers. People get dropped like a bad habit. You spend 20, 30, 40 years of your life with a corporation. You mean to tell me that y'all can't offer a solid retirement plan so that person ain't got to go back to work ever again? Colorado, what's up for Glenwood Springs? That is what a business looks like. You take care of your employees, guess what? They take care of you. And with me doing all this myself, my brand itself, I've had help, but I don't have any employees. I don't have anybody underneath me doing stuff for me. If I were to, it's got to be stuff I can't do myself. And if they're doing that, they're going to be taken care of. They shouldn't have to worry about if they're going to be able to pay for benefits, which should be an essential human necessity anyway, a human right. We shouldn't have people in Flint, Michigan wondering if they're going to get water, especially with something like Amway, Worldwide Communicate, where we have water and water filters and shit. You mean to tell me people can invest and go to the places in the world that need help and we could put our crazy asses there to rebuild? You mean to tell me all these millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires, you can't share that wealth and help rebuild this world? We got so many biological weapons throwing nukes into the ocean. We could annihilate a country in 5 seconds. But you mean to tell me we can't figure out a way how to recreate a renewable energy that we're not putting carbons out into the fucking not carbon dioxide, but actual, harmful emissions, fuel emissions, and other different negative forms of energy back out there into the atmosphere that's taking away our ozone layer, that is dampening our air quality across the world. But we could find a new way to kill someone. We could concoct a new chemical. We could make these biological warfares, connect with one another, and we could create another SAR megaton 5,000 bomb that's gonna kill us. But we can't find a way to keep us alive. We can't find a way to keep the trash off the ground. We could create more jobs and more side hustles. What we gonna have? What's next, guys? 4 jobs, 3 side hustles, and more multi-level marketing schemes that aren't there for the overall good? If anything, Amway's the best one. I mean, I don't know what y'all tripping on. That's the best one. And I ain't even mad at I'm not mad at Amway and its products. I'm mad the same reason I'm mad at every other elitist or every other person, secret society, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that's mistreating people across the world. That is what I'm mad at. It's not you as a person unless you're helping that narrative. Let's think about it like this. If I see somebody kill somebody in the street in front of me, and then they go and kill another person when I could have stopped them, does that make me a bad person for doing that? I wouldn't say it makes me a bad person, but I made a terrible decision because I could have saved that other person's life if I said something or did something, but I didn't. But what I'm gonna do what most people do. I'm gonna look this way. Woo, shit. That's not good. Hold on a second. Fuck. Hold on. I spilled some stuff that's pretty important. The scan that was against the thing went and got the lab stuff. Yeah.
Well, that just means failment. Oh, did they all break? Fuck, that ruined my whole semester, babe. I don't even know what to do. Okay. Oh, that one's right. This is all infectious shit, too.
What should I go get?
What?
What should I go get?
I don't even know. This shit's gonna sit in bleach for the whole day. It's my fault for thinking I could put it somewhere. Fuck.
Is there more bleach? Fault there. I spilled some bacteria, so gotta clean that up. But still got 30 minutes. Yep. Girl had a lot of stuff in. As you saw, that thing fell and knocked it over. So apologize for interrupting the broadcast, but it's for the class. And plus, there's bacteria, so there's like E. coli and stuff. So it's pretty serious stuff. So trying to do that so a cat doesn't get sick and whatnot. Well, hence why I would like more space. There's not enough room to have a record studio up in here. On top of, that was an honest mistake, as you saw I was talking to you. So, but there's not enough room to have, stuff for everything in here. So it'd be nice to have an area to be able to do this at, and for her to have an area to do what she needs to do, without issues like this happening. Because that was her lab, and it's it's I feel bad for knocking it over, but it's an honest mistake. So, but such is life, right? A little bit harder to explain to a professor in a surgical tech program versus you on this live or whoever watches this. But like I said, man, I'm living proof, why I got my life doctor and coach and stuff, man. Also, it's when you take care of everything else but yourself, you end up in situations, and I got numerous situations. Like, it's my purpose, like I can't call myself a doctor if I don't do that. A doctor, takes care of others, right? So, I mean, I've always been that, it's just the title matches, but like, in my opinion, I'm my own superhero. I feel like we're all each other's own superheroes. At the end of the day, no one's gonna save us besides ourselves, right? And it's not to say we can't have idols and people we look up to. It's not to say we can't have that, but to have someone be the whole reason you exist besides yourself, that is not what I feel like we need. We don't need more celebrities, more people we idolize that aren't doing anything for us, that aren't actually being activists. I feel like a celebrity should be somebody that puts themselves last. I feel like a true leader, a true manager, a true teacher, a true doctor, a true whatever coach is somebody that is putting other people first. You eat first, right? So, and like, in a sense, it's good that you see, because I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting here talking to anybody like I'm the best perfect thing out here. I'm the perfect leader. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a person that doesn't make mistakes or won't continue to make mistakes. There's still a lot of stuff to learn. There's still a lot of stuff to grasp. And I don't think it ever stops, really. But I feel like the knowledge of thyself is something that does stop. I feel like you're chasing for something you aren't, or you're trying to seek what you already are. You're already greatness, right? You don't need to earn that. You don't need to put on globs of makeup. You don't need to lose 500 pounds to already be what you are. Because when you are what you are, when you already are what you are spiritually, when you already are what you are mentally and emotionally, the physical it has no choice but to follow. It has no choice but to answer. But when you try to work, you're talking to I've tried to work on physical in many ways. In high school, I used to take the crest strips, and that was like every summer, and take that and put that on my teeth because I felt like, a super white smile was it for me. That's what I needed. Felt like I had to have muscles to be who I wanted to be. I thought I had to be an NBA superstar to be who I wanted to be. I thought I had to be the best artist, the best DJ. I'm the best me. Like, all the stuff I do, I'm not sitting here trying to come out for anybody. I'm not trying to say I'm the best life doctor coach out there. I'm not trying to say I'm the best, record label. I'm not trying to say I'm the best traffic educator. I'm not trying to say I'm the best reviews and tester. I'm the best me. And I mean, I've gotten this far just by caring about myself. And like, this is the ultimate version of that. You know what I'm saying? So, regardless of what happens, after this week, man, I'm in it for the long haul, win, lose, or draw. I am who I am. I've done what I've done. Everything I've done isn't for naught. Like, I didn't spend this time for nothing, helping everybody for nothing. I got people to take care of. I want to retire my pops. I can't do that if people don't want to pay me, which is why I put the trademark in. When I part from this plane, I don't want my body to be embalmed with bullshit. Just put me in the water, put me back in the earth, like with my actual stuff. Don't embalm me with chemicals. Give me back to the universe. Throw me in the snow and let a bear come eat me, whatever. But don't embalm me. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to like burn me to death, put me in a volcano, put me in a fire or something, like a natural fire. And don't be mad when I go, like, party. Because, shoot, I feel like we make death like that. It's got to be sad. It's like that person's happy and stop interfering. Like, if the person has lost everything they are, they can't move. Why are we keeping them here? You know what I'm saying? If they want to go. You know what I'm saying? If they do pass on and they're not suffering anymore, that's something, in my opinion, to be happy about. We don't even know how to take blessings, all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, people get mad at dishes. Like, at least you got dishes to do. I've been told that I'm too positive. It's like, if I have two eyes to look at you with, why am I going to complain about glasses? If I have teeth, sure, they've been screwed up by Comfort Dental in the past, but I got teeth to chew on. I'm going to complain about what? What's next? Like, I could complain about everything, but what good is that going to do? Where there's people that, to be honest, there's people that would kill for my opportunity just right now. Sure, I don't got monetary value, but I'm hella in debt. But what? I got hella blessings right now. I got all my limbs. I could trip about this finger being bigger than this one because of something I did in the first place. Or I could be glad I didn't lose my finger. I could trip about having an abusive mother and father. Or I could be at least glad I got one and that I'm here because of their, them messing around, right? I might be a Tangeray baby. At least I'm a baby. Like, there's so many things to be thankful for. So many things to be thankful for. Though I'm mad, my pops fell last week and he's got big gash on his right elbow. Like, that's what he's in the hospital for. He just fell because of the stroke he had here. He just passed out. He was dehydrated. Everything came together. Dude could have landed on his head. He could have been dead. He could have died again. But he pulled through and he's home now. We just celebrated his birthday with him. I could trip about that or be happy that he survived on that. I just, I don't know what else to do, man. I'm just tired, man. I'm looking at all this stuff. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of doing all this stuff with these people, man. I'm tired. People tired. My phrase is, so you got enough gas in the tank. It's like, for me, giving to everybody else and not giving to myself, no, I don't. I gave all that I had. This is me giving all I got is this week. That's it. Like, I don't have anything else. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like how I can make sure that you have enough equipped to succeed. I can't keep fighting everybody else's battles. I can't keep taking blame for somebody else not doing what they want to do. I can't take blame for, my pops not getting what he wants. Can't take blame for my mother. You know, I can't take blame for anyone. The only person I could look at is the same person I'm looking at this webcam staring back at me. That's the only thing I could blame if I don't do what I'm supposed to do. And I'm not going to be judged anymore because I did what I was supposed to do. I own my mistakes. I own my errors. I apologize to who I needed to apologize to. I asked for forgiveness who I needed to ask forgiveness to. And I made right. And I did what I had to do. Despite things not being equal, I still did what I had to do. I didn't let excuses get in the way. But when stuff is not equal, stuff is not equal. When stuff is not fair, stuff is not fair. And honestly, yeah, I want to help Aurora, Colorado. That's what the Aurora Borealis 777 is. But at the same time, I don't want to stay here my whole life. I ain't trying to stay in Colorado my whole life. I want to go somewhere, you know, where I can be happy. You know what I mean? And I can have people that appreciate me and what I bring to the table. And if that's nowhere on this planet, then at least give me my own area where I could just chill and do my thing with my peeps and people that support me and I support them. That's why my YouTube has all the playlists, because it's like you could train yourself. You don't have to buy my services. You don't have to go through me, because you might hear it from somebody else. It takes a village. It takes a village. And it's like to the point where if you do come through me, you're going to get the best customer service. You're going to get the best service because I'm your friend. I'm your family. I'm tired of this blood is thicker than water bullshit. We're all blood, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to treat you less than because you're not related directly, even though you are still related to me. You're a human. We're part of the human race. If you want to help yourself, who am I to say no? Who am I to keep the knowledge from you to make $1 off of you? Sure, I could have all this stuff, all the playlists I have. I could have definitely bit off of that and took the idea for myself. Why? I didn't get here by myself. Someone said a quote, you know, all the toes you step on the way up is the same ass as you kissing on the way down. And it's like, I've been down and, you know, not only kissing ass when I shouldn't have, but if I stepped on toes, I'm washing them off. I'm sitting here healing it up. I'm bandaging it back up, bandaging it back up. There's no more bottom for me. It's not what's meant for me. And I can't apologize. I can't feel bad. Some people hate me because I got doctor for a name. Some people hate me because I built this brand. Some people hate me because I put the trademark in. Some people hate me because I'm gassing them on reviews and testing. Hate me for what you want, like if it makes you feel better. But I mean, what you feel negatively about me is how you feel about yourself. How you feel negatively about anyone is how you feel about yourself. So put positivity out there. And that's what you get in return. Do to everyone else, regardless, what you want done to you. It's not a hard concept. If somebody's in jail, help them get out and don't profit off of their stay. Help them get out and stay out. Have a good system. If somebody wants to bust it for a living, if they want to do adult education, they should have an area for that. Shout out Hugh Hefner. I'm not saying I got to be a Hugh Hefner, but I'm saying if someone wants to bust it for a living and they want to be safe about it and they don't want to sit here and do it to kids and consenting adults, they shouldn't be made to feel like they don't have any type of support system. If there's people on the street and they're trying to do better for themselves, they shouldn't feel like they don't have an option and that their city doesn't care about them. When, you know, and for animals, yes, I've abused animals, people, whatever, I've fought, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean I can't change. Michael Vick, what's up? Chris Brown, what's up? Tory Lanez, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And I've signed petitions for places that rip out kitten spines. I've signed petitions for dogs that have been, hurt and stuff. And regardless whether habanero's my girl's cat and Bandit's my other girl's cat, ex-girl's cat, dog, Bandit. I'm glad I pulled them from where they were, because who knows where they be now. And to all the other people treating animals better than humans, we should all treat it equally. There shouldn't be anything that gets prioritization. But then again, there's the universe, like if there's a tornado that happens, there's a tornado that happens. Does that mean the earth is bad? No, it is what it is. Natural selection. Let the universe handle it, right? So, we're almost closing, man. We got about a couple minutes left. And I just want to tell you, whoever you are, I appreciate your time, you know what I'm saying? And whoever decides to, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, If I could have done anything today to help you out, I really appreciate that. And if I gave everything up to help you make a difference out here, or how many ever people watch this, if that's what it is, if that's what my purpose is, I'll do it again. Because I played my part. It's done. You know what I'm saying? It's out there. Again, social security number 521959664. Ask about me. But I don't see much other people with such experience just putting it all out there like that. You ain't got to pay me a damn thing. You paid me your time. You paid me. That's your currency that you ain't going to get back. And I appreciate that. And today was about me, but it's kind of questionable what I could talk about in the next 4 days. But it ain't about me in the next 4 days. What I want to try to do is it's more of a conversational thing. If you choose to do, talk to me, or anyone does, it's just more of okay, I put mine out there, and it's not like I can't empathize and relate, but it's just more of, I'm going to look up stuff, and I'm going to try to be, current and just see what's up. And I'm going to just fill in the blanks with it. But it's just my life is my brand. I am my brand. You be yours, you do what you do, and you be your own superhero. We need your superpower out here. So 5 o'clock. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and cut off the stream and try to deal with the late damages of this mistake here, see what the damages are for repair, if it can be. And there we go. But all right, you got enough gas in the tank. Be your own doctor. Lay on a pedal. I'm Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. Courtesy of Lay on the Pedal LLC, www.layonthepedal.com. God love for everybody. Hopefully y'all have a good night. All right.